In a desolate forest, a lone warrior stands surrounded by the bodies of his fallen enemies. Drawing his blade, a crimson aura of pure killing intent erupts from his very being. But his fight is far from over, as two new demonic beasts emerge from the shadows, growling with hunger. With blood on his face and a cold glare, he simply asks which one of them is next to die. The monsters answer with a coordinated attack, unleashing a devastating cross-shaped slash of dark energy. They leap through the air, closing the distance in an instant to tear him to shreds. Their massive jaws snap forward, promising a swift and brutal end for any normal human. Yet, a chilling smile forms on the warrior's face as his eyes glow with an unnerving light. He meets their charge head-on, aiming a decisive strike right between the eyes of the lunging beast. The result is a sickening crunch, as his blade finds its mark in a gory explosion of power. He parries the first beast's shadowy claws with a ferocious swing of his own, but the second monster lunges from behind, its jaws wide open to snap his head clean off. In a desperate move, he shoves his arm into the creature's mouth, unleashing a blinding flash of energy to stop the fatal bite. With a roar of fury, he hurls the massive wolf away, sending it stumbling back into the darkness. His glowing eyes narrow with a cold, murderous intent, his focus now absolute. Ignoring the danger, he charges back into the fray as both beasts coordinate their pincer attack. His blade meets flesh in a devastating clash, erupting in a violent spray of red energy and gore. The force of the blow sends the demonic wolf flying, its body torn open from the sheer power of his strike. Yet the exchange wasn't clean, as he stumbles back, clutching a fresh wound in his side. Gritting his teeth through the pain, the blood-soaked warrior raises his sword once more, ready for the final round. With a final, desperate roar, he unleashes a torrent of bloody sword strikes against the beast. The battle seemingly won, he leans on his blade, gasping for breath against the setting sun and muttering his thanks. But the fight isn't over, as the true alpha emerges from the shadows, a sinister grin on its demonic face. It towers over him, radiating an oppressive dark aura that promises a completely one-sided slaughter. Yet instead of fear, a cold realization dawns on his face, solidifying his murderous intent to erase this monster for good. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a carefree student named Jan Parias, celebrating the end of his grueling midterms at an elite academy. His friend Celine is quick to shut him down, reminding him that failure and expulsion are always just one exam away. But Leto, another classmate, steps in to defend him, telling her to let him enjoy his hard-earned moment of victory. Celine continues her teasing anyway, pointing out that his mediocre skills will only ever land him a job as a background security guard. As they walk through the academy grounds, Jan complains that for him, every test feels like a life-or-death struggle, a chilling echo of a battle fought somewhere far away. Jan explodes in frustration, insisting that Celine was the one who started their pointless argument in the first place. She coolly brushes him off, simply reminding him about their practical swordsmanship class first thing in the morning. With that final warning, the three friends say their goodbyes and finally part ways for the night. Back in his dorm room, Jan lets out an exhausted sigh, already dreading the grueling training ahead. He collapses into bed, swearing to himself that he will never, ever choose a morning class again. But as the student drifts into unconsciousness, his dream suddenly twists into a terrifying nightmare. He's thrown into a hellish landscape of death and destruction, a battlefield known only as Delphirum. A mysterious cloaked figure stands over the carnage, surrounded by crows with glowing crimson eyes. The vision ends with a chilling prophecy, a warning that this harbinger of doom is coming. And in that instant his eyes snap open, revealing not a tired student, but a blood-soaked warrior staring into the darkness, awakened by a past he can never escape. The nightmare reaches its climax in a vision of fiery destruction, with a voice screaming that he must be stopped. Jan jolts awake with a terrified gasp, the horror of the dream clinging to him. He questions the reality of the vision, wondering about the name Delphirum, a figure he thought only existed in myths. Trying to calm his racing heart, he dismisses it all as a weird dream from drinking the night before. But as he glances towards his desk, something feels immediately out of place in the morning light. He notices the calendar is set to the wrong date, and beside it sits a mysterious letter he's never seen before. With a growing sense of dread, he picks up the strange envelope, sealed with an unfamiliar red wax crest. He opens it to find not a message, but a page filled with an ancient and indecipherable script. While pondering who could have left it, he notes the elegant handwriting seems to belong to a woman. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock as a horrifying realization hits him with the force of a thunderbolt. His initial shock gives way to a flustered fantasy that someone at the academy might actually have feelings for him. Deciding that being polite is more important than being on time, he happily prepares to give the mysterious note a quick read. The elegant handwriting speaks of a fairy tale story, even mentioning the word fiancé, pulling him deeper into a romantic delusion. But the letter isn't a confession. It's a list of future events, raids, demonic beasts, and a hunting festival, signed by a mysterious Sophia from the year 570. His hopeful expression instantly sours as the crushing realization hits him. He's been duped. He scoffs at the lazy attempt, noticing the date on the letter doesn't even match his own calendar. Even the vague world-ending prophecy at the end feels like a cheap and anticlimactic prank. Brushing it all off as a remnant of his terrible nightmare, he crumples the paper in his hand and prepares to head to class. He callously tosses the supposed love letter into the trash, convinced he's not the type of person to ever receive one. But outside his room, the Grand Academy stands silent, completely unaware of the discarded warning that could determine its very future. Jan walks through the academy as students whisper behind his back, labeling him the crazy one from the rumors, while his own friends try to avoid his gaze. He feels a wave of paranoia as everyone stares, suddenly realizing with confusion that he's carrying an axe at his waist. Panic sets in as he desperately tries to understand what's happening, finally spotting his friends Leto and Celine in the crowd. But his friends seem to be in their own world, casually commenting on the weather as if he doesn't even exist. In fact, they're actively ignoring him, terrified of being dragged into another one of his strange episodes. Jan calls out in frustration, but they pointedly walk away, leaving him completely isolated. Suddenly, Leto stops and turns, noting that something about Jan has changed. His eyes seem clearer than they were yesterday. Then, in a shocking outburst, Leto grabs him, shouting with relief that the evil spirit possessing him has finally vanished. Jan recoils in utter confusion as his friends accuse him of being possessed by something weird for the entire past week. The horrifying truth dawned. Leto furiously accuses Jan of treating them like servants all week, completely destroying their reputations in the process. He even reveals that the only reason they didn't call an exorcist was because Jan threatened them with an axe. Jan, still dazed, pulls out the very axe in question, trying to piece together these impossible stories. His friends immediately flinch away in terror, begging him to hide the weapon that gave them traumatic flashbacks. As Jan struggles to process the idea of being possessed, he wonders if this is all connected to the terrifying nightmare he just woke up from. But Leto just brushes it off, simply relieved that the evil spirit is gone before another major incident could happen. The word incident sends a chill down Jan's spine, and Leto drops a bombshell. During his missing week, he somehow defeated the top student of the second years. This wasn't just any student, but Saria Yurdina, a prodigy known as a monster swordswoman, and the youngest aura expert in the academy. Jan insists it's impossible, but his friends reveal the shocking truth: he didn't just defeat her. He hospitalized the prodigy for an entire week. The horrifying scale of his actions finally hits him, leaving him to wonder what kind of god-tier spirit could have possessed him to accomplish such a feat. Jan's blood runs cold as he realizes he has a swordsmanship class today. The horror truly sinks in when he's reminded he's scheduled to fight the prodigy Saria again. His mind flashes back to their previous duel, showing the academy's top student sprawled defeated at his feet. She couldn't comprehend the power gap, remembering he used to be so weak he couldn't even last 10 seconds. But the possessed Jan simply looked down with disdain, calling her legendary skills mediocre. The fight had been a blur, as he delivered a single, devastating blow that shattered her guard. Its sheer force sent the prodigy flying backward, utterly helpless against his assault. He moved with inhuman speed, disarming and overpowering her in a terrifyingly one-sided battle. The onlooking students were left speechless, unable to process how their undefeated champion was so easily broken. But as the memory of that day replays, a new voice suddenly calls out to him in the present. The memory continues, showing his possessed form taunting the defeated prodigy, revealing he exploited every opening she foolishly gave him, for he had lured her into a perfect trap, and she fell for it completely unaware. But back in the present, Jan is panicking, wondering why out of everyone he has to fight a classmate in this game, knowing this isn't a battle he can win as his opponent's cold eyes stare back at him. His opponent is none other than Saria Yurdina. The academy's unbeatable prodigy had already hospitalized once before. The crowd whispers around them, with some urging him to surrender, while others mock Saria's refusal to accept her humiliating defeat. They know her pride is on the line after her perfect record was shattered, making this rematch her only chance at redemption. With the entire academy watching, the instructor officially begins the tense duel between the prodigy and the boy who broke her. The professor then raises the stakes even higher, announcing that the outcome of this fight will directly impact their grades. But Jan can only curse the evil spirit that possessed him, a power that has now vanished, and left him alone to face the vengeful prodigy. While Saria is the academy's untouchable prodigy, Jan panics knowing his entire future is on the line. So he resolves to simply endure her wrath for 10 minutes, hoping that will be enough. But before he can even process the start of the duel, she closes the distance in a terrifying blur of motion. The prodigy unleashes a single, overwhelming slash that sends him flying helplessly through the air. He crashes violently onto the arena floor, the one-sided attack leaving him utterly stunned. In that moment he realizes 10 minutes is a fantasy. He'll be back in the hospital in 1, but knows surrendering now is not an option. Staggering back to his feet, he defiantly tells her it's his turn, a challenge she coldly accepts. Suddenly, a strange crimson energy begins to swirl around his sword arm. An odd sensation fills him as his body feels impossibly light, as if freed from its physical limits. His eyes blaze with a familiar golden light, a sign that the very power that defeated her once before has returned. As this new power surges through him, Jan's body moves with impossible perfection, but he still can't remember how he did this before. Seria's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by a shocked glare as she senses the familiar, terrifying pressure from their last encounter. The two clash in a blur of red and purple energy, their swords screaming as they exchange dozens of blows in a single instant. But the burst of power is short-lived, and Jan finds himself on the ground once more, utterly defeated, as Seria questions his hidden strength. She reminds him of the humiliation she suffered last week when he toyed with her, brushing her aside like she was nothing. Her words trigger something deep within him, and his frustration boils over at the constant mention of a past he can't even remember. Seria fires back in a rage, demanding to know whose fault it is that her undefeated reputation was shattered. Fueled by her wounded pride, she unleashes her full power and lunges forward for the final blow. Yet this time, Jan effortlessly parries her attack, his senses now so sharp that her movements seem to slow to a crawl. Their swords connect with explosive force, blowing the arena apart and signaling that the real fight has just begun. Seria explodes into motion, launching a relentless assault against Jan, who calmly waits to receive her. She slashes from the side with impossible speed, but he just barely manages to parry the blow. Her blade then whips around from below before she instantly reappears for a devastating frontal strike. This isn't just a series of attacks. It's a single, continuous storm of steel designed to completely overwhelm him. And while Hez being pushed back, Jan is somehow keeping up with the prodigy's ferocious pace. But as he defends, a strange question echoes in his mind. Why are all her movements so wasteful? Suddenly, a chilling piece of advice surfaces from his lost memories, a warning to never charge into an obvious opening. Seria reveals that those were his own words to her last week, the very reason she demanded this rematch in the first place. Yet she's disgusted, telling the exhausted swordsman that his current performance is utterly pathetic. With a final shout, she demands he finally get serious, and as his expression hardens, it seems he's about to grant her wish. Jan's eyes glow with newfound power as he acknowledges his own growth, but he realizes that Seria isn't the same fighter he faced before. Thanks to his own cryptic advice from their last encounter, she's now making more unnecessary movements. Their blades become a blur as they engage in a high-speed duel across the arena. He masterfully deflects her relentless assault, meeting her ferocity with calm precision. Internally, he decides he's fought her on equal terms long enough to silence any complaints. But to his shock, Seria's face lights up with manic glee, excited that he's finally getting serious. With a powerful shout, she declares it's her turn to unleash her true strength, gathering a massive aura. Suddenly, she's right in his face, grabbing him by the collar as he recognizes the opening. But before he can even process what happened, her attack is already upon him. A 5-second countdown begins for Jan's defeat as the entire academy watches on. But in his mind, he can only reflect on the possession and the duel, the most unbelievable things that have ever happened to him. As the official count starts, he believes he's finally done enough to make amends, deciding that all he wants is to become a normal person again, even if it means accepting this loss. Seria, however, sees right through his act, realizing he took that last hit on purpose, and she refuses to let him settle things so easily, threatening another duel if this is how it ends. With cold fury, she declares she'll challenge him relentlessly until he tastes the same humiliation she was forced to endure. Jan clenches his fist in silent frustration, tormented by a past he can't even remember, and he can't believe she's treating him like an arch-nemesis over a single week of chaos he had no control over. Just as the instructor offers him a chance to withdraw, Jan grits his teeth, vowing that he can still go on. With the duel officially continuing, the instructor tells them both to get ready. A satisfied smirk crosses Seria's face, glad that she finally forced him to fight for real. Jan accepts his fate, realizing he can no longer run from this confrontation. But then, his entire demeanor shifts as a terrifying power awakens, vowing to shatter her pride all over again. Saria immediately lunges forward, unleashing an overwhelming aura-infused strike meant to end the fight instantly. Jan's eyes merely gleam with an unnatural calm as he tracks the incoming blade. Suddenly, her sword is stopped dead in its tracks, frozen by an impossible force. A wave of pure disbelief washes over her as she stares at the unbelievable outcome. He had effortlessly parried her ultimate attack, using only a single hand. In a flash, he closes the distance, capturing her and whispering that the fight is already over. Jan steals his resolve, realizing there's no running from this fight any longer. But Saria smirks with absolute confidence, vowing to shatter his pride all over again. Jan reflects on their last exchange, understanding that for the first time, he could clearly see her movements. Frustrated by this impossible reality, Saria tells herself she just needs to focus to crush him. With a nervous shout, Jan braces himself and invites her to bring everything she has. In a blur of motion, Saria explodes forward, determined to end this humiliation with overwhelming force. Her blade ignites with a blinding blue aura, a strike designed to be completely unblockable. Yet Jan's eyes glow with an unnatural light as he begins to perceive the very path her sword will take. She unleashes a furious and complex barrage of attacks, a whirlwind of deadly slashes meant to overwhelm him completely. But as his eyes darken, he sees it all, perfectly predicting the timing of her every single swing. Instead of dodging, Jan stomps forward with impossible speed to meet her attack head-on. As Saria brings her full-power aura strike down, an attack meant to shatter any defense. But with a simple, almost casual grip, he prepares to receive the overwhelming blow, and the prodigy's ultimate technique is stopped dead in its tracks, her expression turning to disbelief. With eyes glowing a terrifying gold, he whispers that he's finally caught her. Then, in a flash of movement, her swords are ripped from her grasp, rendering her completely defenseless. He raises his blade, his aura flaring as he declares the fight is now over. While Saria can only stare in absolute horror, her mind failing to process this impossible reality. She trembles, clutching her head in disbelief and utter humiliation at her one-sided defeat. And Jan simply looks on, the monstrous power within him now fully in control of the battlefield. As the defeated prodigy trembles on the ground, she struggles to process if this reality is even possible. But Jan's true consciousness suddenly resurfaces, questioning why he's settling a week-old score that will solve nothing, because he realizes this isn't about winning, but about understanding the monstrous power at his command. And in a baffling turn, he simply flicks her forehead, leaving the proud warrior utterly stunned. His friends can only watch from the sidelines, their minds reeling from his bizarre and unpredictable behavior. Furious and humiliated, Saria demands to know if he's making fun of her now that he's won. She glares at him with gritted teeth, her pride completely shattered by his incomprehensible actions. Her composure finally breaks as she screams that winning is everything, terrified that losing will make her a laughingstock. Jan calmly challenges her entire philosophy, asking if the opinions of others are truly that important. He then assures her that a single loss could never erase the years of effort she poured into her swordsmanship. Saria's resolve begins to crumble as she quietly admits that his words ring true. But Jan challenges her further, questioning if all her years of hard work should vanish because of what others think. He then speaks from a place of painful experience, telling her there's no point in listening to the selfish words of the crowd. With that final piece of wisdom, the duel that would shake the entire academy comes to a close. A profound realization dawns on Saria as she finally understands the true value of her own sword. In a shocking turn, the proud prodigy bows deeply, offering genuine thanks to the man who utterly defeated her. The crowd erupts into chaos as Jan is declared the winner, his friends staring in utter disbelief at this impossible outcome. As Jan walks away from the arena, he silently vows to forge his own path, no longer a victim of his past. Saria watches him leave, now viewing him not as a rival, but as the mentor who just changed her entire world. However, his victory sends shockwaves through the academy, and the once unknown Jan Piraeus instantly becomes a living legend. Whispers now follow Jan wherever he goes, the students branding him a demon who crushed their prodigy. But inside his own mind, he denies his strength, believing he only won because Saria never showed her true power. He knows his aura has grown immensely, yet he's convinced that without superior skill, he would have been defeated from the start. Suddenly, the question of his lost memories grips him, and his friend Leto rushes over, asking if he's trying to recall that dark week. His other friend Celine appears, stopping him as Jan admits he still has no idea why he was even possessed. She tries to reassure him, but he can't ignore the strange and terrifying rumors now spreading like wildfire. Celine scoffs at the gossip, pointing out that his reputation has completely flipped from a looked-down-upon noble to a feared powerhouse. In fact, She recalls being infuriated by the backhanded compliments he used to receive, though Jan notes it meant he was still liked. Her passionate rant is cut short as she accidentally stomps on his foot in her excitement. But getting serious again, she thanks him, revealing that because of his overwhelming power, the arrogant high nobles are finally too scared to bully them. Jan is confronted about yet another rumor, sighing that there are far too many to keep track of these days. But this one is different. His friend reveals that Saria Yurdina, the prodigy he utterly crushed, has been following him ever since their duel. His friends subtly point her out, and in the distance, they spot the academy's former top student, hiding behind a tree. It's Saria herself, peeking out with a ridiculous mask, her eyes locked on his every move. His friends explode with rage, questioning why she's stalking the very man who beat her half to death. Jan confirms it's been happening for 5 agonizing days, and her constant presence is driving him insane. Fed up with the bizarre situation, his friends urge him to confront her, and Jan finally decides to end this strange game. Meanwhile, the disgraced prodigy panics from her hiding spot, trying to build the courage for a question that has been tormenting her. But before she can act, Jan suddenly appears right behind her, calmly asking why she's been following him. Completely flustered, Saria is shocked that he saw through her perfect disguise, leaving Jan to wonder if she was even trying to hide. The disgraced prodigy swallows her pride and begs for his guidance to become stronger. Jan is shocked by her change in attitude, but her desperation is clear. He internally scoffs at the idea, convinced he has nothing to teach the academy's top student. All he truly wants is to escape this mess and get his peaceful life back. So, with a polite but firm rejection, he shatters her hopes, sending her spiraling into despair. She frantically argues that he defeated her twice, but he dismisses his victories as her own mistake. He claims it was just sheer luck, but she counters that luck itself is a form of skill. Desperate, she begs him to train her just until the hunting festival, a name that freezes him in place. The words trigger a horrifying memory of a student found disemboweled by a mysterious monster at that same event. Suddenly, with a serious expression, he admits she's reminded him of something he desperately needs to do. He coldly tells the stunned Saria to seek a professor's help, not his, and leaving his confused friends behind, Jan sprints away, declaring he has something urgent to do. His mind flashes back to a cryptic, blood-soaked letter, a supposed message from the future that puts a friend in grave danger. He remembers the bubbling potions inside a mysterious lab, and the image of a red-haired woman, an expert alchemist, solidifies in his memory. Jan believes she is the only one who could possibly know the truth behind such an impossible message. With a new purpose, he races towards the grand building where she conducts her research. Meanwhile, Saria's initial shock hardens into an unbreakable resolve. She immediately begins training, unleashing a torrent of powerful, aura-infused slashes. But unbeknownst to her, Jan has been watching from the shadows, and her raw dedication is finally enough to impress him. A professor praises Saria's progress, telling her she'll perfect her aura just in time for the hunting festival. He admits his utter shock, never imagining the academy's proud prodigy would ever ask him for guidance. But Saria excitedly explains it was Jan's idea, leaving the professor completely speechless. Immediately she catches herself, flustered by her own awkward enthusiasm. Trying to regain her composure, she abruptly ends the lesson, claiming there's nothing more he can teach her. As she walks away, the professor can only sigh at her total lack of social grace. He calls out, trying to warn her not to rush her growth by reminding her of another top student's past struggles. Seeing her unwavering resolve, however, he decides to give her a critical hint for the upcoming event. He warns her to learn the terrain of the southern forest, a place filled with monstrous beasts where the festival will take place. The professor then reveals a terrifying secret. The deeper you go, the more powerful the monsters become. The professor offers one last piece of advice, a grave warning not to venture too deep into the forest alone. He reveals that historical records show a terrifying increase in powerful monsters right before the hunting festival begins. Meanwhile, in a completely different room, an intense lecture is underway, explaining how a heavenly god first established the absolute law of time. Any being who could defy this cosmic order would be an enemy of creation itself, a powerful entity from a place called Delphilm. A fiery, red-haired student finishes her complex explanation, smugly asking if her listener finally understands. But her friend Leto is completely lost, admitting he hasn't understood a single word of her cosmic lecture. She erupts in frustration, reminding him that he was the one who woke her up, demanding to know all of this in the first place. He had even slammed her door open after disappearing for a month, only to spout nonsense about being glad she was okay. She scolds him for his total lack of common sense, pointing out how he always loses track of reality once he starts focusing on something. All Leto can do is plead for mercy, desperately asking why she's being so much meaner to him than usual. All Leto can do is plead for a simpler explanation, completely lost in the cosmic lecture. The red-haired student reluctantly agrees, deciding to try one last time for her dense friend. She explains that, to defy the absolute law of time, a being would need an unimaginable level of strength, and there is only one entity in all of history rumored to possess such power: Delphilim, the servant of the evil god. A chilling realization hits Leto, as he wonders if this mythical being was the one who sent him those impossible letters. But his friend just scoffs at his delusion, once again scolding him for his complete lack of common sense. She clarifies that Delphilim is just a hypothetical name for such a being, questioning how a myth could possibly be real. With a tired sigh, she dismisses the evil god as another unconfirmed legend, leaving Leto to laugh nervously at the whole situation. She hands him some protective vials, declaring that a letter from the future is impossible, and telling him to just go secure his room. Though he starts to question his own sanity, the mysterious letter begins to glow with an undeniable and otherworldly power, proving this is no delusion. His friend offers him a new experimental drug, a pair of vials designed to completely erase a person's presence. Leto eagerly grabs one, naively hoping it will grant him invisibility, but she clarifies it only hides his aura. Without a moment's hesitation, he chugs the entire potion as she stares on in complete disbelief. He immediately gags on the disgusting taste while she furiously scolds him for wasting such a valuable prototype. Now determined to test its effects, he tells her to close her eyes and try to find him while he hides. As she stands ready, a strange blue energy begins to envelop Leto's body, signaling the potion's activation. A sudden shift in his perception confirms the drug's incredible and otherworldly power. Hez left in absolute shock, unable to even sense his own existence and feeling as if he's become a literal ghost. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he realizes this power could give him an unbeatable advantage in any situation. But his plan instantly crumbles as she grabs him from behind, revealing she could hear him breathing the entire time. Leto is left utterly baffled, learning the potion's only weakness is something as mundane as body odor. The red-haired expert is suddenly mortified, realizing her own scent is a dead giveaway she never even considered. But Leto simply brushes off her concerns, reminding her that someone with her insane power doesn't need his protection. Instead, he declares his intention to test the second, more dangerous potion alone in the forest. He gives her a chilling warning to stay away from the woods until the upcoming hunting festival. The reason for his urgency is a dark rumor that the monsters inside have started behaving strangely. Hearing this, a cunning smile spreads across her face as she realizes this is the perfect chance to be put to good use. She readily agrees to his terms, sealing their strange pact on the sunlit academy grounds. That very night, a brilliant light explodes from the academy's towers, signaling a far greater power is at play. At the heart of it all is a mysterious, ancient text that seems to be the source of this new power. Jan relaxes in his room, dismissing yet another mysterious letter by tossing it directly into the fire. But suddenly, his friend Leto storms in, demanding to know where he disappeared to earlier. Leto's anger instantly shifts, however, when he spots a third person silently sitting in the room. He confronts the red-haired student about cryptic letters that led to his humiliation, but Jan's demeanor changes at the mention of a girl named Emma. The student tries to brush it off as a misunderstanding, but Jan's focus is now locked on one thing: Emma's safety. The terrifying truth is then revealed: the letter described Emma being brutally disemboweled by an unknown monster. With a blood-stained face, the red-haired student coldly assures them that she is fine. A dark flashback reveals the chilling reason why, showing him surrounded by a terrifying purple aura after dealing with the threat himself. Meanwhile, at what appears to be the academy's infirmary, the sun shines on a peaceful scene. There, the girl named Emmanuel lies recovering, completely unaware of the bloody price that was paid for her survival. A woman from the Holy Nation appears, offering a divine but chilling greeting to the boys. Leto explains that Emmanuel was discovered at the forest's edge, the clear victim of a monster attack. The saintess coldly remarks that only a death-feigning potion saved the girl's life after she carelessly let her guard down. Desperate, Leto begs her to use her divine power, but she immediately reveals that her abilities are not all-powerful. Her miracle comes at a steep price, requiring a high-value offering in exchange for her intervention. Enraged, Leto shouts that an herbalist's daughter could never possess such valuable resources. But the saintess remains unmoved, clarifying the offering's value is its rarity and telling them to prepare for the worst. She then tries to dismiss them before Emma's father arrives, suggesting they leave the difficult explanation to her clergy. Leto defiantly refuses to leave, insisting he must stay as he was the last person to see Emma alive. Clenching his fist, he resolves to deliver the grim news himself, knowing this could be their final meeting. The saintess offers a cold comfort, insisting that this tragedy is no one's fault. She then gives a hollow blessing for their peace of mind, her duty seemingly complete. And bathed in a divine glow, she utters Emmanuel's name as if performing a final rite. But Leto can't accept this, smashing his fist against the wall in a fit of pure rage. He's consumed by guilt, screaming about the monster's random appearance that sealed his friend's fate. Jan can only watch his friend break down, helplessly calling out his name, when suddenly, his attention is shattered by a heart-wrenching scream echoing down the hall. Emma's father has arrived, collapsing in pure agony as he cries out for his daughter. The devastated man turns to Leto, desperately asking if he knows what happened to his child, and then falls to his knees, begging the young student to let him see his daughter one last time. Leto laments their powerlessness, realizing that without money or connections, there was nothing they could do. As mere countryside nobles, they could only offer hollow comfort to her heartbroken father. But then Leto steps forward, presenting a glowing blue potion that Emma had given him just yesterday. He offers the vial to her father, telling him it's his daughter's final achievement, and he should be the one to have it. Yet the father refuses, pushing the potion back towards the young student. Instead, he desperately clutches Leto's arm, making one last, gut-wrenching plea. He begs Leto to promise he will never, ever forget his daughter. Watching the scene, Jan is paralyzed by a chilling thought. Was there really nothing he could have done? But Leto is drowning in a far deeper guilt, convinced he could have stopped all of this from happening. If only he had taken that strange, incomprehensible letter, that cryptic warning more seriously. Haunted by his friend's grief, Jan makes a solemn vow, while standing alone in the dark. He has to find the mysterious sepia who wrote the cryptic warning letter that could have saved everyone. With a chilling glint in his eyes, he swears he'll prevent the foretold tragedy no matter the cost. But his serious moment is shattered when Leto bursts in, completely misunderstanding the situation, and asking if Jan finally got a girlfriend. Leto can't believe his stoic friend is actually interested in a woman, grabbing his face in disbelief while Jan tries to brush him off. Jan reveals he already checked the student register for the name, but came up with absolutely nothing. This only fuels Leto's imagination, who now pictures this sepia as some kind of master player making Jan anxious. A flustered Jan insists he just has questions for her, but Leto only pushes further, asking if she's going to be his girlfriend. Having reached his limit, Jan unleashes a brutal pinch that finally gets his friend to back down in pain. Once the teasing stops, Leto offers a crucial piece of information. Sepia isn't just a name, it's also a type of flower. Leto explains that the name sepia could be a nickname related to a flower that only grows in the north. Jan's eyes widen as he makes a shocking connection. The north is the territory of the proud Yardina family. His friend agrees, confirming that only one person from that frigid land comes to mind when they think of the academy. Leto then points off-screen with a smirk, mockingly calling out Jan's crazy fan, and hiding there, completely flustered, is none other than Saria Yardina, the prodigy he utterly humiliated. Jan mutters that he suspected as much, but before he can question her motives, she suddenly rushes out from her hiding spot. With a furious blush, she shoves a heavy bag into his chest, declaring its compensation for his teaching. Jan is left speechless as the bag opens to reveal an absurd amount of gold, far more than any student should ever possess. She insists it's just proper manners for the guidance he offered, leaving Jan completely bewildered by her logic. Finally, cutting through the confusion, he asks the one question that truly matters. Why is the Academy's greatest genius so desperate to learn from him? Saria declares with startling conviction that there is simply no one else left for her to learn from. Jan tries to refuse, reminding her that he has nothing to teach a prodigy who has already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He even offers some friendly encouragement, confident that she'll reach new heights all on her own. But his words only seem to fuel her panic as she brings up the upcoming hunting festival, calling it her last chance. Suddenly, Jan's eyes flash as he recalls the mysterious letter. It mentions someone with a strangely similar name would be at that very event. Her desperation grows, muttering that she absolutely must become stronger no matter the cost. Seeing a perfect opportunity to investigate this dark mystery, Jan abruptly changes his mind and agrees to train with her. A few days later, their intense training sessions begin, and while he's no closer to discovering if she's the target, he learns something else entirely. He discovers that the Academy's greatest genius, a master of the sword, has absolutely zero social skills. And he finally understands her infamous Rude Yardina nickname isn't from malice. She's just hopelessly, painfully awkward with everyone. Jan quickly learns another harsh lesson: his new student has absolutely no concept of rest. She pushes her body to the breaking point, relying on expensive healing potions just to keep going. Hess forced to physically intervene, showing her the severe strain she's putting on her own body. Jan explains that potions can't heal true fatigue, revealing a fundamental flaw in her brutal training. Seeing her desperation, he finally asks what she meant when she said this was her last chance. Saria confesses her anxiety is all for a single fourth-year student she must defeat before graduation. As he tends to her injuries, she explains that with every passing day, her odds of even facing this person plummet. Then she drops a bombshell. If she were to challenge the head of her family, she'd be exiled immediately. Jan freezes, the pieces clicking together as he realizes the terrifying scale of her problem. And the truth is finally revealed: her rival is Delphine Yardina, the Academy's strongest student, her own half-sister, and the future ruler of her entire family. Saria desperately asks Jan if there's still a chance for her after her sister graduates, clinging to any hope he can offer. But she immediately refutes his comforting words, her expression hardening with the grim certainty that time is running out. The scene then cuts to a mysterious letter, hinting that the real deadline must be met while everyone is still within the Academy walls. Saria is thrown back into a traumatic memory of a brutal and unfair fight where the rules were suddenly changed against her. In this flashback, her powerful opponent mocked her for being unable to gather a single ally for the confrontation. The shadowy figure cruelly lectured that true strength isn't just sword skills, but the power to command others. A truth that cuts deep, as Saria knew everyone in her family already sided with her sister, leaving her utterly alone. Returning to the present, she laments her complete isolation, wishing for allies of her very own. Just then, Jan finishes tending to her injuries, his simple act of kindness breaking through her despair. And in that moment, a dangerous new resolve forms in her eyes. Perhaps this man who shattered her pride could become the one ally she needs to win an impossible war. A grand event, beloved by the Emperor, is about to begin, heralded by the drawing of a single, gleaming sword. This is the hunting festival, an occasion of such scale that entire armies gather in anticipation. It's one of the Academy's most brutal competitions, where the strongest students unleash their devastating auras in a bid for supremacy. Deep within a forbidden forest, untouched magical beasts await as the ultimate test of strength and survival. But as Jan contemplates this, his mind is troubled by Saria's desperation to participate and a cryptic letter that binds their fates together. Suddenly, his thoughts are shattered by Celine, who runs toward him with an urgent plea to go together. Jan can only stare in confusion as his friend pants for breath, clearly exhausted from her frantic dash across the courtyard. But her exhaustion quickly turns to frustration as she bluntly asks if he's some kind of idiot. She explains that no one in their right mind would want to train with the very person who just publicly humiliated them. Jan tries to brush it off, stating that Saria isn't following him anymore, completely oblivious to the dangerous reputation he is building. Celine explodes with frustration, demanding to know why he's taking Saria's side after everything that happened. Her sudden outburst leaves Jan completely speechless and flustered. But instead of answering, he abruptly pulls her close, her mind going blank as she demands to know what he's doing. He leans in, taking a long, deliberate sniff as if searching for a clue. Then, with a deadpan expression, he asks if she changed her perfume, shattering her anger into pure embarrassment. Celine is left a blushing, stuttering mess, unable to process the bizarre turn of events. She nervously suggests it might be her new facial cleanser, unknowingly falling right into his trap to change the subject. Later, as they head toward their training, she innocently asks about their first practical exercise in the forest. While she voices her hope they won't encounter any magical beasts, Jan knows that normally they would be perfectly safe. But his mind darkens as he recalls the cryptic letter's warning. A beast attack is imminent, and their safety is anything but guaranteed. Jan knows that if the letter's warning comes true, a lot of people are about to die. A dark power swirls around him as he vows to prevent that catastrophic future at all costs. He carries the terrible burden of being the only one who knows the truth behind the mysterious letters. A few moments later, an instructor gathers the students, officially beginning their practical exercise in the forest. The man's first words are a chilling reminder of the recent, unprecedented magical beast attack, right at the forest's entrance. Even Saria looks concerned as the instructor warns that the beasts are now dangerously close to Academy grounds. He explains that the dense trees will make it nearly impossible for them to fight effectively. Their movements will be restricted, forcing them to be mindful of their surroundings with every single swing. The instructor concludes that if they encounter these beasts on their home turf, the students will be at a complete disadvantage. But as Jan grips his sword, a faint red glow proves that he is anything but disadvantaged. The instructor explains that only a true sword expert can materialize their aura into a physical blade, unleashing overwhelming power that can carve a path through any obstacle. But he reminds the students that no matter how strong they are, they can never ignore the environment around them. Pointing to a nearby tree, he stresses that for a swordsman, maintaining the proper distance is the key to survival. With the lesson over, the practical exercise begins as students are ordered to form pairs but warned to stay out of the forest's dangerous center. Leto grows anxious, remembering the mysterious letter that foretold a massive beast attack in this very location. Jan knows he can't just sound the alarm without proof, as it would only cause panic and make him look insane. Realizing he must investigate the threat himself, he decides to team up with someone he can trust. Suddenly, his friend Celine grabs his arm, eagerly asking to be his partner for the coming trial. But before he can answer, a second hand forcefully grips his other arm, as his greatest rival makes her own claim. Ignoring his friend, Jan grabs his rival Saria and declares that they will be partners, leaving her completely stunned. The shocking decision shatters his friend Celine, who freezes in absolute disbelief as her world cracks around her. With the awkward choice made, the new pair ventures deep into the woods to begin their patrol. But as they move through the designated area, an eerie silence surrounds them, with not a single magical beast to be found. Jan realizes something is deeply wrong and turns to Saria, who confirms she can't sense any presence at all. He knows that for an aura, prodigy like her to feel nothing means the entire forest has been wiped clean. She agrees to stay on high alert, her every instinct screaming that they are walking directly into a trap. As hours pass and the sun begins to set, the woods only grow more ominously still. The two of them finally come to a stop in a small clearing, the weight of the unseen threat pressing down on them. Yet despite the mortal danger, Saria can't help fidgeting nervously, caught between the terrifying mission and her growing feelings for the man beside her. Saria finally breaks the tense silence, nervously asking Jan why he chose to team up with her of all people. He looks at her directly, his answer simple yet completely unexpected. Because they're friends. Jan presses the point, leaving Saria utterly flustered by the sudden declaration of friendship. Blushing, she misunderstands completely and offers to pay him for the privilege of being his friend. But he immediately shuts down her offer of gold, explaining that friendship isn't a transaction. Instead, he describes it as something deeper, a bond, where people simply spend time together and share secrets. Taking his words to heart, Saria seizes the opportunity to ask a very personal and rude question. Her words hit him like a physical blow, as she asks if this entire mission is for the sake of his friend. She connects the dots with chilling accuracy, realizing they're in the exact forest where his friend was attacked. And as she asks if he's seeking revenge, Jan's composure shatters, as he admits he doesn't know the answer himself. Jan's hand clenches tight as Saria's question hangs unanswered in the tense air. His composure finally shatters, and he screams that he doesn't know, tormented by flashing memories of his critically injured friend. But he quickly turns away, forcing himself calm while insisting this mission isn't for revenge. Saria is left stunned, wondering if this raw, painful loyalty is the true definition of friendship. Jan admits he doesn't have the answer and instead flips the question back onto her, asking what she would do. With a flash of fiery determination, she declares she'd want to destroy any beast that hurt him, finally understanding his motivation. The weight of his devotion finally sinks in, giving her a glimpse into the profound bond he is fighting for. He assures her he isn't some idiot who will rush in blindly, promising to ensure their safety first. But suddenly, his eyes widen in alarm as he senses a terrifying presence approaching, shouting her name. He immediately silences her, urging her to focus as an unseen enemy closes in on them in the dark forest. Saria looks around in confusion, unable to sense the danger that has Jan on high alert. But her eyes widen in shock as the terrifying truth of their situation finally dawns on her. He confirms her fears, revealing multiple presences and realizing every student in the forest is in mortal danger. From the safety of the tree line, they gaze down at the source of the ominous energy below. Her hand flies to her sword as she asks if they should engage the mysterious new threat. Jan instantly overrules her, making the tactical decision to retreat and report the overwhelming enemy force. With a nod of grim determination, she agrees to his plan and prepares to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, they burst into motion, dashing through the dark forest at full speed. Yet as he glances back, his face twists in alarm, realizing their escape isn't going as planned. A monstrous beast, wreathed in a terrifying purple aura, is relentlessly chasing them down, closing the distance far too quickly. Jan desperately thinks they can make it if they just warn the professor in time, but a sudden cry from behind shatters their frantic escape. He turns in horror to see Saria has collapsed on the forest floor. She reveals an old training injury has flared up, leaving her completely vulnerable. Overcome with guilt, she begs him to leave her behind and save himself. Jan knows their pursuer is closing the distance with terrifying speed, leaving no room for escape. With grim resolve, he makes an impossible choice, telling Saria to go on ahead without him. She furiously protests his sacrifice, screaming that this is all her fault. but he simply turns his back, coldly stating that's not what friends say to each other. He then dashes off alone, drawing the monster's attention as she cries out his name in helpless despair. Jan sprints through the forest, a grim look of determination on his face as he acts as a decoy. Suddenly, the entire forest falls dead silent, a sign that something has gone terribly wrong. He realizes the animals must have sensed an even greater predator and gone into hiding. Deciding a head-on fight is impossible, he prepares to set up a desperate ambush. He pulls out a mysterious glowing potion, a last resort given to him by his friend Emma. With no other choice, he quickly downs the strange, glowing liquid. The empty vial shatters as its volatile energy is instantly unleashed. A powerful blue aura erupts from his body, the potion's disgusting taste hitting him all at once. But he clenches his fist, confident that with this new power, he can handle whatever is coming. Still, the potion doesn't hide his scent, forcing him to cover himself in dirt and grass to complete his trap. With his trap prepared, Jan's final move is to hide himself completely out of sight, so he drives his sword into a massive tree, using it to climb high into the forest canopy, where he perches silently on a branch, waiting for his prey to arrive, his eyes glowing with a fierce golden light as he challenges the beasts to come at him. And as he waits, the forest grows quiet, shrouded in an ominous mist, when suddenly, a monstrous paw crackling with dark purple energy steps into the clearing, revealing a terrifying wolf-like creature whose very presence warps the air around it. And from above, Jan instantly recognizes the ashen fur and overwhelming magic of the legendary demon beast, a horrifying predator whose glowing eyes and massive fangs promise a swift death. Yet the beast seems confused, sniffing the ground where its target's scent just completely vanished. From the trees above, Jan drops like a bolt of lightning, his sword crashing down to ambush the creature. He reveals himself with golden eyes burning, his entire body crackling with a furious red aura. The demon beast whips its head around, its own purple energy flaring in shock at the sudden attack. But Jan gives it no time to recover, bringing his empowered blade down in a devastating overhead slash. The attack connects with a deafening crash, yet the beast's demonic aura forms an impenetrable barrier, stopping the blade cold. He realizes with horror his aura isn't dense enough to pierce its hide, and is forced to push down with all his weight. With a furious roar, he channels every last ounce of his power, screaming for the monster to die. His desperate gamble finally shatters its defenses, the sword sinking deep into the beast's skull as dark energy erupts violently. He stands victorious over the corpse, but the sheer effort to kill just one leaves him wondering how he'll possibly face the rest. Yet, he casts aside his despair, knowing that if even a single one of these monsters reaches Saria, her life is forfeit. Jan steels his resolve, vowing to slaughter every last one of the monsters before they reach Saria. He pushes deeper into the treacherous forest, his senses on high alert for any movement. Suddenly, a demonic beast materializes from the shadows, its menacing purple aura confirming his fears about a pack. His instincts scream that although only one is visible, many more are lurking just out of sight. He realizes with a grim certainty that at least 5 of them are prowling nearby, systematically hunting him down. Knowing he must strike first, he explodes into action, plunging his blade into one beast's skull before it can alert the others. But the monster retaliates in its death throes, its razor-sharp claws tearing violently into his shoulder. He grits his teeth through the searing pain, driving his sword deeper with overwhelming force. With a savage roar, he finishes the beast off, its dark energy erupting as his blade finds its mark. Yet, he's forced to stifle his agony, knowing that a single cry will draw the rest of the pack straight to his location. He unleashes a final, devastating strike, his red aura exploding as he cleaves the beast apart. His blade hums with immense power, leaving a trail of crimson light in the air. Jan stands over the fallen monster, a lone figure on a battlefield stained with gore. He glances at the blood-soaked axe, acknowledging its brutal effectiveness in this hunt. He realizes his senses are sharper than ever, a dangerous gift from the very evil spirit that once possessed him. For all the chaos it caused, that possession has sharpened him into an unstoppable weapon. In this heightened state, he feels invincible, confident he can slaughter the entire pack alone. But elsewhere, his decisions have sparked an uncontrollable rage, snapping a training sword in two. Celine Haster explodes with jealousy, absolutely furious that Jan chose to team up with Saria instead of her. Convinced they're on a romantic date in the forest, she's completely oblivious to the life-or-death battle he's actually fighting. Leto rushes onto the scene, panicked to find Saria injured on the forest floor. She gravely explains they were ambushed by a swarm of demon beasts. The real shock hits when she reveals Jan stayed behind to fight them all alone after she was wounded. Understanding the impossible odds, Leto hardens his expression and tells her to wait right there. He then falls to his knees, making a desperate vow that he will save his friend no matter what. The scene flashes back to the moment the attack began, with Saria caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush. In an instant, she was overwhelmed and struck down, collapsing helplessly to the ground. As her vision faded, she could only whisper a desperate prayer for Jan's safety. But back in the heart of the forest, Jan has already slaughtered one of the demonic wolves, leaving its corpse to dissolve into nothing. His victory is short-lived, however, as a new alpha, with a terrifying dark aura, emerges from the shadows to face him. Jan's glowing eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he stares down the new alpha. Without warning, the demonic wolf lunges forward in a blur of shadow and raw fury. But Jan meets its charge head-on, his blade tearing through the beast in a violent spray of black blood. He stands panting over its dissolving corpse, the brutal fight clearly taking its toll. A wave of exhaustion hits him as he curses his rapidly dwindling stamina. His brief moment of rest is shattered, however, by the thud of more monstrous paws approaching. From the shadows, two more shadow wolves emerge, their growls echoing with a sinister power far beyond the others. In the blink of an eye, he's completely surrounded, a hopeless situation as the entire pack leaps in for the kill. But instead of fear, a cold, crimson aura erupts from his body, pulsing with incredible power. With a look of pure defiance, he internally dares the horde to come at him, ready to unleash hell. The pack lunges as one, their sinister purple aura exploding towards him in a deadly wave. Yet Jan remains perfectly calm, seeing through their speed to their fatally simple attack patterns. Bloodied but filled with new resolve, he realizes that if this is all they have, he can win. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts from his position, completely overwhelming the darkness. He unleashes a devastating cross-shaped slash of pure energy, slicing through two beasts at once. The attack carves a path of utter destruction. In the aftermath, his lone silhouette stands over the smoking remains of his fallen enemies. With a cold, hardened glare, he internally dares any survivors to come out, promising to finish them all. The forest falls silent as he surveys the field of carnage, the sole victor of an impossible battle. But as he grips his bloodied axe, a thought lingers that he hasn't truly taken care of them all. His face splattered with blood, Jan's golden eyes narrow as he senses one more enemy lurking in the darkness. He cautiously turns toward a strange, stationary presence, questioning why this last beast refuses to approach him. The creature is just writhing in a pit, almost as if it's baiting him into a clumsy trap. He scoffs at its primitive cunning, deciding there's no reason to fight if it won't even make a move. But just as he turns to leave, a familiar smell suddenly drifts through the air, stopping him dead in his tracks. The scent triggers a fleeting memory of a warm, sunlit day, a stark contrast to the bloody carnage around him. His expression immediately twists into one of pure horror as a terrible realization begins to dawn. He clenches his fist, recognizing a smell he could never possibly forget, one that doesn't belong here. It's not just the alchemy classroom, it's the unmistakable scent of the potion from Emma's workshop. And in that single, horrifying moment, Jan understands this attack wasn't random at all. Jan's hand tightens around his blood-soaked sword, trembling with a newfound rage. As his golden eyes lock onto the enemy, burning with cold, murderous intent, he finally stands before the monster responsible for attacking his friend Emma. When his eyes catch on a scrap of red fabric hanging from the beast's monstrous jaws, the horrifying proof confirms his worst fears. It's a piece torn directly from Emma's robe. A crimson aura explodes around him as he condemns the creature to die right here and now. But the monster only seems to mock him, licking its chops in anticipation of the kill. Jan's fury intensifies, his expression twisting into a mask of pure hatred for the beast. It lunges forward, so confident in its power that it looks like it's laughing at him. However, surrounded by the corpses of its pack, Jan simply smirks, promising this fight will not end the way the monster expects. Gripping his bloodied sword, Jan realizes he's facing a high-ranking magical beast unlike any other, but a massive claw, crackling with dark energy, slams down, confirming that one wrong move means instant death. He stares down the terrifying shadow wolf as its immense power radiates in a violent purple aura. The creature strikes with impossible speed, its claws tearing into him in a brutal, one-sided attack. The sheer force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air, completely defenseless against its raw power. He lands hard, shocked that even though he saw the attack coming, his body was far too slow to react. As the monster looms over him for the killing blow, all hope seems completely lost. Yet with a sudden defiant smirk, his crimson aura explodes, manifesting a storm of ethereal swords. The blades of pure energy clash directly against the beast's snapping jaws. His power finally overwhelms it, driving the spectral weapon straight down the monster's throat in a devastating counterattack. Jan brings his aura-clad sword crashing down onto the monstrous wolf's head in a desperate final gambit. The impact is immense as crimson energy clashes violently against the beast's dark, oppressive power. With a defiant roar, he pours every last ounce of his strength into the single, decisive attack. But to his shock, his blade begins to crack against the creature's impossibly tough hide. The monster retaliates instantly, swiping at him with shadowy claws formed from pure malice. Yet his own aura erupts to meet the blow head-on, creating a blinding explosion of force. The sheer power of the clash sends the shadow wolf tumbling backward through the air. Jan watches, battered and bleeding, and mockingly asks if the beast is performing somersaults for him. He then stands his ground, vowing to beat it half to death before handing it over to a mysterious figure known as One. A smug realization dawns on him as he spots the wolf's shattered teeth, revealing a critical weakness he can now exploit. Battered and bleeding, Jan realizes his own body is already failing him from the beast's earlier attacks. He knows with chilling certainty that he won't be able to dodge another one of the creature's impossible high-speed assaults. Suddenly, the shadow wolf lunges forward with a terrifying roar, its form a blur of pure malice. Its spectral claws sharpen, poised to tear him to shreds in a single, decisive strike. The beast's overwhelming speed and stamina completely outclass him, pushing him to his absolute limit. But with a defiant yell, he meets the attack head-on, his own red aura flaring as he desperately parries the blow. He understands the monster has just been toying with him, and that he must end this fight now or die. Then the creature's demeanor shifts as it looms over him, deciding the game is finally over. It opens its jaws and unleashes a devastating beam of pure destructive energy right at him. The blast hits him dead on, sending him flying as his body is racked with unimaginable pain. As Jan lies broken and bleeding, the shadow wolf stands over him, savoring its absolute victory. But something impossible happens as a dark, crackling energy begins to gather in his hand. A haunting vision of this monster's past conquests flashes before his eyes, fueling a desperate resolve. He unleashes a torrential blast of the wolf's own purple energy, catching the beast completely off guard. The sheer force of the uncontrolled power sends him flying back, his body screaming in protest. He slumps against a tree, utterly spent from unleashing an attack far beyond his limits. The enraged shadow wolf, having survived the blast, glares at him with pure, murderous intent. Jan can only lower his head in exhaustion, seemingly out of options and on the verge of death. But in that moment of defeat, his glowing yellow eyes snap open, burning with an unyielding defiance. The beast hesitates, sensing that the broken boy before it has somehow become far more dangerous. Jan realizes the beast is toying with him, just as it did with his friend Emma. Remembering the horrific moment, it ripped her apart under the guise of simply playing. Blood drips from his arm, selling the illusion that he's completely broken. But with a surge of fury, he prepares to turn the tables on the sadistic creature. He suddenly explodes forward, his sword erupting with an overwhelming torrent of blue energy. As a chilling smile spreads across his face, revealing his weakness was nothing but a calculated trap. He taunts the monster for gleefully walking up to him, expecting an easy kill, and screams that the hunter has now become the hunted, promising a far worse fate. With that, he unleashes a single, impossibly powerful slash that tears straight through the shadow wolf. And as the sun rises, the forest falls silent, marking the end of the brutal, one-sided slaughter. He lectures the dying beast that it should have finished its prey instead of toying with them, and sitting on its corpse, Jan coldly declares that the wolf's own arrogance led to its demise. As blue lightning crackles around him, he screams that the beast will remember who killed it, then unleashes a cataclysmic pillar of light, dedicating this final blow to his friend Emma. With eyes burning with pure hatred, he commands the creature to never forget her name. A short distance away, the entire forest shakes from the sheer force of the impact. As a desperate, Leto sprints through the woods, frantically calling out Ian's name. He begs for his friend to be alive, terrified of the overwhelming power he just sensed. Suddenly, a massive explosion of energy tears the landscape apart right before him, and he stares in utter disbelief, questioning if that world-shattering slash could have possibly come from Ian. Leto sprints through the woods, sensing two auras ahead, one of a beast, and the other he prays is Ian. Suddenly, Celine and the other students arrive, desperately searching for their missing friend. The professor grimly informs them that Ian is gone, sending a wave of panic through the group. With a hardened expression, he turns his gaze deeper into the ominous forest. He leads the anxious party forward, determined to uncover the truth in the unsettling silence. A sudden sound makes Celine flinch, her heart pounding with a terrible premonition. Then they find him Ian, sitting atop the colossal beast he somehow managed to slaughter alone. He looks up with a blood-stained, weary smile, wryly commenting on their late arrival. But his attempt at humor is met with horrified silence, as Celine's eyes well with tears. His strength finally fails him, and his body begins to tremble and collapse before their very eyes. Jan's eyes snap open as he remembers waking up not in the blood-soaked forest, but inside the hallowed walls of the temple. Lying in a hospital bed, he recalls being told that Professor Derek carried him here after he finally collapsed from slaying the monstrous beast. He looks down at his heavily bandaged hand, realizing he's lucky to have survived such a desperate battle with only these wounds. But the satisfaction is hollow, as avenging Emma does nothing to wake his friend from her death-like coma. His brooding is suddenly shattered by the arrival of Leto, who is clearly annoyed by his grim monologue. Leto immediately starts scolding him, calling him a complete dumbass for his reckless actions. He furiously accuses Jan of being a lunatic who nearly got himself killed just to act cool in front of a girl. The conversation then turns to the potion Emma had given him, which Jan admits was the only reason he stood a chance against that monster. But Leto presents a devastatingly simple alternative. Why didn't he just give Saria the potion and let them both escape? The obvious oversight leaves Jan utterly speechless, earning him a final sigh from Leto, who calls him a hopeless idiot who needs to think before he acts. Leto reveals that the prodigy Saria Yurdina is now completely smitten with Jan, loitering outside the infirmary every day. Jan can only grimace at the news, assuming her bizarre behavior must be driven by guilt. But their tense conversation is shattered when his friend Celine bursts through the door, shouting his name in relief. She immediately throws herself at him in a desperate hug, overjoyed that he's finally awake after his brutal fight. Leto smirks as Celine clings to Jan, completely lost in her own emotional reunion and oblivious to everyone else. The reunion quickly gets chaotic when she bites his bandaged hand, prompting Leto to ask what they're scheming about. Celine then reveals a shocking detail. Jan is set to receive a massive 70 gold bounty for defeating the monster. This is the first Jan has heard of any reward, leaving him utterly speechless, as Leto quietly excuses himself. Before he can process it, Celine grabs his injured hand in an iron grip, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She begins planning their celebration, completely unaware that her enthusiastic grip is causing him excruciating pain. Celine, oblivious to his pain, excitedly suggests they celebrate with drake meat, leaving Jan to wonder if she's completely lost her mind. Her chaotic energy suddenly vanishes as she looks down and apologizes, claiming she isn't actually mad. But it was all a front, as she grabs him again, her voice cracking as she admits how deeply worried she truly was for him. She buries her face in his chest, her true fears spilling out as she confesses she genuinely thought he had died. Seeing her so vulnerable, Jan's pained expression softens into a gentle and understanding smile. He calmly reassures her that he won't be taken down so easily, patting her head in a comforting gesture. But her relief quickly turns to fury as she demands to know why he constantly risks his life, screaming that his safety is all that matters to her. Jan tries to explain that it's simply his nature to help those in danger, but that's not the answer she wants to hear. She slams her fist against the wall in sheer frustration, shouting that he's completely missing the point of her concern. With a sudden, intense seriousness, she looks him dead in the eye and confesses that he's the most important person in the world to her, a truth she's held since they were children. Stunned by her confession, Jan is left speechless as Celine desperately begs him to take care of himself. But her intense, unwavering gaze reveals a shocking new resolve. She suddenly grabs his collar, her grip trembling as she pulls him closer, and Jan's face flushes red, completely panicking at what she's about to do. Leaning in, she commands him to stay still, closing the distance for a kiss that changes everything. But the intimate moment is shattered by the sudden arrival of his friend, Leto Einstern. Without a second thought, Leto headbutts Celine away from Jan, feeling he had to intervene, though he instantly regrets his violent interruption, horrified by his own actions. Utterly mortified, Celine screams for everyone to forget what they saw and flees the room in shame, leaving Leto to point an accusatory finger at a completely bewildered January. Leto delivers a sharp warning, telling Jan he better watch his back if he plans on getting close to both Saria and Celine. A flustered Jan can only reflect on his friend's words, realizing the world of women is far more complicated than he ever imagined. Looking back now, he knows he should have listened, because his actions ultimately drove a bitter wedge between the two rivals. Meanwhile, out on the academy grounds, Saria becomes the target of cruel whispers and pointing fingers from her peers. Students mock her openly, sneering that the so-called top student actually ran away from the recent monster attack. The insults grow sharper as they claim she's nothing but a fraud compared to the real talent she was with. Powerless to deny it, Saria grits her teeth and accepts the bitter truth she did flee, while Jan was the one who defeated the beasts. She remembers the moment he stood before her in the forest, taking full responsibility for a battle that was hers to fight. He walked away to face the danger in her stead, leaving her reaching out as he went to fight her battle alone, and his only request was for her to keep his heroism a secret from her friends, sealing her reputation as a coward. A frantic flashback reveals Jan being rushed for emergency care after his body completely gave out. Saria is haunted by the memory that because of her, the man she once saw as a rival nearly died. Now, alone and shrouded in her own powerful aura, she desperately questions why he would risk everything for her sake. But as she reflects, a new understanding begins to dawn, something her past self could never have comprehended. She recalls a time when Jan, with a disarming smile, broke through her obsessive training to just be with her. He was the first person she ever felt comfortable around, a realization that now sends a blush creeping up her face. Even when she was harsh or complained, he never judged her, simply looking on with quiet acceptance. His silent support told her that it was okay to not always be perfect, to just be herself. It was then she understood that she had grown to never want to lose him. And in that moment, she finally grasps the feeling that drove him to face those beasts, the same fierce desire she now feels to protect him. She realizes he fought for her not out of pity, but with the simple conviction that friends don't let each other die. With this newfound clarity, she rushes forward with a purpose she's never felt before. She arrives at his door, her resolve hardening as she prepares to face him. Seeing him sitting up in bed, the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place for her. Jan Parius was the very first friend she had ever made in her entire life. But faced with him directly, all her cool determination shatters into a flustered, blushing mess. He simply greets her with a calm smile, telling her he's recovering well and is glad she came. He even jokes about the study books Leto gave him before casually remarking that she hasn't changed a bit. His simple words strike a deep chord, leaving her completely frozen and lost for words. Mistaking her stunned silence for anger, he nervously holds out a gift, completely oblivious to the emotional turmoil he's just caused. He wonders if she's worried about what happened between them, but he smiles, telling her there's absolutely nothing for him to be mad about. Saria explodes with relief, her emotions a complete mess as she confirms he's truly not angry. He calmly tells her not to worry, because it's only natural for friends to help each other out. The word friends hits her like a lightning bolt, a concept she's never truly known until now. Flustered, she quickly changes the subject, explaining the pouch is the reward money from Professor Derek. She holds out the heavy bag, saying the professor wanted him to have it as soon as possible. But when Jan looks inside, he's stunned by the mountain of gold, an amount far too large to be a simple reward. He eyes her suspiciously, asking if she secretly added her own money to the bag. He then tries to hand some back, firmly stating that her life is not something that can be bought with gold. Saria suddenly blushes, realizing their hands are still touching from the previous exchange. Jan holds her wrist firmly, his calm demeanor making the moment even more intense for the flustered prodigy. But their private exchange is completely shattered when Celine Haster bursts through the door with a cheerful greeting. The room freezes as the two are caught completely off guard by the sudden and energetic intrusion. Celine's bright smile instantly vanishes as she finally registers the incredibly awkward atmosphere she just walked into. She stammers a clumsy apology, trying to salvage the situation by asking about his health, but it's far too late. Jan is left completely speechless, caught in the middle of the escalating social disaster. Suddenly, Celine is sent sprawling to the floor by an unseen force, leaving Jan shocked and confused. A closer look reveals it was Saria who shoved her, her jealousy and frustration boiling over in a single push. Trying to play it cool, the prodigy announces she's leaving for training, desperately escaping the chaos she just created. Left alone with Jan, Celine fumes over Saria's audacity, wondering how she could be so rude after putting him here herself. Jan quickly tries to de-escalate the situation, pleading with his friend to just forget about her. But Celine's anger instantly flips to a menacing cheerfulness as she leans in close, already planning their victory meal. The chaotic moment forces Jan to recall a friend's cryptic advice about the unfathomable complexity of women. Meanwhile, Saria stomps away from the infirmary, her mind consumed with a single thought: training as soon as she possibly can. Her solitary walk doesn't go unnoticed, however, as two figures watch her from a distance with cold contempt. One of them, a smug swordsman, declares her an eyesore and immediately begins plotting to crush her completely. He sneers at her fall from grace, calling her a disgrace to the nobility for abandoning her friends in a moment of weakness. His mind is already racing, searching for any weakness he can exploit to ensure her utter destruction. But a powerful senior calmly cuts in, delivering a chilling warning that messing with the Yerdina family is a fatal mistake. The senior's warning is cut short as a mysterious hooded figure emerges from the shadows, commenting on their interesting conversation. This newcomer offers to share a dark secret about Saria Yerdina, a piece of information that could change everything. The younger plotter explodes in anger at the intrusion but is immediately held back by his senior. Intrigued by the bold offer, the senior smirks and invites the stranger to finally share what they know. The figure pulls back their hood, revealing a student with an unnerving smile and piercing green eyes. With a sinister grin, he whispers that his secret concerns the one thing Saria can't escape, her own birth. A powerful green aura erupts around him as he guarantees them complete immunity from the Yurdina family's wrath. Meanwhile, Leto walks down a sterile hospital corridor, his steps heavy with a terrible burden. He stands over Emma's bed, looking at the friend he tragically failed to protect. A wave of crushing guilt washes over him as he realizes he could have prevented all of this if he had just believed the warning in that letter. Leto's hand trembles as he realizes the mysterious letter's warnings are all coming true, and he rereads the chilling prophecy of an even stronger monster appearing at the hunting festival. Overwhelmed, he knows he can't face this threat alone and decides he must seek help. But his train of thought is suddenly broken when a powerful figure mistakenly calls him by another name. He turns to see the saintess herself, who seems to think he's John, the very person he needed to find. He asks about Emma's condition, only to receive the grim news that while she can be kept alive, a full recovery is impossible. Desperate, Leto recalls her promise of a miraculous cure in exchange for a valuable offering, and she reveals the price for this miracle, an object of immense divine or magical power. This is an impossible task for Emma's weeping father, a simple commoner with no way to acquire such a treasure. Hearing this, Leto clenches his fist, a silent vow forming in his mind to get that offering no matter the cost. Leto desperately suggests hunting a high-ranking magical beast as an offering for the miracle, but the saintess coldly informs him that a mere 70 gold monster won't be nearly enough. She then clarifies that while a young one is worthless, a fully grown adult of that terrifying species might suffice. With a new, impossibly dangerous goal set, Leto turns to leave the infirmary. The saintess calmly tells him to watch over Emma, certain a miracle is on its way, placing all the pressure on his shoulders. As he walks, his mind races back to the mysterious warning letter, wondering if the monster it mentioned could be the key. But he knows he stands no chance against such a creature alone, and decides he must seek help from the professor. With his mind made up, he sprints through the academy halls with renewed purpose. He bursts through the door without knocking, shouting for the professor in a panic. Inside, Professor Derek simply turns, surprised to see him up and about, and asks what's wrong. Desperate for answers, Leto asks his professor if he could handle a beast stronger than the shadow wolves they faced before. But the professor calmly shuts him down, insisting that a creature of that power level simply will not appear. Leto frantically reminds him that the last attack came from nowhere, so there's no guarantee of safety. Yet the professor remains unfazed, stating the probability of such an event in the southern forest is astronomically low. He explains that the Empire carefully purges magical energy to stop powerful beasts from ever spawning near civilization. However, the southern forest was deliberately left wild for one single purpose: the hunting festival. This festival is secretly a population control measure, designed to cull the beasts before any can evolve into a true threat. But Leto's voice cracks with desperation as he asks what would happen if a strong one did manage to survive. The professor claims it's impossible, since their overwhelming presence and lust for battle would instantly give them away. Unless, he concludes with a clenched fist, it possessed a special ability to hide itself, confirming the exact nightmare scenario Leto was afraid of. The professor callously dismisses Leto's fears, declaring the festival is meant to be a competition to hunt the strongest beasts. Leto furiously questions if the academy simply doesn't care about student lives, but the professor coldly retorts that they cannot intervene to improve their abilities. He even claims that overcoming life-threatening crises is one of the festival's main objectives, leaving Leto to grimly accept their stance. With chilling clarity, Leto realizes the academy will do absolutely nothing until it's too late. He now understands that if he wants to save his friend, he'll have to handle this impossible hunt all by himself. Elsewhere in the academy, the prodigy Saria Yurdina storms through the halls, her very presence demanding attention. But her every move is being watched by students who mock her from the sidelines, calling her the rude one. She walks past them with cold indifference, even as the taunts begin to escalate once more. One of the students smirks, ready to deliver a verbal blow meant to shatter her composure. He cruelly brings up her hidden past, questioning if she's the one who grew up without a mother, striking a nerve she thought was long buried. Saria tries to walk past the bullies with cold indifference, her patience clearly wearing thin. But the blonde student blocks her path, getting right in her face with a mocking grin. The targeted insult strikes a nerve, and her eyes flash with cold fury. She quickly suppresses her anger, deciding they aren't worth wasting her energy on. Her silence only eggs him on, as he taunts her to keep ignoring him like she always does. Then, he physically shoves her shoulder as he walks past, escalating the conflict. With a final jeer about the brilliant Yurdina, he slams his body into hers, knocking the plate from her hands. The meal crashes to the floor with a loud, shattering sound. As she looks down at the mess, his friends erupt in laughter, enjoying her public humiliation. But in that moment, all her restraint breaks, and her face contorts with absolute, murderous rage. While Seria's rage boils over, life at the Grand Theon Academy continues on, completely unaware of the coming storm. A young man named Jan Perius walks the halls, finally free from the infirmary and thinking only of his next meal. But his friend quickly approaches, recounting the shocking incident where Seria was just publicly humiliated. He warns Jan that this is no small matter. They're talking about the untouchable Yurdina family. Meanwhile, the arrogant bully who started it all just scoffs, spreading a cruel rumor that Seria is a family disgrace because of her commoner blood. As his friends wonder who would be foolish enough to defend her, one of them recalls the name of an infamous senior, Jan Perius. His friend lights up, confirming that's exactly the guy they were thinking of. At that very instant, far across campus, Jan suddenly flinches as a strange chill runs down his spine. A dangerous red aura flares to life as he whirls around, sensing a threat he can't possibly see. His friend is startled by the sudden shift, but Jan can only stammer that it was nothing, completely unaware of the chilling premonition he just experienced. Leto nervously tries to make small talk as he's cornered by his friends. But in an instant, they abandon him, fleeing at top speed down the hall. Before he can even process their betrayal, a hand clamps down on his shoulder as Jan asks for a private word. A terrifying aura flares to life as Jan leans in with a predatory grin, promising he has a lot of questions. Later, a desperate Leto is seen fumbling with a door handle, trapped by an unknown fate. Back in class, he complains about the uselessness of their studies, while Jan sits beside him, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Suddenly, Jan slides a document across the desk, telling him to take a look. Leto glances up, completely unaware of the bombshell he's about to witness. His calm shatters into disbelief as he reads the paper, his mind reeling from the impossible information. The article details a magical beast incident, and the name at the center of it all is a third-year student named Jan Perius. The academy is buzzing with news of Jan Perius, who single-handedly defeated a horde of high-ranking magical beasts in the southern forest. His power is undeniable, a crackling blue aura that marks him as a warrior far beyond his supposed rank. Meanwhile, the academy's top student, Seria Yurdina, finds her reputation in tatters, accused of abandoning her friend in a moment of crisis. Jan reads the report in disbelief, realizing the entire story has been twisted to slander Seria while elevating him into a hero. A dark smile crosses his face as he understands the cold truth. This fabricated narrative is simply a better story for the masses. After all, the tale of an arrogant noble fleeing while a humble hero stands his ground is the kind of gossip that spreads like wildfire. But his amusement quickly fades into concern as he asks who could have written such a damaging article, knowing he can't let this stand. Leto, however, seems to misunderstand, trying to warn Jan off from pursuing some high and mighty princess who looks down on commoners. He dismisses Jan's worries about the article as a lost cause, telling him to just treat it as a funny story and move on. Jan's expression hardens as he rejects this, recognizing the dangerous rumors are a direct attack on Seria that he absolutely cannot ignore. Leto explains that it all started with a student named Teen insulting Seria, and now similar rumors are spreading like wildfire. He tries to reassure Jan, claiming he's already scolded the culprits and they'll likely stay quiet now. But Jan's mind is already racing, piecing together that the gossipers are second years, just like Seria. A dark premonition washes over him as he realizes Teen's third years are now working with the second years, hinting at a larger conspiracy. He theorizes that with such coordinated harassment, there must be a mastermind manipulating public opinion from the shadows. Jan immediately dismisses the idea that a simple delinquent from a frontier kingdom could have this much influence. The true enemy, he concludes, must be someone with a vast information network, capable of uncovering secrets about Seria's very lineage. His fist clenches with cold fury as he realizes what must be done. To find the real puppet master, his first move is to utterly destroy Teen and his entourage for information. And with that dark resolve, he moves out to begin his hunt. Jan finally tracks down Seria, her back turned to the world as if carrying a heavy burden. He rushes over, his voice laced with concern, asking what could have possibly happened to her. But a dangerous glint in his glowing eye reveals he senses a far darker atmosphere at play. Seria spins around, her face a mask of humiliation and simmering rage from an unseen assault. All she wanted was to eat in the cafeteria, but the entire hall has become hostile territory. Nearby, two students openly mock her, sneering that she should be too ashamed to ever show her face again. Their venomous whispers then target her family, cruelly attacking her for her mother's low-class origins. The insults escalate into baseless rumors, questioning her very parentage and dismissing her as a street urchin. Having absorbed all the poison she can take, Syria's patience shatters as she clenches her fist, ready for a confrontation. But as she steps forward, the bullies simply scoff at her fury, completely unaware they've just provoked the Academy's fallen prodigy. The lead bully smirks, cruelly twisting the knife by mocking her low-class background, which clearly hits a nerve. Syria's eyes blaze with a furious blue light as she vows she will not forgive this public degradation. With a burst of speed, she lunges forward, aiming to silence her tormentors once and for all. But suddenly, a strange golden energy erupts from the ground, binding her feet in place. The mysterious dig magic surges, completely trapping the Academy's fallen prodigy in an invisible hold. She realizes with dawning horror that her center of gravity has been stolen, rendering her utterly powerless. As she struggles against her magical chains, another, more sinister power ripples through the air. Her bullies watch from afar, laughing maniacally at the spectacle of her complete and utter helplessness. Then, in a final act of humiliation, a dark liquid is poured directly over her head, staining her silver hair. Jan appears with an empty bottle, pretending to have tripped while his cold eyes betray a much darker intention. He reflects that this was no accident, but a meticulously laid magic trap that shouldn't even exist. His friends realize with dawning horror that this entire public spectacle was prepared specifically for her. The Academy's former prodigy is left kneeling in a puddle, completely broken by the ambush. She reveals she held back her true power, knowing that fighting back would only bring ruin upon her family. But her friend furiously reminds her that she had every reason to defend herself against their vile insults. She explains that the feigned accident gave her bullies the perfect alibi, leaving her with no way to fight back. The crushing weight of her own powerlessness finally breaks her spirit, and she collapses into tears. All the while, Jan watches her emotional breakdown with a cold, calculating silence. After a moment, she wipes away her tears, trying to convince him and herself that she feels better now. She declares that she'll be okay because he's on her side, completely oblivious to the monster who orchestrated it all. Jan's cold facade finally cracks, revealing the simmering rage he feels about Syria's humiliation. He immediately seeks out the group of arrogant nobles responsible for her breakdown. One of them mockingly asks his friend if he also took part in tormenting the fallen prodigy. The other brags about the luxurious shower he gave her, only to be interrupted by a sudden presence. It's Jan, and his unexpected arrival immediately puts the entire group on high alert. With chilling intensity and glowing eyes, he demands to know how they learned Syria's private secrets. The lead bully scoffs at the question, arrogantly refusing to reveal his source of information. But before he can even finish his taunt, Jan's patience completely runs out. In a blinding flash, a devastating punch sends the noble crashing to the ground. The defeated bully screams from the dirt, threatening to utterly destroy Jan's entire family for his defiance. But threats mean nothing to Jan as he grips his wooden sword, which begins to glow with a menacing red aura. With a savage grin, he unleashes a brutal swing that sends the first crony flying backward. The muscular bully is launched helplessly through the air by the sheer force of the blow. His terrified friend screams that Jan is a madman, but his cold, glowing eyes are already locked on. Another devastating strike sends the second bully soaring into the sky in a completely one-sided beatdown. Jan stands completely unfazed over their broken bodies, having dismantled the group in mere seconds. He calmly admits to himself that he never expected them to confess so easily anyway. Instead, his chilling plan is to simply beat them into submission until they are forced to apologize. He assesses the situation, deducing that since the magic user is down, only swordsmen remain. This leaves just one final target, Teen, a top-ranked third year who will be much harder to break. With his eyes glowing, Jan decides to simply deal with the bullies in front of him first. Thinking they have the advantage, the last three swordsmen foolishly charge forward all at once. But Jan is utterly confident, knowing his recently improved skills will make this fight completely one-sided. He instantly closes the distance and sends the first attacker flying with a devastating kick. The next bully freezes in shock as Jan's wooden sword appears at his throat out of nowhere. With a furious roar, he unleashes another overwhelmingly powerful strike. The sword connects with blinding speed, smashing through the student's pathetic defense. As the second swordsman falls, Jan coldly notes there are only two more to go. But just as he prepares to finish the job, his cold focus is suddenly shattered. He whips around in genuine surprise, as the situation has just taken a turn he never predicted. The last two bullies leap at Jan simultaneously, screaming for his death. but with a single wooden sword, he effortlessly blocks both of their strikes at once. A furious roar escapes his lips as a crimson aura begins to swell around him. He pivots with impossible speed, unleashing a devastating counterattack. The blow connects with terrifying force, completely shattering the bully's guard. His opponent can only let out a pained cry as the sword smashes into his head. The third attacker is sent flying, his body limp from the overwhelming impact. Jan raises his blade again, its edge gleaming with a deadly light. His glowing eyes lock onto the final target, promising a brutal end to this fight. Reflected in the sword, the last bully's face is a mask of pure terror, realizing he never stood a chance. With the others already broken, Jan calmly declares that only one bully remains. But the final opponent, Teen Eitri, stares back with pure defiance, completely unintimidated. Jan's glowing eyes narrow as he locks onto his target, his voice a low, chilling promise. Teen, however, simply readies his stance, his expression hardening for the coming battle. He demands to know how Jan's skills could have improved so impossibly fast. With a mocking smirk, he accuses Jan of using a miracle drug from Saria Yerdina, his own sword igniting with a brilliant golden aura. Jan questions how he knew about their secret training, but Teen coolly replies that he's been watching him for a while. After all, he roars, anyone who can defeat a Yerdina twice is a target worth fighting. With a powerful lunge, Teen unleashes a devastating, aura-infused strike meant to end the fight instantly. But the attack is shattered with casual indifference, Jan's simple block proving this was a completely one-sided fight from the very beginning. Jan groans as he's pushed back by an invisible force, but his opponent, Teen, grits his teeth and pours even more golden energy into his attack. The raw power sends Jan flying across the training ground, completely on the defensive. With a confident smirk, Teen declares that while Jan's skills have improved, his magic is still pathetic. Jan realizes the horrifying truth. He can read every move, but he's about to lose against this overwhelming aura. Teen unleashes his full power, a blinding storm of golden light erupting from his sword. The entire arena is consumed by the cataclysmic blast, a terrifying display of raw energy. Jan desperately raises his sword, barely deflecting the massive wave of destruction heading his way. He's forced to a knee, skidding across the ground from the sheer, unrelenting pressure. But seeing him still standing, Teen can only offer a grudging compliment for his opponent's incredible toughness. Teen taunts that running won't lead to victory, but Jan stands firm, shrouded in a menacing purple aura. With cold fury in his eyes, Jan vows to shut his opponent's mouth once and for all. His rival simply smirks, arrogantly challenging him to try and promising to accept defeat like a man. He boasts about the honor of a fair fight, a claim that Jan scoffs at with utter disdain. Jan's eyes glow as he calls out the hypocrisy, reminding him that he only bullies Saria because he could never beat her. Enraged by the truth, Teen explodes forward, his golden aura flaring with overwhelming power. A blinding slash descends from above, but in a shocking twist, Jan perfectly parries the devastating attack. Then, in a blur of impossible motion, Jan completely vanishes from sight. Teen is left stunned, unable to comprehend the inhuman speed that put Jan right behind him. But instead of answering, his opponent's expression shifts as he brings up the mystery of Jan's first fight with Saria. Jan is accused of bending reality itself to dodge an attack that should have been impossible. He's left sweating and confused, wondering if this inhuman power is a remnant of his possession. But his opponent accuses him of using spatial steps, a legendary technique only a true master could ever hope to wield. The mention of steps and feet makes Jan pause, his mind racing as he glances down. He takes a closer look at his surroundings, suddenly realizing the ground is soft and unstable. A glint of understanding flashes in his eye as a plan begins to form. He sees that their entire fight has gouged and torn the earth beneath them apart. In that moment, he realizes this broken battlefield is his one and only path to victory. His rival, however, grows fascinated by this mysterious technique and presses his attack with renewed vigor. Teen then unleashes a massive wave of golden energy, challenging him to dodge yet another ultimate attack. But Jan doesn't dodge. Instead, he stands his ground, feigning weakness against the overwhelming power. He tightens his grip, knowing his entire plan hinges on waiting for the perfect moment. His opponent smirks, his golden aura flaring as he mocks Jan's apparent hesitation. Though panting and seemingly exhausted, Jan's mind is clear, thinking he just needs to draw him in closer. Filled with arrogance, Teen roars that he'll finish it now and charges forward for the final blow. He takes a powerful step forward, pouring all of his energy into this one decisive attack. But just as he commits, his foot sinks deep into the soft, torn-up earth, completely shattering his balance. In that split second of vulnerability, Jan's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he prepares his counter. He unleashes a devastating slash of pure blue energy that completely overwhelms the golden aura. The secret wasn't some legendary technique, but perfect footwork on the only stable ground left. Teen stumbles back in utter disbelief, realizing he just withstood the attack of a true monster. A pained scream erupts from his lips as the sheer force sends him reeling across the arena. He crashes to the ground, utterly defeated, but Jan isn't finished with him yet. In a flash, he grabs the downed student by the throat, hoisting him up with terrifying ease. His grip tightens, coldly ordering his opponent to stop his pathetic rambling. With eyes burning red with fury, Jan roars for him to finally shut up. Teen can only stare in absolute shock, completely paralyzed by this overwhelming murderous intent. Jan's fist pulls back, his eyes now glowing a menacing yellow as a dark red aura envelops him. He unleashes a devastating punch that smashes directly into Teen's face. Looking down at the broken bully, Jan's rage is palpable, furious at cowards who target others behind their backs. Jan grabs his weapon, his crimson aura flaring as he declares that scum like this deserves no mercy. With burning yellow eyes, he roars that his opponent needs to be smashed into a pulp for what he's done. After the brutal beatdown is over, he finally stands over the unconscious bully, relishing the sudden peace and quiet. But his calm is shattered when the other accomplice starts screaming about his noble status, enraged that a commoner would dare to touch him. The fool even tries to offer a deal, only to be cut short as Jan raises his weapon to strike him down too. The bully's arrogance instantly vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror as he realizes the monster he's provoked. Jan glares down at him, coldly asking if he also wants to be beaten into nothing. He then grabs the terrified student by the collar, demanding to know the source of the information used against Saria. In a panic, the boy confesses that a mysterious girl with green hair was the one who told them everything. The mention of green hair stops Jan in his tracks, as he tries to unravel the identity of this new player moving in the shadows. Even his own friend isn't safe from the interrogation, as Leto frantically claims he knows nothing more about Sirius' mother. He swears on his life that this is all the information he has, his voice trembling before the monstrous presence. Unimpressed, Jan takes a slow step back, his silence more terrifying than any threat. He looms over his friend, whose entire body shakes with pure, unadulterated fear. Realizing he'll get nothing more, Jan coldly warns him that there won't be a next time. His mind flashes back to the moment he left, Teen broken on the ground, believing the public humiliation would keep Saria safe for a while. But his thoughts immediately darken, focusing on the real enemy, the scum who spread the rumors in the first place. His hand tightens into a fist, brimming with an unquenchable rage. With his eyes glowing with a terrifying resolve, Jan vows to hunt down and completely crush the source of Saria's pain. Meanwhile, across the academy grounds, Celine searches for him, worriedly noting that he's nowhere to be found. Saria watches the distant duel, her heart sinking as she wonders if something terrible has happened to January. A horrifying thought grips her, that he recklessly went to avenge her public humiliation. Suddenly, her mind is thrown back in time to the cruel taunts that scarred her childhood, branding her an orphan. She remembers turning to face her tormentors, their smug faces forever etched into her memory. They mocked her mercilessly, sneering that she had no mother she could even cry to. A deep, powerless rage began to boil within the young girl as she endured their venomous words. Her hand instinctively gripped her sword, desperately trying to control the simmering fury. But she was trapped by her status, knowing there was nothing she could do but swallow their poison. Her bullies only laughed at her ferocious glare, reveling in the pain they were causing. The memory fades, leaving Saria haunted by the same old wounds, feeling just as helpless now as she did all those years ago. A battered but resolute teen steps forward, silencing the bullies with a single, sharp command. The tormentors turn in confusion, completely baffled by his sudden interference. He warns them to back away unless they want to share his fate, his glowing eyes promising a world of pain. His raw threat immediately shatters their confidence as they stammer that it was all just a misunderstanding. But the girls are cut off, realizing there's no room for excuses in the face of this kind of menace. Teen grimly explains that the monster known as Jan Piraeus did this to him without giving him a chance to even speak. He reveals that Jan didn't just target him, but viciously dismantled his entire crew in a one-sided beatdown. The full weight of his warning crashes down, leaving the two girls trembling in absolute terror. Overwhelmed by the public humiliation, Saria finally snaps, screaming at the gawking crowd to look away. But as the scene dissolves into chaos, Teen's voice cuts through it all, uttering a single name, Saria Yurdina. In a shocking turn of events, Teen and his crew bow deeply before Saria, offering a formal public apology. A bewildered Saria tells him this level of public humiliation was completely unnecessary. But Teen, radiating a dark intent despite his injuries, reveals there is a very specific reason for this spectacle. He explains it's better for his reputation that everyone believes a crazy guy took them down, preserving his own image. Teen then coldly admits he still despises her for her strength and powerful backing. However, he begrudgingly concedes that securing an overwhelmingly powerful ally is a skill he can't ignore. With a final glance, he tells her to make sure Jan hears about his formal surrender today. Watching from the sidelines, Jan realizes his rival is far more cunning than he ever gave him credit for. Suddenly, Siria's eyes widen in shock as her attention is caught by a new disturbance. It's the very girls who plotted against her, now bowing in terror and begging for forgiveness. Siria watches as her former bullies bow in utter submission, a sight she never thought possible. She realizes that without Jan's terrifying intervention, she would have simply endured their torment forever. But clenching her fist, she understands she can't keep relying on his power to fight her battles. With a fire ignited in her eyes, she vows that next time, she will be the one to handle things on her own. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, an injured Jan is confronted by the Saintess, who coldly asks if he enjoys hurting himself. She reveals she knows everything, questioning him about the rumor that he brutally beat up 8 people yesterday. As he stammers for an answer, she explains she only intervened because of his reasons for the fight. She warns him that if not for her, the powerful Ranella family would have already made a huge problem out of the incident. The name sends a jolt of panic through Jan as the Saintess confirms the Count was extremely displeased with his actions. Wiping the blood from his lip, Jan knows that while his rival may have complied for now, he is surely scheming a far deadlier revenge. Jan worries that even though he explained his actions, his powerful new enemies will still bring pressure down on his family. But the Saintess reassures him with a gentle smile, claiming the heavens always protect the righteous. She then reveals she was also repaying a favor from last time, leaving Jan completely baffled. Dismissing his confusion, she casually calls him by the name Emmanuel before turning to leave. The strange name sends a jolt through Jan, who has absolutely no idea why she would call him that. Alone in the infirmary, he curses the damned evil spirit that possessed him, realizing it must be connected to this mystery. He desperately tries to piece together his missing week of memory, wondering what other chaos the spirit caused in his body. He knows the Saintess is a seraphic being far beyond his station, someone he should have never even met. This makes him realize her intervention wasn't simple kindness. Whatever favor she owed him must have been immense. Suddenly, his friend Celine bursts through the door, demanding to know if the rumors are true that he really beat down Teen's entire gang. She grabs him, frantic about his injuries, but he's just confused why she always tackles him. Her concern quickly turns to anger, as she demands to know why he constantly sacrifices himself for Saria. With a calm smile, Jan completely dismisses her accusation. He then reminds her of his promise, saying he would do the same for her without a second thought. His words trigger a shared memory, a flash of a past moment between them. Celine is stunned, realizing with a soft smile that he actually remembers that day. He looks her in the eye, confirming that a promise like that is something he could never forget. His mind then flashes back to a dark time when nobles schemed to take her family's land. He vividly recalls finding his best friend completely broken and crying all alone in a garden. And it was in that moment he made a solemn vow to always protect her, no matter the cost. Jan embraces Celine, promising to protect her like she's his little sister. But his words completely backfire as she freezes in pure, unadulterated rage over the comparison. She immediately stomps down hard on his foot in a burst of frustration. Furious, Celine yells at him for completely ruining their intimate moment with such a foolish comment. While Jan is left utterly confused by her outburst, she dismisses him as a total idiot, unable to explain her feelings. Shifting gears, Celine declares they must resolve Saria's problems, so Jan finally loses all interest in her. She explains that the public humiliation has escalated, with people now openly bad-mouthing the fallen prodigy right to her face. And it's not just random bullies, but a coordinated attack from powerful figures who have no personal grudge against her. Celine confirms these are high-ranking nobles with vast networks, echoing what Leto had already suspected. When Jan asks who could be pulling the strings, she reveals the chilling truth. A shadowy mastermind is controlling Teen's entire group. Jan rules out the first years, realizing they have no connection to Saria at all, which logically points to a powerful fourth-year student pulling the strings from the shadows. So Celine suggests using Leto and his vast network of connections to hunt down this hidden enemy. Jan recalls the key clues. A fourth year from a high-ranking noble family and the mysterious green-haired informant who started it all. With the suspects narrowed, his resolve hardens, now solely focused on unmasking the true villain. Sometime later, a quiet footstep echoes through the desolate infirmary hallway, where a pensive Leto feels an unexpected loneliness as he finally departs from the sickbeds. But his eyes suddenly widen in shock as he spots an unexpected figure waiting for him. Standing before him is Emma's father, his face etched with the weariness of the recent tragedy. The man then bows deeply, addressing Leto with a formal respect that catches the young noble completely off guard. Leto grits his teeth and asks about Emma's grave condition, and her father clenches his fist in despair, revealing the doctors can only keep her alive. Leto tries to comfort the broken man, insisting that a miracle is still possible, but the father only thanks him for taking down the beast that nearly killed his daughter. Leto humbly dismisses the praise, claiming he only fought back because the monster attacked him first, and though the father apologizes for his forwardness, the weight of his gratitude is clear. As the man departs, Leto's resolve hardens, vowing to save Emma no matter the cost. But as night falls over the academy, another plan is already in motion. Back in the infirmary, Jan recalls their strategy, banking on Leto's vast connections to hunt their hidden enemy. Trusting his friend's resourcefulness, he's certain they just need to wait for Leto to unmask the true culprit behind it all. Deep in the forest, Leto finds the academy's fallen prodigy, Saria, pushing herself to her absolute limits. He knew she'd be training, but what he senses now is a completely different level of power. The aura she's projecting is unbelievably refined, a clear sign of a massive breakthrough. Her sword technique is flawless, cutting through the air with a speed and precision he's never seen from her. Leto is left stunned, questioning how he ever managed to defeat someone with this much latent potential. Noticing him, a flustered Saria awkwardly asks how he's been, trying to hide her exhaustion. But her calm facade breaks as she suddenly confesses she hasn't been well at all without him. The weight of her own vulnerable words seems to catch her completely off guard. Embarrassed, she quickly tries to deflect the conversation by asking about his own well-being. Yet Leto avoids the personal question, instead focusing on the incredible power she just displayed, a technique that was nothing short of breathtaking. Saria explains the legendary sword technique of her family, a power so immense it creates countless phantom blades from a single strike. But she quickly stumbles over her words, nervously assuring him that he's already plenty strong on his own. Leto, however, smirks with an almost unnerving confidence, smugly agreeing that she's definitely not wrong. Later that night under a full moon, she apologizes for her awkwardness, but he casually brushes it off. He privately notes her newfound empathy, a small but critical sign that the once arrogant prodigy is finally starting to change. Shifting the topic, Saria timidly thanks him for dealing with the bullies who humiliated her the day before. He suddenly grabs her hands with surprising firmness, insisting that helping each other is only natural. With a chillingly gentle smile, he asks if they aren't friends, sealing their complicated and dangerous pact. The unexpected intimacy and his direct words leave the former top student completely flustered. As steam practically rises from her head, she realizes this strange, new connection might not be so bad after all. Saria stammers, trying to regain her composure after their intense conversation, and with newfound resolve, she declares she must solve her own problems, leaving Leto baffled by her sudden shift in attitude. He awkwardly offers his help anyway, trying to maintain the strange pact they've just formed, but she quickly changes the subject, suggesting they finally begin their promised training. The moment they start, Saria unleashes a powerful and surprisingly stable blue aura that fills the clearing. Leto watches her form, realizing her control has improved dramatically, but then he notices something impossible. A shocking possibility dawns on him as he stares at the swirling energy emanating from her. He's forced to ask if her aura's color has somehow changed, a phenomenon unheard of for an expert like her. She casually confirms it, completely unaware that she's just displayed a massive leap in power. Leto can only stare in disbelief, recognizing that her once light blue aura has evolved into a deeper, more potent shade, signaling a terrifying growth in her potential. Leto knows an aura's color only changes when something alters a person's very essence. But Saria seems completely oblivious, claiming nothing feels different for her at all. He probes deeper, asking if this transformation has something to do with her mother, striking a raw nerve. She tries to brush it off as ancient history, but Leto can tell it's far from over. With a heavy heart, she finally reveals the truth started when she was 6, the day her mother was exiled from the family. In a painful memory, her mother begged on her knees, only to be coldly dismissed by her own father. As a horrified child, she could only watch as her mother was brutally cut down by the family's knights. Her mother reached for her one last time, but little Saria was too terrified to do anything but turn away. And in that moment of abandonment, her own half-sister stood beside her to deliver a chilling warning. A young Delphine coldly promised that if Saria couldn't prove her use, she would suffer the exact same fate. Saria finally finishes her tragic story, revealing she devoted her life to the sword simply to prove her worth. Leto connects the dots, realizing her ultimate goal is to defeat her sister and usurp the title of family heir. But Saria quietly corrects him, admitting that was only her motivation at the start. With hardened resolve, she now fights only to prove to herself that she is no longer weak. She looks to Leto for support, telling him she's not worried anymore now that he's by her side. Hearing this, Leto is moved beyond words and declares he'll do whatever it takes to help her win the hunting festival. Syria is shocked, as beating Delphine, the Academy's strongest student, in a duel seems utterly impossible. But Leto grins with confidence, revealing that since the festival is a team event, they can find another way to win. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Saraya's enemies whisper that her sister is confirmed to be participating, and Delphine herself vows that the humiliation was just a greeting, promising to truly destroy her sister this time. After another grueling training session, a moment of peace seems to settle in. A grateful Syria thanks Jan, who is already shifting his focus back to the dangerous conspiracy he must unravel. But just as he tries to slip away, Syria desperately calls out for him to wait. She nervously grabs his sleeve, unwilling to let him go just yet. With a blush, she shyly asks if he'd like to join her for breakfast. Jan agrees, only to be interrupted by a voice mockingly calling him a useless senior. Suddenly, his loyal friend Celine appears, challenging whoever dared to insult her senpai. Jan's eyes flash with a cold, terrifying light, the friendly atmosphere instantly vanishing. Celine immediately freezes, stammering an apology as she realizes her grave mistake. With a deeply unsettling smile, Jan ominously asks if she still plans on eating with them. Celine cheerfully grabs Jan's arm, insisting they go to breakfast together, just like they always do. But a confused Jan pulls away, questioning when they had ever eaten together in the first place. Seeing the awkward tension build, Syria quietly lets go of his sleeve. Jan tries to de-escalate the situation, but the air is already thick with an unspoken rivalry. Meanwhile, a pair of onlookers spot the drama, eagerly anticipating the conflict about to unfold. Celine finally recognizes the girl who invited Jan, her tone dripping with disdain as she names Saria Yurdina. A possessive, fiery aura suddenly erupts around her as she demands to know what Syria wants with her Jan. But the once broken prodigy glares back, her own power flaring as she coldly orders Celine to let go of his arm. Celine scoffs at her audacity, condescendingly asking who she thinks she is to make such a demand. She then delivers a cruel final blow, claiming Jan only pities Syria for being a pathetic, friendless loser. But Syria's timid facade shatters as she directly accuses Celine of being one of the cowards who talked behind her back. Celine scoffs at the accusation, retorting that Syria's ugly inferiority complex is on full display for everyone to see. Unfazed, Syria ignores the insult and zeroes in on the cruelest jab, recalling Celine's claim that Jan only pities her. She then delivers a shocking counter, declaring that she'll gladly stay pathetic if it means she can be with him all the time. The twisted declaration leaves Celine completely speechless, her hand instinctively gripping her sword hilt in pure rage. Reading the killing intent, Syria's eyes blaze with newfound power as she dares Celine to draw her weapon, promising an all-out fight. Just as their auras are about to clash, a powerful shout erupts, cutting through the suffocating tension. Jan, tired of being their prize, steps between them and coldly demands that both girls leave him alone for a while. His unexpected rejection leaves both rivals completely stunned into silence, their fight instantly extinguished. Later, Jan tries to cool his head with Leto, clearly exhausted by the drama and the two women now vying for his attention. Jan vents to Leto about the explosive confrontation, explaining how he lost his temper after Syria and Celine started acting strange. But Leto just smirks, mockingly commenting on how tough Jan's life must be with two beautiful girls fighting over him. When Leto mentions that this situation must be complicated for Celine, who suddenly has a rival, Jan is left genuinely confused. Leto sighs at his friend's complete cluelessness, while Jan retorts that Leto started this pointless conversation in the first place. Shifting to a more serious topic, Leto updates Jan on the investigation, admitting it's taking longer than expected, even with all his connections. The mood suddenly darkens as Jan stares off into the distance, preparing to ask a question that will change everything. He asks Leto with dead seriousness if he believes it's possible to receive a letter from the future. Leto is completely thrown off by the bizarre question, prompting Jan to decide that showing is better than telling. With a grave expression, he tells his friend to look closely at what he's about to reveal. Jan then holds up a seemingly empty space, showing Leto an object that is completely invisible to his eyes. Jan gravely declares the letter he holds is from the future, but Leto just scoffs at the insane claim. To Leto's shock, he can't even touch the letter, as there's seemingly nothing there at all. His hand passes right through the phantom parchment, revealing ancient text that shouldn't exist. Jan desperately explains this letter is how he knew about Emma's accident and stopped the last monster attack. He then reveals its next dire warning. A powerful beast will crash the upcoming hunting festival. But Leto completely misunderstands, assuming he's just talking about the strong fourth-year opponents. With growing panic, Jan clarifies that a literal monster, an unprecedented threat, is coming for them all. Leto remains oblivious, questioning why Jan is stating the obvious about the festival's existence. A chilling realization hits Jan as he wonders if the letter's critical information is being magically blocked. Defeated, he can only sigh as his friend remains completely unaware of the impending doom. Leto finally decides to entertain Jan's impossible story, assuming for a moment that it's all true. Jan's eyes glow with an ancient power as he explains his likely caught in a time distortion meant to prevent a great disaster. But Leto is completely lost, prompting Jan to explain that time magic is restricted for a powerful reason his friend can't grasp. He reveals that such power is forbidden because it shatters the natural order of the world itself. Leto is then told to consider the recent wolf-beast incident as a chilling example. Jan lays out a terrifying paradox where preventing a disaster erases the reason for the warning, destabilizing all of reality. The horrifying truth is that possessing knowledge of the future can turn you into a world-ending threat. Surrounded by cosmic energy, he declares that one wrong move could make him the agent of the world's destruction. Leto is left stunned by this revelation as Jan gravely confirms the terrifying possibility. But as he departs, Jan offers a final warning. As long as he does nothing to disrupt the timeline, they should be safe. Jan is left alone, haunted by the terrifying realization that he could still accidentally destroy the world. For he's just a simple noble, burdened with a cryptic warning and a fate far beyond his control. Lost and confused, he desperately questions what his next move should be in this impossible situation. But his thoughts are suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar voice calling out to him. He turns to see who dares to approach with such confidence, only to be confronted by a furious young girl, demanding to know if he's the one who assaulted her brother. Despite her small size, she radiates an intense and dangerous aura, clearly seeking vengeance for her family. Jan takes an involuntary step back, not from fear, but from the sheer absurdity of this new confrontation. His face shows pure bewilderment, as he has no idea who this girl or her supposed brother even is. But he quickly realizes she hasn't come alone, as he finds himself completely surrounded by her entire crew. Jan's mind races in terror as he realizes this girl is here for revenge over the brutal beatdown he delivered. A dreadful realization dawns on him. The brother she's talking about must be Teen, the very student he humiliated. She then reveals her true identity as Elsie Ranella, the powerful leader of a major faction, questioning if he understood the consequences of attacking her family. Jan breaks into a cold sweat, thinking he's completely done for now, that his victim has brought his terrifying older sister into the mix. He decides to just take the beating to de-escalate, but Elsie lunges forward, ignoring her brother's warnings about Jan's hidden power. As she grabs him, a sudden jolt stops them both cold, their eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, her brother is violently thrown across the ground as if hit by an invisible force. The true attacker is revealed to be the Academy's top student, Delphine Yurdina, who now stands over the fallen boy. She coldly apologizes to a stunned Elsie, claiming he was simply in her way. Delphine then takes a commanding step forward, her overwhelming presence completely shifting the power dynamic of the entire confrontation. Delphine mockingly asks her rival why she's putting up a tough front for the other students. Her smile twists into a sneer as she calls the pathetic display a complete eyesore, but Elsie refuses to back down, firing back that Delphine is the one with no manners. The two powerful women face off, the air crackling with tension as Delphine coolly returns the insult. Caught between these two titans, Jan tries to de-escalate, telling them to move, while desperately wishing they would just disappear. He's momentarily stunned, realizing this is the legendary senior Delphine, a figure he's only ever seen from a distance. He briefly considers asking about her sister Saria, but quickly decides his only priority is to escape this terrifying situation. Just as he turns to leave, however, Delphine's sharp gaze locks onto him, demanding to know where he's going. Jan freezes in a cold sweat, stammering that he wouldn't dare try to run away. With his escape route completely cut off, he clenches his fist, resigning himself to a fight he never wanted. Just as Jan realizes the true reason for their conflict, Elsie taunts Delphine, accusing her of having a crush on the boy she's supposed to be punishing. But the senior only smirks, menacingly reminding Elsie what John did to her very own sister. Suddenly, a wave of pure killing intent washes over the area, making Elsie flinch back in shock. A massive blast of energy erupts from Delphine, sending Jan and Celine flying across the courtyard. Picking himself up from the ground, Jan declares they can say whatever they want about him. But he draws a hard line, refusing to let them drag Syria's name into their petty squabble. His eyes begin to glow with a chilling light as he demands to know how they intend to pay the price. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, leaving Elsie absolutely speechless. Her arrogance shatters into pure terror as she realizes he's not bluffing. He's actually about to attack her. Without a word, Jean lunges forward, his foot stomping down with explosive force, and he closes the distance in an instant, smashing his fist into one of Elsie's goons with devastating power. The man is driven into the ground, coughing up blood as Elsie watches the brutal, one-sided assault begin. Enraged, another swordsman in their crew draws his blade and rushes in to defend his fallen comrade. But Jan's eyes just glow with an inhuman light. Completely unfazed by the incoming sword, the student swings with all his might, unleashing a powerful arc of blue aura meant to cut Jan in half. Yet, shrouded in a demonic red energy, Jan effortlessly stops the blade with his bare hand, mocking his attacker's pathetic speed. He then retaliates with a single, overwhelming slash that shatters both the man's weapon and the very ground beneath him. The swordsman collapses, his face a mask of pure disbelief and terror at the impossible gap in their strength. Jan stands victorious over the wreckage, his cold gaze silently challenging anyone else who dares to step forward. Jan turns his cold, glowing eyes towards the faction's true leader, Elsie Rinella. The lingering blue aura from his last attack swirls around him, a testament to his overwhelming power. But Elsie smiles, thinking this direct confrontation is exactly what she wanted. Jan smirks back, challenging her to a fair fight, now that her small fries are out of the way. Enraged, she calls him insane for believing he could possibly stand a chance against her. His eyes gleam with a predator's light as he calmly replies that he'll never know until he tries. Without another word, he stomps the ground and lunges forward with terrifying speed. Elsie barely has time to react as he closes the distance in an instant, a red blur of motion. He soars through the air, manifesting a massive energy axe to bring down upon her. The axe transforms into a colossal beam of crimson power, clashing against her hastily erected magical shield in a cataclysmic explosion. Panting behind her barrier, Elsie scoffs at the idea that someone of his level could ever hope to break her shield. But from within the smoke and chaos, Jan's voice cuts through, coolly asking if he can give it a try. His eyes glow with a predator's light as he promises to test just how long that shield of hers will last. The dust settles to reveal Jan standing perfectly unharmed, a serene blue aura pulsing around him as he faces her down. A confident smirk plays on his lips, completely unbothered by her ultimate defense. Elsie regains her composure, calling him delusional for even thinking of challenging her power. She condescendingly admits his opening moves were decent for taking out her followers, but declares that a mere third year like him could never hope to defeat a fourth-year faction leader. Before she can even finish her sentence, Jan's aura explodes with terrifying intensity as he draws his blade for the real attack. Suddenly, her unbreakable shield begins to crack and shatter under an invisible, overwhelming force, leaving her gasping in disbelief. Elsie stares in sheer disbelief, her ultimate defense the only thing standing between her and the boy in front of her. But Jan simply grins, manifesting a colossal red axe of pure energy meant to cleave her power in two. He calmly mocks her overconfidence, holding the very weapon that spells her doom. With a predatory glare, he asks if her arrogance will survive the moment her precious shield finally shatters. She laughs at the very notion, boasting that as one of the Academy's elite mages, her barrier is unbreakable. He strikes again without a word, and she foolishly believes his repeated attacks are a sign of desperation. Convinced he's just a simpleton focused on swinging his axe, she sees the perfect opening to end this farce. But as she begins casting a crushing spell, Jan's eyes flare with a terrifying red glow, revealing he was baiting her all along. A massive wave of blue energy suddenly explodes outwards, seemingly overwhelming him completely. Yet through the smoke, his hand emerges, effortlessly catching her prized crystal staff and stopping her ultimate attack cold. His friends can only watch in disbelief, realizing he just kept hitting her prized weapon until it finally broke. The once unbreakable crystal staff shatters in his grip as its owner weakly begs him to stop. All her pride evaporates in an instant, replaced by a desperate, tearful scream for anyone to save her. But Jan looks down with cold, glowing eyes, questioning why she's suddenly begging after mocking him in Syria. She stammers in pure terror, admitting the horrifying reality that he is actually going to kill her. He raises his axe, declaring that if she wasn't prepared for death, she never should have started this fight. With a terrifying swing, he slams the axe down, stopping just inches from her face in a display of absolute control. Leaning in, he delivers a chilling promise that has letting her go this time, but there won't be a next time. With his point brutally made, he casually turns his back on the broken faction leader, and as he walks away, the rest of the students can only stare in petrified silence. Just as Jan leaves the scene of his one-sided victory, a new voice calls out to him. It's Delphine Yerdina, the Academy's top 4th year, who mysteriously requests a private meeting to discuss an important matter. Later that day, as he walks through the Academy grounds, another figure approaches. It's his friend Lido, who playfully greets him with a new, terrifying nickname, the axe-wielding murderer. Jan can only let out a tired sigh, completely done with the day's events. But Lido completely ignores his friend's irritation, fawning over how cool he looks when he's about to go all out. After the teasing, Lido asks about the rumor spreading that Jan met with the powerful senior Delphine. Jan confirms it, admitting he has no clue what she wants, but agreed to meet her later that night. The tone suddenly shifts as Lido gets to the real reason he came, revealing he's finally discovered who started the harassment against Saria. He then holds out a folded note, containing the very proof Jan has been searching for. Jan calmly inspects the note containing the damning proof, while Leto remarks on his own strange sense of composure in this dangerous situation. In fact, for some unknown reason, both of them feel completely at ease. Jan explains he always had a dark suspicion about the true motive behind Siria's humiliation. Leto asks if the information he provided was the final piece of the puzzle. Now that his theory is proven, Leto presses him on what his next move will be. Jan's expression hardens as he reveals, going to confront the person in question directly. Everything that happens next will be decided entirely by their answer. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Siria sits alone, reflecting on all the things Senior Jan has done. She clutches a document, realizing that, once again, he has gone to fight on her behalf. Siria is consumed by guilt, realizing Elsie only got involved because Jan had to deal with the people harassing her. She laments her own weakness, having hoped to handle things herself but needing to be saved yet again. Suddenly, Jan's voice cuts through her thoughts, surprising her as he asks why she looks so sad. Caught completely off guard, she stammers at her, unable to form a coherent response. Instead, she tearfully apologizes for her past behavior, confessing she even mistreated Celine for no reason. But Jan simply smiles, telling her not to worry as he was just as furious at the time. Her gaze falls again as she admits her frustration, feeling powerless to do anything but watch him fight her battles. She clenches her fists, recounting how his actions on her behalf ended up dragging Senior Elsie into the mess. With a warm, unwavering expression, Jan tells her it's fine and that she should feel free to rely on him. He then completely reframes their dynamic, suggesting that next time, she might be the one to help him, leaving her to finally understand. After their heartfelt conversation, a flustered Siria stammers through her next thought, and with newfound courage, she looks up and asks if she can hug him. Jan is left utterly speechless, his mind completely blanking at the sudden request. But with a look of quiet determination, it's clear she isn't waiting for permission. He tries to object, completely caught off guard by her forwardness. But before he can even finish his sentence, she closes the distance and embraces him tightly. A blushing Jan can only stand there, completely baffled as to what is happening. As he tries to get her attention, she just clings to him, burying her face in his chest. She suddenly pulls back, frantically explaining that her mother always did this when she cried. The former prodigy then panics, desperately worried that her impulsive action has somehow upset him. After her awkward hug, a flustered Siria suddenly freezes as her eyes lock onto something unexpected. In the middle of the training grounds, a single impossibly rare sepia flower blooms. She murmurs in disbelief that this flower should only ever grow in the distant north. But for Jan, the name sepia flower triggers a sudden, crucial realization. He remembers the real reason he approached her in the first place, to confirm if she was the mysterious sepia from his letter. Seeing his chance, he decides to ask her a seemingly innocent question about the flower. Her face lights up with a radiant smile as she explains she loves it because her mother did. This emotional connection clicks into place for Jan, who wonders if this is why she changed her name. He still doesn't understand why she would hide her identity, but now knows the flower is the key. And as he rereads the letter, another chilling prophecy about them growing close during the hunting festival echoes in his mind. Jan stares at the prophetic letter, his mind racing with a single, earth-shattering question. Is Siria truly the mysterious sepia? The implications hit him like a thunderbolt. If she is, then she's also the woman he is destined to marry. He desperately tries to shake off the thought, refusing to believe the letter's insane prophecy. After all, she's just a junior student, her innocent smile completely at odds with his dark, pre-written fate. Pushing the future aside, he steels his resolve, deciding to probe deeper with another seemingly simple question. He warns her that this next inquiry is far more personal, piquing her curiosity. Piercing focus, he asks if her sister, Delphine is already the confirmed successor to her powerful family. The question completely shatters her composure, and she stammers that she has neither the power nor the right to even be considered. She explains that her sister holds all the influence, leading Jan to a chilling conclusion. She's been deliberately kept on a leash, and he points out the cold, hard truth as another daughter of the Yerdina line. Her very existence is a political threat that must be controlled. With a tightly clenched fist, Syria admits she has never once defied her sister's will, recalling how she has always been quiet and obedient, living a life devoid of her own choices. For she was constantly warned that if she wasn't useful to the family, she was worthless. But that all changed the moment she decided to enter the hunting festival, a detail that piques Jean's strategic mind. Suddenly flustered by his intense gaze, she nervously asks why he's so interested in her family matters. Jean casually deflects her question but then reveals his true, chilling motive, admitting he may have to fight her sister soon and wanted to understand what kind of person he'd be facing. Later that night, he arrives at the moonlit Aedelas Hall, the exclusive dormitory for high-ranking nobles, where he is immediately greeted and led into the lavish building for a private meeting. And he realizes with cold certainty that a meeting between just him and Senior Delphine will undoubtedly start dangerous new rumors. Jean arrives for his meeting, his glowing eyes fixed with cold resolve as he's announced to Delphine. Stepping forward, he steels himself, knowing this is his only chance to uncover the truth. But as he nervously peeks inside the room, his composure is immediately shattered by the sight before him. Syria's older sister, Delphine, greets the infamous Prince of the Axe while dressed in a shockingly revealing robe. The battle-hardened student is instantly flustered, internally panicking over her completely unexpected appearance. He awkwardly suggests that she should perhaps change her attire, but she coolly asks if he doesn't like what he sees. After he stammers that she looks beautiful, a smug smile spreads across her face as she invites him to sit. Trying to regain the upper hand, Jean cautiously advises her to be more mindful of her appearance in front of a man. She casually dismisses his warning while pouring a drink, stating there's no need for such precautions. Delphine then reveals her twisted philosophy, explaining that while beauty incites desire, a woman's body is a weapon that must be hidden for protection. Delphine confidently declares that since no one can have her, she has nothing to worry about, and Jean silently agrees, knowing there's likely no man in the entire academy who could possibly defeat her. She dismisses his concerns as naive, pointing out his sheltered upbringing in the countryside. But as she tells him to get used to this world, his suspicion grows, wondering if this is all an elaborate attempt to seduce him. Delphine smoothly pivots the conversation, announcing it's time to get to the matter at hand, and with a captivating gaze, she makes her stunning proposal for the Prince of the Axe to become her ally. She praises his unique boldness, promising him the best treatment out of all the Academy's factions if he joins her. But Jan is thrown for a loop, questioning if she is truly trying to recruit him out of raw desire. He quickly dismisses the thought, convinced there must be a deeper, hidden motive behind her offer. So before giving an answer, he decides to turn the tables and ask a critical question of his own. Jan probes her knowledge of Syria's harassment, but Delphine simply feigns shock at the audacity of the culprits. He immediately counters, revealing his investigation has already traced a mole, leaking private information directly to her dormitory. Her composure cracks as she nervously grips her glass, demanding to know what he's implying. Unfazed, Jan promises to lay out every single damning detail of his investigation for her to hear. He begins by stating the rumors about Syria's mother originated from someone within the Yerdina family itself. Furthermore, the mastermind had the status and connections to orchestrate a widespread campaign of public humiliation. But the final piece of evidence was knowledge so private that only a true family insider could possibly possess it. With his eyes glowing with cold certainty, he directly points to the one person behind it all, Delphine Yerdina. Instead of denial, she smirks, admitting he's far more thorough than she ever gave him credit for. She then deflects with a chillingly sweet smile, questioning why she would ever harm her own beloved little sister. Jan's eyes glow with cold fury as he reveals Delphine's new motive, Syria's sudden decision to challenge her at the hunting festival. Delphine scoffs at his accusation, smugly pointing out that without evidence, his words mean nothing. But as Jan offers to bring in a key witness to prove her guilt, she suddenly tells him to stop. With a chilling smile and glowing red eyes, she finally drops the facade and makes a shocking confession. She casually admits that she had originally planned on leaving her sister alone, but Syria's defiance forced her hand, compelling her to teach the girl a brutal lesson about challenging her master. Jan explodes in anger at her twisted logic, fiercely defending Syria's simple desire to prove her own worth. Unfazed, Delphine changes tactics, offering Jan an alliance now that she recognizes his impressive power. In response, He shatters his glass with a surge of raw energy, giving her a silent, violent answer. He then flatly rejects her offer, declaring that serving someone so conniving is completely beneath him. Delphine smirks with glowing red eyes, asking if her intentions were really that obvious. But his violent rejection was merely a prelude to her next move. In a flash, she reveals a hidden dagger strapped to her thigh. Before he can react, she presses the cold steel directly against his throat. She taunts him, saying she can't just let things end after he's seen her true colors. Jeanne remains unfazed, merely acknowledging the secret weapon she had on her. She explains that a noble lady must always carry some form of protection. However, she admits that their little chat has made her grow intensely interested in his power. She praises his rare ability to act without a moment's hesitation. In fact, his raw potential makes her want to tame him and make him her personal hunting dog. With cold eyes, Jeanne calmly warns the noble lady that if she tries anything, she will be the one to regret it. Delphine scoffs at his threat, claiming the only time she'll feel regret is the day she is finally defeated. Satisfied with their chat, she moves to sheath her dagger and dismisses him for the night. Jeanne agrees that he would love to leave, but with his eyes glowing a menacing yellow, he suddenly grabs her arm and declares their business isn't finished yet. Her playful demeanor instantly vanishes, replaced by a glare of pure killing intent. A massive shockwave of blue energy erupts from his body, blasting her backwards, but not before she lands a deep slash across his shoulder. She lands gracefully on her feet, mocking the Prince of the Axe for his amateurish attack. Jeanne stumbles back in pain, clutching the bleeding wound, as he realizes the massive gap in their power. Delphine simply smirks, telling him not to be disappointed, as his little trick would have worked on anyone else but her. Delphine glares up from the floor, threatening to utterly break Jeanne's will to fight, but he only grits his teeth, staggering back from the deep gash in his shoulder. A tense silence falls over the room, marked only by the sight of a shattered glass. Delphine watches his every move, her crimson eyes narrowed with suspicion as she senses something is terribly wrong. Suddenly, an unsettling smirk spreads across Jeanne's face as he calmly raises his sword. Her confidence shatters as she stares in disbelief at the boy, who just a moment ago seemed utterly defeated. In a flash, she realizes his clumsy axe attack was a deliberate feint from the very beginning. He tells her she's made a grave miscalculation by calling him the Prince of the Axe. With a chilling grin, he reveals his true main weapon has always been the sword. The horrifying truth dawns on Delphine as she realizes he genuinely came here tonight to kill her. Delphine admits his resolve was impressive, but coldly states this is far from a victory. Jeanne smirks, retorting that pushing the Academy's strongest to this point is already a loss for her. She internally agrees, recognizing that for the first time in her life, she's been completely cornered. Yet, a greedy, predatory glint appears in her eyes as she decides she wants more from this fight. Jeanne watches, completely baffled by her sudden and unsettling shift in demeanor. With a chilling finality, she declares the outcome of their battle must be decided now. But instead of fighting, she suddenly drops her robe, leaving him stunned amidst a shower of ethereal petals. The boy's cold, murderous aura instantly shatters into pure, sweat-drenched shock. In a flash, she seizes his sword hand, pulling him close and leaving him a stammering, flustered mess. Suddenly, a knock at the door shatters the tense moment as a voice asks to check on the commotion inside. Delphine struggles to regain her composure, insisting she's fine even as Jeanne holds her at sword point. But the intimate tension shatters as a maid suddenly opens the door with a horrified gasp. The poor girl freezes instantly, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she's seeing. She takes in the scene of the half-dressed noblewoman and the flustered boy, immediately jumping to the worst possible conclusion. Mortified, the maid slams her head to the floor, begging for forgiveness for her rude interruption. Delphine's confident facade completely crumbles as she frantically tries to explain the misunderstanding. Even Jeanne is a blushing wreck, clearing his throat awkwardly as the situation spirals into pure comedy. He desperately tries to change the subject, randomly pointing to an axe on the floor to distract her. Seizing her chance, Delphine concedes defeat just to escape, wishing him a quick good night. The door slams shut, ending their deadly confrontation in the most humiliating way imaginable. Delphine is left utterly mortified, her cheeks burning with shame after her humiliating retreat. And, by the next day, the entire academy is buzzing with gossip about her and Jeanne. But the story has been twisted into a tale of him threatening the defenseless senior with an axe, painting him as some kind of maniac who swings weapons around when he's in a bad mood, with students whispering that this violent side of him is far more terrifying than his hidden power. But one girl suddenly freezes, frantically trying to silence her friend, because the very subject of their gossip has appeared right behind them with an ice-cold stare, causing the two to flee for their lives, screaming about the Prince of the Axe, leaving Jan to sigh in exasperation as yet another strange rumor about him is born. Completely baffled as to how the events of last night could have spread so quickly and become so distorted, Jan confides in his friends, suspecting someone is intentionally spreading these twisted rumors about him. But his focus shifts to a notice for the hunting festival, a brutal competition now just 12 days away. A cold reality sets in as he realizes his team is dangerously incomplete, with only himself and Syria confirmed. He knows that to have any chance of victory, he desperately needs a mage providing rear support, and his first thought is to immediately recruit his trusted friend, Leto. However, when he finally approaches him, his invitation is met with a cold, instant rejection. Jen suddenly abandons all dignity, resorting to a bizarre and desperate plea that leaves Leto completely furious. His over-the-top, sparkly-eyed act only disgusts his friend further, who tells him to stop being so pathetic. Changing tactics, Jan demands that if Leto refuses to join, he must at least introduce him to a capable mage. Leto finally pauses to consider the request, his gaze ominously falling upon a newspaper detailing yet another disaster. Leto finally agrees to help, but on one strange condition. Jan must do exactly as he says. His task is to confront the infamous Elsie Ranella, a disgraced but powerful mage whose faction has just collapsed. Following the lead, Jan finds Elsie in a dark alley, only to be met with a death threat from the shadows. She emerges, enraged that he would dare mock her after her recent defeat, her aura crackling with immense power. Elsie violently grabs him by the collar, completely ignoring his pathetic pleas for forgiveness. With a cruel smirk, she offers him a sadistic test. Endure 10 seconds of her magic without a sound, and she might just let him live. But the moment the lightning strikes, he screams in agony, failing the test instantly as her own subordinate watches in horror. Annoyed by the interruption, Elsie barks at her follower to stay out of it, her focus locked on her helpless victim. Suddenly, Jan stands up completely unharmed, the entire act of terror revealed to be nothing but a humiliating deception. The power dynamic instantly reverses, leaving the once mighty mage trembling in disbelief at the man who just played her for an absolute fool. With an axe slung over his shoulder, Jan approaches with a disarmingly cheerful smile, asking for a moment of her time. The once arrogant mage is reduced to a trembling wreck, utterly paralyzed by fear. Just moments before, Jan had confidently dismissed her entire faction, isolating her completely. Elsie realizes with dawning horror that she has been abandoned and is now completely under his control. This was all part of a cold, calculated plan with Leto, who cynically suggested simply showing the axe to crush any defiance. Back in the present, Jan calmly tells her not to worry, insisting he just wants to have a simple talk. She stammers in terror, questioning how they could possibly just talk under these circumstances. But as he takes a single step forward, she shrinks back, insisting she has nothing to say. His hand reaches for her, and she flinches away, desperately pleading for him to stop. Finally breaking, the infamous mage surrenders her pride, promising to do whatever he says if he just puts the terrifying axe away. Jan gently places his hand on the trembling mage's hat, completely disarming her with his calm presence. He then offers a surprisingly kind smile, softly telling her that it must have been tough for her. Overwhelmed by the sudden shift from terror to pity, Elsie completely breaks down, unable to process the situation. But a moment later, her fear erupts into pure indignation, and she glares at him, muttering that he's a bastard. Jan feigns innocence, casually asking what he could have possibly done to earn such a title. She explodes in frustration, screaming that because of him, she's become a complete laughingstock at the academy. He bluntly points out that she cried after losing, and as she furiously denies it, he simply decides to drop the subject, blaming him for everything. Elsie is stunned when he reveals a shocking truth. His original plan was for him to be the one beaten up. He explains that the entire scenario was derailed because a far more dangerous player appeared on the field, the sinister senior, Delphine Urdina. With her world turned upside down, Jan makes a chilling proposal, offering her a path to get revenge on the very woman who truly orchestrated her fall. Jan explains that for the arrogant senior Delphine, the hunting festival is a stage for immense honor or absolute disgrace. Elsie's eyes burn with hatred as she declares that disgrace is exactly what Delphine deserves. Seizing the moment, Jan extends a hand to form an alliance, but she scoffs at the idea of teaming up with him. A flicker of his chilling aura is all it takes for her to flinch and nervously retract her defiant words. He calmly acknowledges her deep distrust, knowing full well the reputation that precedes him. But he cuts straight to her pride, asking if she can truly stand by and watch her most hated rival claim victory unopposed. The very thought sends Elsie into a rage, and Jan closes his trap, promising that together their victory is certain. Torn between her pride and her burning desire for revenge, Elsie seriously contemplates his manipulative offer. With a reluctant sigh, she finally agrees, and Jan smirks as the first piece of his grand strategy falls perfectly into place. He already envisions the perfect battle plan, Elsie providing support magic. He tanks the front lines, and their secret weapon Syria unleashes the decisive final blow. Jan explains his role in the new team will be purely defensive, a tank meant to draw all the enemy's attention. But to truly succeed, he reveals they need one more person, a skilled warrior he has perfect synergy with. He names Celine Haster, whose family of hunters gives her an unparalleled ability to track magical beasts. A tense memory flashes through his mind of a past confrontation where Syria coldly demanded he draw his sword. He admits to himself he's worried about putting these volatile personalities together. But with the hunting festival looming, he knows this isn't the time to be picky. Just as he resolves to convince her no matter what, Syria herself suddenly appears right beside him. She glares with icy suspicion, demanding to know what he was doing with her older sister, Delphine. Flustered, Jan stammers, trying to explain his encounter with the manipulative senior. But Syria explodes, grabbing his collar and accusing him of thinking about another girl, leaving him to frantically deny the charge she herself brought up. Syria's mind seethes with jealousy, convinced that her manipulative sister is trying to steal Jan away from her. A dark possessiveness grips her as she recalls his promise to be with her, and her alone. Sensing the explosive tension, Jan frantically tries to change the subject. Realizing there's no time for personal drama, he pivots the conversation to their team, revealing he's already recruited the infamous and powerful mage, Elsie Ranella. Syria's fury instantly melts into pure excitement, overjoyed at the prospect of adding such overwhelming firepower to their ranks. But when Jan names their final member, the master tracker Celine, her cheerful mood shatters into confused disbelief. She immediately rejects the choice, coldly stating that a troublemaker like Celine will only cause pointless arguments. Jan insists her skills are irreplaceable, but Syria refuses to budge, creating a tense standoff between the two. He inwardly despairs, realizing that forcing these two volatile personalities to work together will be like mixing oil and water. But with the stakes so high, Jan clenches his fist in grim determination. Knowing he cannot back down now, they must enter the hunting festival and win. Jan reaches out to the reluctant Syria, admitting his plan is a difficult one to accept, and he looks her dead in the eyes, pleading for her to put her faith in him just this once. Syria turns away in a moment of silent conflict, weighing her pride against his strategy. But with a steely gaze, she finally relents, agreeing to trust his words completely. Jan breathes a silent sigh of relief, believing he's finally dealt with the stubborn prodigy. For now, only one person is left to complete his dream team, but he wonders if the infamous Celine Haster will even agree to join. Later, on the sprawling academy grounds, his final recruitment mission begins. He approaches Celine as she sits alone on a bench, calmly breaking the silence between them. She flinches in utter shock, startled by the sudden appearance of the man who once threatened her very life. Celine immediately bows in apology for their last violent encounter, but Jan simply dismisses it, his eyes set on a much bigger objective. He offers to make up over food, but she has one final question for him first. With a nervous sweat, Jan finally asks her to join his team for the perilous hunting festival. Celine is taken aback by the sudden request as he explains they're short on members for Syria's team. He acknowledges their bitter rivalry, but before he can even finish his plea, she immediately accepts, leaving him completely stunned by her quick decision. Celine then states with absolute confidence that no one else can match their synergy in a fight. Jan can't help but smile, realizing the final piece of his master plan fell into place far easier than he'd imagined. With Elsie's lightning, Syria's aura, and Celine's blade, his team's offensive power is now unmatched, all thanks to a mysterious letter revealing the enemy's weakness. But he knows their biggest flaw isn't strength, it's their volatile teamwork, with the infamous Elsie being a constant source of friction. And Syria, the proud prodigy, is just as likely to pick a fight with her own volatile teammates. He knows the team is a powder keg, with Syria and Celine's bitter rivalry ready to explode at any moment. So with a confident smirk, Jan decides they need to learn teamwork through some safe, practical training. He brings the two clashing swordswomen to a secluded forest, where a tense confrontation immediately begins. But a few moments later, the training ground is anything but a battlefield. Instead, the two proud warriors stand frozen in a painfully awkward silence, refusing to even look at each other. Nearby, the infamous mage Elsie Ranella can't help but feel the unbearable tension radiating from the group. Jan finally snaps, demanding to know how they can even call themselves a team if they refuse to speak. His sharp words instantly break Elsie, who frantically apologizes and promises to stop acting like a snob. But he leans in close, his piercing gaze demanding an absolute promise from the terrified mage. He pulls back in frustration, realizing this forced approach is useless and that he needs a far more drastic solution. Jan watches his dysfunctional team stand in awkward silence, with Celine wondering what's going through Saria's mind. He cuts through the tension, coldly threatening to cancel training if all they're going to do is stare. But a confident smirk appears as he reveals a special guest will be joining them very soon. The arrogant mage Elsie scoffs, doubting a low-ranking noble could possibly have any powerful connections. At that exact moment, a massive explosion of crimson energy erupts nearby, shaking the entire forest. The shockwave blasts past the stunned students as an intimidating figure emerges from the smoke. A man radiating an impossibly dense aura steps forward, introducing himself as Derek, the legendary beast hunter. While Jan greets their new professor with a respectful bow, the rest of the team is frozen in absolute shock. Elsie immediately tries to back out, declaring she has no interest in such brutal training. But Jan grabs her from behind, his cold threat instantly forcing the terrified mage to agree. Derek declares their first test, find him in the forest and land a decisive blow within 2 hours. Elsie arrogantly boasts it'll be easy, only for Derek to vanish in an instant, leaving them stunned. Left alone in the quiet forest, Jan sighs and tells the bewildered team it's time to begin the hunt. With that, he immediately sets off, taking the lead without a moment's hesitation. But just moments into the search, the team is completely lost, unable to sense even a trace of the legendary hunter's presence. Jan, however, remains calm, stating that a true hunter can always find a trail if they know where to look. He then throws a pointed jab at his noble teammates, claiming their pampered lifestyle makes them blind to the obvious. Syria immediately fires back, offended by the accusation, and insisting she has hunting experience of her own. Jan simply smirks at her outburst, condescendingly asking if she's getting annoyed by the truth. Before the argument can escalate, Jan cuts them off, announcing he's already found a trail and ordering everyone to follow his lead. Celine quietly gushes, crediting her past hunts with Jan for his newfound skill. But Jan simply tells her to focus, reminding her of the promise she made when they first teamed up. Syria suddenly cuts in, tired of the distraction and demanding they take this seriously. Celine immediately snaps back, accusing the former prodigy of being jealous of her bond with Jan. With a chilling gaze, Syria's entire aura shifts as she questions who is truly the jealous one here. Celine then delivers a brutal insult, claiming Syria was only allowed on the team to fill a spot. Just as the tension is about to explode, Elsie the mage quietly intervenes, asking them to stop their fighting. Suddenly, a voice from above mocks their squabbling, revealing the legendary hunter Derek, watching them the entire time. He lands with an ominous warning, telling them their noises attracted something far more dangerous than each other. And without another word, the legendary hunter turns and flees for his life, screaming for everyone to run. A massive explosion of energy suddenly rips through the forest, as the legendary hunter Derek unleashes his own aura, furious that their infighting has exposed them. He declares that he has nothing to teach such a pathetic group. But before he can leave, Elsie the mage instantly casts powerful support magic on the entire team. Derek is taken aback, admitting the mage is far more capable than he anticipated. Elsie proudly fires back, declaring herself the best fourth-year mage in the academy. The hunter scoffs, pointing out her strength is useless if her teammates are incompetent. To prove his point, he blitzes past their defenses and strikes Elsie down in a single blow. As Jan tries to formulate a plan, Syria ignores his desperate pleas and recklessly charges forward alone. The legendary hunter simply stands his ground, disappointed by her emotional and undisciplined attack. Derek lectures the stunned Syria that in these situations, she should have worked with her team. But before she can even react, he lands a devastating blow to the side of her head. With Syria instantly neutralized, the legendary hunter turns to Jan and coldly asks what his plan is now. On the ground, Syria is already completely out of the fight, her recklessness costing her everything. A desperate Jan orders Celine to go help her, insisting she's their strongest hope for a counterattack. But Celine shockingly refuses, claiming they can fight perfectly fine without her. Jan is floored by her insubordination, fueled by bitter resentment over his focus on Syria. Suddenly, Jan senses flare as Derek reminds him that in a real fight, monsters don't wait for them to argue. In a blur of motion, the hunter vanishes, leaving only rustling leaves in his wake. The entire team is left scattered and defeated across the field, a brutal lesson in their complete lack of teamwork. The legendary hunter turns his cold gaze on Celine Haster, singling her out for the team's catastrophic failure. He brutally questions her very reason for being there, leaving her utterly humiliated and speechless. Meanwhile, Jan watches in horror, realizing his plan has backfired as his team bickers over every little thing. With a look of grim determination, he knows he has to do something to fix this broken dynamic. But to understand Celine's resentment, we flash back to a quiet night from their shared past. A distant memory surfaces, triggered by the simple sound of running water. She recalls a moment of deep despair, where the only name she could think of was Jan's. Back then, a younger Jan had comforted her, insisting that none of what happened was her fault. Snapping back to the present, Celine enters a room, sensing something is different. She finds a mysterious note written in a familiar hand, a summons from Jan to finally clear the air. Anxious about the summons, Celine wonders if Jan is about to scold her for her behavior and training. When she hears footsteps approaching through the dark, secluded forest, she looks up into the moonlit clearing, her expression a mix of anticipation and anxiety. As a figure emerges from the trees, she calls out to Jan asking what's going on, but his cold greeting and grim expression tell her this is no friendly chat. She demands to know why he called her here, reminding him that he's the one who wanted to talk. Jean cuts straight to the heart of the issue, confronting her about her relentless bullying of Saria. Celine's fury explodes as she tries to defend herself, confirming she's been provoking her teammate all along. She finally admits her actions were deliberate, but Jean has already heard enough as a menacing red energy begins to leak from his body. With his eyes glowing a terrifying gold, he issues a challenge, declaring that the only way to fix their broken team is for him to beat the answer into her. Celine is stunned by his proposal of a fight, unable to comprehend what he's saying. But without another word, Jan coldly tosses a sword directly at her feet. She stumbles back in terror, realizing with dawning horror that it's a real blade. And Jan confirms her fears, stating there will be no excuses in a proper duel. She insists that talking is better, but he's already decided the winner will dictate their team's future, reminding her that settling things with a fight has always been their way. Celine's frustration boils over as she realizes he hasn't changed at all, angrily accepting his reckless challenge. And with a newfound resolve, she grips the hilt of the sword, her fear turning to rage. Jan calmly sets the stakes for their brutal confrontation. The duel ends only when one of them surrenders. He then takes his stance, ready to begin the fight that will either unify their team or shatter it completely. With a furious battle cry, Celine clashes her sword against Jan's, finally beginning their decisive duel. But Jean is immediately stunned, thrown off balance by an overwhelming and unexpected surge of her power. He realizes with dawning horror that her blade is glowing with a ferocious purple aura he's never seen from her. The energy erupts in a massive shockwave, blasting him completely off his feet and across the field. Staggering up, he accuses her of cheating, demanding to know if she drank a strengthening potion. But Celine reveals a shocking truth. The evil spirit that once possessed him was her secret teacher. She explains it taught her the secret to focusing all of her strength into one single, devastating blow. Jan can only stare in disbelief, infuriated that the malevolent entity is still meddling with his team. With her confidence now soaring, Celine grips her sword, preparing to end this fight on her terms. She channels every last bit of her power into a single, overwhelming strike that will decide everything. Jan notes that Celine's all-out attack is making her movements sluggish and predictable, so he easily sidesteps her wild swing, spotting the massive opening she's left in her defense. With perfect timing, he brings his blade down in what should be a finishing blow. But in a shocking twist, she abandons her sword and pivots into a bare-fisted strike aimed right at his face. The blow lands squarely on his jaw, staggering him completely, and he barely manages to block her follow-up sword strike with a single hand, a feat she deems impossible. The sheer force of her attack shatters the ground around them as he struggles against her overwhelming power, until her blade finally cuts through his defense, drawing first blood in this brutal duel. In a desperate move, he summons his signature axe, completely baffled as to how she evaded his counter. But Celine just smirks, revealing she anticipated this all along, knowing his reputation as the Prince of the Axe. Forced to admit his current strategy is failing, Jan decides to completely change his approach, and in a move no one could have predicted, he hurls his own sword directly at Celine, who scoffs at the seemingly pointless tactic, wondering if he's lost his mind. But her eyes glow as she prepares to counter the incoming blade, when suddenly, in a moment of pure insanity, she throws her own sword right back at him. But Jan expertly deflects her weapon with his axe, unleashing a powerful shockwave, causing his original thrown sword to slam violently into Celine's side as she cries out in pain. With a cold, merciless glare, he instantly prepares his follow-up attack, leaving Celine to stumble back in utter disbelief, her own sword now lying useless on the ground. He closes the distance in a flash, declaring her too slow as he aims a final, disabling blow at her arm. Celine trembles in shock, completely frozen by his overwhelming killing intent. As Jan lunges forward, realizing with horror that his attack is no longer aimed at just her arm. The sword is now on a fatal trajectory, aimed directly for her heart. A blade suddenly drips with fresh blood, as a sickening sound echoes through the forest. But in a shocking twist, Jean has impaled his own arm to halt the blade just inches from her chest. Tears well in his eyes from the sheer pain, knowing that if he hadn't stopped, she would be dead. He then gently reaches out to the stunned Celine, softly calling her name. With a calm smile and a brilliant aura, he asks if this means he has finally won their duel. Her own eyes fill with tears as she looks at the boy who just saved her by sacrificing his own body. But with their swords now on the ground, she ignores his victory and insists he needs medical treatment immediately. With a calm smile, Jean reveals his only condition for victory is for Celine to apologize to Syria and fight her hardest in the festival. Celine grabs his collar in disbelief, stunned that he would sacrifice himself for such a selfless request. But before she can get an answer, his body finally gives out from the blood loss, and he collapses as she screams his name in terror. Some time later, Jan's eyes flutter open in a sunlit infirmary room, his body aching from the ordeal. He slowly sits up, his arm heavily bandaged, as a familiar voice confirms he is finally awake. It's Celine, who has stayed by his bedside all night, reassuring him that his injuries weren't too severe. He looks at her with a complicated expression, the animosity of their duel now replaced with a quiet concern. Suddenly, their moment is shattered by the appearance of the one person they were fighting over, Syria Yurdina. Jan stares in shock as Syria explains that the saintess herself informed her that he had been seriously injured. As the tension fills the room, Celine can only look away, her face a mask of guilt and unease. With her back turned, a flustered Celine finally confronts Syria, the source of all their team's conflict. She offers a heartfelt apology for always picking fights, vowing that her provocations will finally come to an end. From his bed, Jin watches quietly, telling Celine she's done well, but that Syria's forgiveness is not something she can demand. But Syria shocks them both, calmly stating that Celine's actions never bothered her in the first place. Celine can hardly believe it, but Syria simply confirms that this has always been the case between them. With a warm, disarming smile, Syria admits her own faults and formally accepts the apology, shattering the tension. Overcome with relief, Celine stammers out a proposal for them to finally get along as true teammates. She eagerly grabs Syria's hand in a firm handshake, sealing their newfound alliance with a promise. Jean lets out a sigh of relief, realizing his gamble paid off and the path to victory in the hunting festival is now clear. He glances at his bandaged arm, a stark reminder of the price he paid to resolve the dangerous internal conflicts that plagued his powerful team. Jean reflects on his success, knowing that with the team's internal strife finally settled, the only remaining hurdle is perfecting their teamwork. Celine, overjoyed by their reconciliation, enthusiastically grabs Syria, eager to start fresh as true allies. But their moment is interrupted as the door creaks open and an unexpected visitor arrives, calling out to Jan. The visitor is none other than the revered saintess, who notes with a calm smile that Jan appears to be recovering well. Suddenly, her gentle demeanor vanishes, replaced by a chillingly possessive aura, as she demands to be left alone with him. An inexplicable chill runs down Jan's spine, leaving him to wonder about the source of this sudden dread. Celine hesitates, a flicker of unease crossing her face as she glances back before leaving the room. She entrusts Jan to the saintess' care, pleading with her to look after him, because he's a very important person to her. The saintess's smile turns sharp, her words carrying a veiled threat that if Celine truly cared, she shouldn't have let him get hurt. Her chilling warning hits its mark, leaving Celine to quietly accept the rebuke, her own resolve shaken. The saintess's chilling gaze then falls on Syria, coldly ordering her to leave the room as well. Confused and worried, Syria asks if she can stay, unable to understand the sudden hostility. But the saintess turns on her with a sharp, piercing question, demanding to know if she's Jean's fiancé. A flustered Syria denies it, only for the saintess to press deeper, asking if she is his lover instead. Completely overwhelmed, Syria can only stammer that their relationship is nothing of the sort. With that, the saintess physically shoves the shocked girl out the door, her patience clearly gone. Now finally alone with Jan, she sits before him with a grim expression and commands him to hold out his arm. An uneasy Jan questions why she had to kick his friends out, but she simply grabs his wounded hand. Suddenly, her grip tightens with terrifying force, causing him to scream as she accuses him of injuring himself to impress women. Her warning against getting hurt again feels like a threat, as her healing becomes an agonizing torture. twisting his arm with immense power. The Saintess delivers a chilling warning, telling Jan that his body is so damaged that another injury could become permanent. She frames this not as a suggestion, but as an official decree from her as the priestess in charge. Then, her true motive is revealed as she commands him to withdraw from the upcoming hunting festival entirely. With a piercing gaze, she declares that his body has already been pushed far beyond its absolute limit. But Jan refuses to back down, clenching his fist as he insists that retreating is simply not an option. Seeing his unwavering resolve, she changes tactics, forcing him to at least promise he'll be careful, a request he reluctantly accepts. Suddenly, their tense conversation is interrupted as someone new steps into the infirmary, wondering about the serious atmosphere. A third-year student named Urin, the guardian of the Saintess, has returned after a month-long absence. Jan immediately confronts the guardian about his trip to the Holy Kingdom, which Urin confirms was to handle certain issues, but Urin's true focus is on the Saintess, asking if she successfully retrieved a mysterious item while he was away. A mission she confirms was met with heavy resistance. Urin presents Jan with a small box, revealing a gleaming red artifact called the Blood Crystal. Jan is stunned as Urin explains this is a one-of-a-kind holy treasure, given exclusively to the Saintess. The moment he holds it, the crystal erupts with a powerful, almost overwhelming crimson aura. This sacred relic is said to amplify the Saintess's healing power to an absolute level, capable of saving anyone from the brink of death. A spark of hope ignites in Jan as he realizes this means his friend Emma can finally be saved. But the Saintess cruelly snatches that hope away, explaining the crystal's use is forbidden without the Holy Kingdom's direct permission. Jan's face falls as she flatly refuses to use it for Emma, leaving him powerless. As she prepares to leave, she coldly reminds him of his promise to be careful, twisting the knife further. He can only watch them walk away, letting out a heavy sigh of complete and utter defeat. Left alone with his thoughts, Jan admits to himself that if he had any other choice, he wouldn't be walking into this trap at all. Jan clenches his bandaged fist, knowing full well that there's far too much at stake to fail now. He remembers his solemn promise to Syria that against all odds, they would emerge victorious. On top of that, victory is the only path to finding a high-ranking beast powerful enough to save his dying friend, Emma. But looming over everything is the cryptic letter's warning of a catastrophic incident tied to a terrifying, otherworldly entity. After a tense apology to the Saintess, the days fly by in a montage of brutal training as his unlikely team prepares for the worst. And now, with the festival finally upon them, Jan turns to his allies with a look of grim resolve. He stands ready to lead his volatile team of outcasts into the heart of the storm. Their strange group immediately draws stares and whispers from the other competitors. Even the infamous Elsie Ranella admits their ragtag squad has somehow come together, hoping they won't just drag each other down. But Jan silences them all with a stark warning. Their training was just the beginning, because real combat is a completely different beast. Jan declares that at the very least, his team can finally work together in sync. But his words are cut short as a deadly weapon flies directly at his face. With inhuman reflexes, he snatches the spinning axe just inches from his eye, a blue aura flaring at the point of impact. He stares at the weapon in his hand, realizing this was a brazen attack in front of the entire student body. Then, a chilling voice pierces the silence as his greatest rival, Delphine Urdina, makes her grand entrance. With a smug grin, she mockingly greets him by his new, infamous title, Prince of the Axe. Jan furiously shouts that her reckless stunt was incredibly dangerous and could have killed him. Delphine simply scoffs, condescendingly asking if he isn't exaggerating the threat just a little bit. Her taunt hits its mark, implying that someone with his power could have easily avoided such a simple attack. Having made her point and asserted her dominance, she casually turns to leave, saying she just wanted to say hello. Delphine tells Jan she has a message for his little sister, leaving Syria utterly baffled. The cruel command is for Syria to simply give up and step aside, just as she has always done. Jan's eyes flare with barely contained rage at the sheer audacity of her words. He can't believe she'd say something so outrageous, even as the next head of the family. Syria herself trembles with fury, clenching her fist at the absolutely ridiculous demand. But before she can even speak, Elsie explodes, screaming at Delphine for daring to interfere with the festival. Delphine simply offers a condescending smirk, coolly dismissing the outburst as a family matter. Elsie furiously retorts that ordering Syria to quit is the same as forfeiting their entire team's chances. While restraining her, Jan admits her outburst helped him calm down, before telling the outsiders to back off. Delphine completely ignores him, her piercing gaze locked only on Syria to reassert her dominance. Delphine issues a chilling ultimatum, reminding Syria that she can never hope to win against her. She cruelly warns that uselessness will lead to the same humiliating fate that befell Elsie Ranella. The threat completely shatters Seria's spirit, leaving her trembling on the verge of a total breakdown. But just as she is about to break, a calm voice cuts through the crushing pressure. Jan reminds her that she's no longer a helpless child who simply stands by and watches. He tells her not to be intimidated, reigniting the very reason she entered this competition. His words hit their mark, and Seria's trembling hand slowly tightens into a defiant fist. With newfound courage, she looks her sister in the eye, apologizing for what she is about to do. Seria's own eyes now blaze with power as she declares that for once, she will not back down. Yet instead of anger, a smug grin spreads across Delphine's face. Almost pleased her sister finally showed some fight. Delphine's eyes glow with a menacing red as she relishes the rivalry, telling her sister to struggle all she wants. With that final taunt, she turns her back on Jan's newly formed team, leaving them to simmer in the tension. But just as she's about to leave, a voice calls out to her, stopping her in her tracks. It's Jan, who suddenly declares she's forgotten something important as he draws his sword. In a shocking move, he hurls the weapon directly at her, forcing one of her lackeys to desperately intercept it. The sheer force of the throw sends shockwaves through the guard's hands, as he barely manages to stop the blade. But back with Jan, a powerful aura flares to life in his now empty hand, revealing the attack was just a test. A new identical sword materializes in his grasp as he calmly asks if she wants her blade back. Unfazed, Delphine simply smirks, telling him to keep it as a reward for surviving her own little surprise attack. This leaves Jan holding an unfamiliar weapon, completely baffled by her twisted mind games. Reluctantly accepting the strange sword, Jan decides to keep the weapon for now. But his moment of contemplation is cut short by a well-known fourth-year mercenary named Olmar, who Elsie explains is a famous dual-axe wielder that has taken an interest in Jan's reputation. And with a confident smirk, Olmar materializes a glowing axe, offering to demonstrate his power. He then summons a second one, roaring with energy as Jan silently wonders whether he should disarm this lunatic. The fourth year presents his twin axes with a flourish, smugly asking for Jan's opinion on his skills. But instead of an answer, Jan's hand flashes forward in a blindingly fast strike. Olmar's face contorts in pure shock, completely unable to react to the sudden attack. The powerful impact sends one of the glowing axes flying from his grip as he stumbles backward, and he's forced to take a heavy step back, completely overpowered in an instant. Olmar, now sweating and disarmed, tries to save face by calling Jan brash for the sudden attack, but Jan just smirks, retorting that he was simply showing off his own skills in return. His companion erupts in frustration, demanding to know why he's the one left stunned when he started the fight. With their little display over, Olmar's group decides to leave, but not before throwing one last insult inviting Jan to a circus. John and his team watch them depart, utterly confused by the bizarre confrontation. Suddenly, their true rival Delphine Urdina appears, smugly promising to see the Prince of the Axe during the festival. As she leaves, Jan's team is left wondering if she was just trying to pick a fight, but he admits he has no clue what's running through her mind. With the pre-festival tensions flaring, the competition is officially announced to begin. An announcer steps forward to explain the simple rules of the hunting festival. Each team has until 8 p.m. to capture the strongest magical beast they can find, a high-stakes challenge that will determine the ultimate victor. As the competition is announced, Jean Pareus steels himself, knowing that capturing a specific horned monster is the key to ending the mysterious letters plaguing him. His eyes glow with a terrifying power as he swears to not only win this festival, but to utterly crush his rival. But 3 hours into the hunt, his entire team wanders aimlessly through the forest, their initial confidence completely gone. Elsie voices their growing panic, realizing that with no prey in sight, their chances of winning are rapidly slipping away. Celine confirms their failure, holding up a measly rabbit as proof, and desperately asks Jan for a plan before they're kicked out of the competition entirely. Jan grits his teeth in frustration, internally cursing the mysterious letter that guided him here, but failed to give him the monster's exact location. Suddenly, he calls for them to halt, a sharp command that cuts through their despair and puts everyone on high alert. The prodigy swordswoman Syria is the first to understand, her senses screaming that something is deeply wrong. The forest has gone unnaturally silent. A chilling realization dawns on Jan. This dead silence is a terrifying omen he's only ever encountered in the presence of an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Yet, instead of fear, a grim smile spreads across his face as he declares their 3 hours of struggle are about to be rewarded. Elsie points forward, her senses flaring as she pinpoints the overwhelming magic of a high-ranking beast. With his eyes glowing ominously, Jan confirms her warning, knowing instantly that the horned beast he's been hunting is close. He commands his entire team to stay on guard as they tense up, ready for the inevitable confrontation. The group presses forward cautiously, their faces etched with a mix of fear and grim determination. But as they take another step deeper into the woods, the air grows heavy with an unseen dread. Suddenly, they stumble upon a horrifying scene of absolute carnage, the ground littered with torn bodies. Jan and Syria stare in disbelief, realizing not just animals, but even magical beasts were slaughtered indiscriminately. A cold dread washes over Leto as he recognizes the handiwork of the very same monster that nearly killed Emma. Jan realizes with a shudder that this creature isn't just showing off its power, it's actively hunting. For in the distance, a colossal shadowy monster with a menacing purple aura reveals itself, preying on other beasts as if they were nothing. The blood-soaked beast turns its attention towards them, its dark purple aura crackling with malevolent energy. It lets out a horrifying roar as its power surges to an entirely new level. With his eyes glowing, Jan screams for everyone to brace for impact as the monster charges. The colossal beast lunges forward, threatening to swallow the entire team in a single, devastating attack. But Jan remains calm, ordering his team to execute their practiced formation and calling on Elsie for support magic. Without hesitation, Elsie unleashes a powerful protective spell with a shout. A massive blue shield materializes just in time, holding back the creature's ferocious assault. Behind the barrier, Leto realizes the beast is unnaturally agile, prompting Jan to devise a new strategy on the fly. As the team repositions, a surge of magical energy flashes across the battlefield. Elsie follows up with a haste spell, empowering her frontline fighters with blinding speed for the counterattack. Leto suddenly shouts out the beast's weakness, its horn, prompting Elsie to immediately cast a strength enhancement spell. Empowered by the magic, Syria grits her teeth and faces the corrupted wolf head-on, her sword glowing intensely. She then launches herself high into the air, bringing her blade down in a devastating overhead strike. But the team can only watch in horror as they realize the beast is simply too massive for a single attack to work. Retaliating instantly, the creature's colossal paw, wreathed in dark energy, smashes down towards her. Syria barely dodges the cataclysmic blow, the ground cracking violently under the immense force. With grim determination, she realizes she must press the attack no matter the personal cost. Suddenly, shadowy tendrils explode from the beast's body, trapping her before she can move. From the sidelines, Leto screams encouragement, telling her to push through the fear and keep going. Heeding his call, she and Celine charge forward together, unleashing a synchronized assault on the monster. Believing she's in range, Syria pours all of her focus into one final, decisive strike. With fierce determination, she pushes through the shadowy binds, convinced she can end this now. But to her horror, the monster's body dissolves into an impossible ripple of energy, completely negating her attack. The beast's form flows like liquid shadow, proving it's no ordinary physical creature. Suddenly, its ghastly head reforms right in front of a stunned Celine, who is frozen in disbelief. Jan's eyes flare with understanding as he finally realizes the monster's terrifying secret ability. He screams for Celine to get out of the way as the beast lunges for the kill. With no time to hesitate, Jan hurls his own sword, which now blazes with a menacing crimson aura. The thrown blade pierces straight through the creature's head, stopping its attack just in time. Yet even with a sword embedded in its skull, the shadow lashes out again, leaving them to wonder what this thing even is. Jan realizes he can't read the shadow beast's movements, and taking it on alone is suicide. Their training is useless against this foe, forcing them to bet everything on Elsie's magic. With a new plan, Jan commands his team to simply draw the creature's attention without attacking, but the beast is too fast, landing a devastating blow directly on Jan as he protects his teammate. The raw, dark energy of the attack explodes across the battlefield in a violent shockwave. Thrown to the ground, Jan strangely recognizes the monster's reckless charge as a familiar pattern. While Elsie scrambles to recast a shield, Jan warns his team to watch for its powerful rushes. Wiping blood from his mouth, he simply says he's fine and orders them to prepare a massive counterattack. In response, the Shadow Wolf unleashes its true, monstrous form, dwarfing them with its overwhelming presence. Yet the team unleashes their own power, as a brilliant blue aura tears right through the beast's corrupted body. The wounded Shadow Wolf retaliates with pure rage, its dark purple aura flaring violently, and it moves with blinding speed, sending Celine flying in a brutal display of power. As Jan shouts her name in alarm, Elsie announces from the backline that her powerful magic is finally ready. She screams for them to hold the monster in place, forcing the team into a final, coordinated assault. Stepping forward, Syria calls for Jan's support as she gathers an immense amount of aura into her blade. She then unleashes a blinding beam of pure energy, pinning the beast with an overwhelming torrent of power. Seeing his opening, Jan rushes in from the side, his eyes locked on the monster's now exposed weak point. He grips his sword with both hands, channeling a completely different, fiery red energy into a single devastating point. With a thunderous roar, Jan brings his supercharged blade down, clashing directly with the beast's corrupted horn. The two attacks converge in a brilliant explosion of light, as their combined power threatens to rip the monster apart. Jan shouts the final command, telling Elsie to aim everything at the beast's horn. And with a determined cry, she prepares to unleash the full devastating force of her lightning. A massive, intricate magic circle erupts around her as she channels an unbelievable amount of raw energy. The sheer power of her fifth circle magic, a level thought impossible for a student, fills the entire cavern with an electric storm. Jan watches with grim satisfaction, certain that no creature could possibly survive such an overwhelming assault. But his confidence shatters in an instant as a wave of pure dread washes over him. Because when the smoke clears, the monster is not only alive but completely enraged, its dark aura flaring stronger than ever. Elsie can only stare in absolute horror, her ultimate attack having failed spectacularly. The horrifying truth dawns as the beast shrugs off the attack. The intel was a lie, and the creature has lightning resistance. A cold panic sets in as Jan realizes their fatal error. Their primary damage dealer is now completely useless against this specific enemy. Jan desperately parries the beast's dark energy, realizing they have to buy time and find a new strategy. His keen eyes spot a tiny gap between its horn and body, a potential weak point they might be able to exploit. But Elsie, refusing to accept defeat, begs to try her lightning magic one more time, ignoring his warning that it's useless. As she argues, Jan screams for her to look out as the monster teleports directly behind her for a killing blow. Her blood runs cold with a terrifying thought. If the beast is resistant to lightning, then of course it can use lightning as well, gathering a storm of purple energy in its maw. John can only watch in utter horror as the massive beam of electrical power engulfs his teammate. The blinding flash triggers a memory of a mysterious letter he once received, hinting that this attack is part of a much larger conspiracy. The horrifying reality crashes down on him as he curses their fatal miscalculation. The monster has not only negated their strongest weapon, but has now turned their own element against them in a devastating counterattack. Jan screams a desperate warning for Elsie to run as she freezes in pure terror. But before the attack connects, a blur of motion cuts through the chaos. The devastating purple energy erupts across the battlefield in a blinding explosion. Celine is blown away by the force, but Syria pushes through the blast with sheer determination. With her teammates down, the Academy's former prodigy now stands as their last line of defense. Suddenly, another attack intercepts the beast, drawing its attention away from the fallen girls. Jan ignites his blade with a crimson aura, roaring at the monster to come after him instead. The enraged shadow beast turns its furious, snarling gaze toward its new challenger. He realizes the creature's lightning has a recharge time, creating a desperate opening for their counterattack. Now, he must distract it at all costs until Elsie can finish chanting the spell that will decide their fate. Buying precious seconds, Jan digs in his heels, holding the line against the snarling shadow beast. But the creature's raw power is too much, and a brutal strike sends blood flying as the beast roars in triumph. Staggering backward, Jan can only watch in shock as the overwhelming purple energy surges around him, and he's sent flying, completely helpless against the sheer force of the monster's attack. Landing hard, a sharp pain shoots through his leg. His ankle is broken, leaving him completely immobilized. The blood-soaked beast looms over him, its fanged maw wide open for the final killing blow. And with no way to escape, Jan braces for the end, wondering if his desperate gamble has failed. But suddenly, a brilliant flash of blue light erupts as Syria unleashes the Yerdina family's secret sword technique. Her golden lion sword slams into the beast with unbelievable force, stopping its attack cold. The monster is blown backward, its shadowy form tearing apart under the immense pressure of her divine light. The lingering dark energy from the defeated beast suddenly coalesces around Jan, pulsing with a terrifying new power. He can't believe it, stunned that Syria's ultimate attack didn't completely annihilate the creature. Exhausted, Jean turns to Syria, asking what they should do now that their teammate Celine is down. Elsewhere, on the battlefield, Celine remains frozen, completely unable to move after her first real combat experience. But just then, Elsie shouts that she's ready, demanding Jan give her the signal to attack. A new shadow wolf forms from the dark energy, and Jan tells Syria to block just one of its attacks. She questions his mysterious plan, but he simply asks for her trust in this critical moment. With a nod of understanding, Syria readies her blade, preparing to intercept the monster head-on. She crashes against the beast in a brilliant flash of light, creating the opening Jan desperately needed. In that single instant, Jan explodes forward with blinding speed to finish the fight once and for all. Syria grits her teeth, barely holding her ground against the immense pressure of the Shadow Wolf's assault. As the monster's overwhelming power sends her skidding backward, her defense completely shattered. But as she creates the opening, Jan suddenly soars over her, descending upon the beast with a decisive strike. The wolf is too fast, catching his arm in its jaws and crushing it with a sickening crunch. With a crazed grin, Jan declares this is exactly what he wanted, unleashing a torrent of raw energy directly into the monster's mouth. Yet his gambit seems to fail as the beast's dark aura begins to consume his power, overwhelming his desperate counter. But this was all part of the plan, as he manifests a crimson blade in his free hand to exploit the opening he created. He ruthlessly plunges the energy sword straight through the creature's skull, in a brutal, point-blank execution. The monster rears back in agony, its form flickering as the holy power of the blade tears it apart from the inside. Its body finally destabilizes, erupting in a violent explosion of chaotic purple energy. With a menacing grin, Jan taunts the beast he has impaled, revealing it was far too slow. Suddenly, the sword erupts with a blinding blue light, catching the monster completely off guard. A massive pillar of lightning explodes from within the creature's skull, tearing the forest apart. The shockwave is so immense it sends Jan skidding backward as the air cracks around him. But he holds his ground, facing the cataclysmic blast head-on as it radiates from the wolf's dying body. The creature convulses violently, its dark form flickering as it's electrocuted from the inside out. Jan smirks, mockingly asking how it feels to be burned down from the tip of its skull. He reveals that, despite its resistance, its internal organs could never withstand this level of power. Standing over the smoldering corpse, he declares the monster finished, its brain and organs completely melted. But, from the shadows, Elsie watches with uncertainty, wondering if the beast is truly dead or just pretending. Jan raises his blood-soaked sword, declaring victory over the fallen beast they've hunted down. His teammates are in awe as they realize this wasn't just any monster, but a legendary named creature of immense power. With this legendary kill secured, Jan knows they finally have what they need to ensure Emma's recovery. He glances over at Syria, who looks back with a victorious smile he can't help but find cute. But as he grips his wounded hand, he realizes he's the only one who's seriously hurt, a price he's willing to pay. Believing the danger has passed, Jan tells his exhausted team to take a well-deserved break. Suddenly, his senses scream that it isn't over, as he recalls a grave warning from a letter he received. His eyes widen in dawning horror, as he pieces together the terrible truth of their situation. But his realization comes too late, as a shadowy figure ambushes Celine from behind, driving a blade deep into her back. Jan can only watch helplessly, screaming her name as his triumph instantly turns into a blood-soaked nightmare. Jan is caught completely off guard, as the mercenary Olmar launches a devastating surprise attack. Before he can even react, he's violently slammed to the ground in a single, brutal motion. Jan crashes into the dirt, utterly powerless against the overwhelming speed of his new foe. A new figure then steps forward, mockingly telling him that he almost succeeded in his quest. With Celine bleeding out and Jan pinned, the rest of the team can only watch in frozen horror. Syria trembles as a familiar voice cruelly reminds her that their victory was just within reach. Their true enemy, Delphine Urdina, finally appears, declaring she would never let them win. All hope drains from Syria's face as she realizes the depth of her sister's twisted betrayal. Delphine then grinds her heel onto Jan's hand, coldly repeating how close he came to winning. She looks down on them all, relishing her perfectly executed plan to completely crush their spirits. Delphine mockingly asks Syria if she actually plans to fight back, while her mercenary goon moves in for the kill, leaving Elsie to watch in helpless shock. But Syria grips her sword, a final spark of defiance still burning within her. With a look of grim determination, she declares that she can't back down now, a response that only earns a condescending and amused smirk from her older sister. Syria then unleashes her aura for one last desperate attack, as Delphine taunts her about the inevitable outcome. The two clash in a blinding explosion of power, blue energy against gold. But the fight is completely one-sided, and Syria is instantly overpowered and disarmed. As she lies broken on the ground, Delphine coldly states that victory was never an option. And, defeated, Syria can only admit to herself that she was already aware of the truth. But with her last ounce of strength, Syria forces herself to her feet, refusing to just stand by and watch. She roars that she's no longer a crying child, as she channels every bit of her remaining aura into her blade for one final strike. Her sister Delphine only offers a condescending smirk, amused by this pathetic display of growth. The final clash is instantaneous, a brutal collision of overwhelming golden power against desperate blue. Syria is sent flying backwards, her last-ditch attack completely and utterly neutralized in a one-sided defeat. With the battle decided, Delphine turns away, ready to deliver the final, crushing humiliation. She cruelly offers Syria a place in the house, a verbal stab so sharp it makes the defeated girl cough up blood. But just as she collapses, He's Not Piraeus suddenly appears, catching her and screaming that this has gone too far. Leto joins him, trying to hold the injured Jan back as he confronts Delphine for her cruelty. Unfazed, Delphine simply orders her subordinate to knock them all out if they continue to be a nuisance. Jan furiously screams at his opponent, calling him a coward for his underhanded tactics. But his enemy simply scoffs, callously stating that being careless was his own damn fault. The victor lectures the fallen Jan to never let his guard down as he struggles to ask how his location was exposed. The answer is simple and devastating. The betrayal came from the very dagger he was holding. It's revealed that Leto had secretly cast a tracking spell on it, an insurance policy he never thought he'd actually need. Consumed by guilt, Jan flashes back to Elsie, trapped and terrified all because of his failure. He then remembers the bloodied faces of Celine and Saria, realizing his entire team was hurt because of him. As his eyes glow with a dark resolve, he curses himself for foolishly falling right into the trap. His consciousness begins to fade while his enemy taunts him, and he panics about protecting the contents of a critical letter. And in his final waking moments, a horrifying vision reveals the future consequences of his defeat. Emma will die and Syria will be exiled. A horrifying vision begins, prophesying a world-ending entity that will destroy his family and friends. And in this apocalyptic future, a defeated John can only reach out and beg for it to stop. He clutches a fallen comrade, a single desperate plea echoing in his mind to not forget this moment. His thoughts race with regrets, consumed by all the if-onlys that led to this complete and utter ruin. But a voice cuts through the despair, telling him he must wake up, if he doesn't want this nightmare to become reality. The vision shatters, flashing back to his rival Delphine standing over a dead beast, her words dripping with condescension. She coldly declares this world is about survival of the fittest, a philosophy she is more than ready to prove. Suddenly, a glowing red axe hurtles directly toward her head in a desperate, last-ditch attack. But the weapon is stopped cold just inches from her face by an impenetrable wall of crimson energy. The memory ends on his utter defeat, pinned to the ground and completely at her mercy. Blood drips from his lips as he glares forward, completely unfazed by his injuries. And with a crazed look in his glowing eyes, he challenges his next opponent to a match. But the scene reveals his first target is already down, while Jan himself is bleeding heavily from his own wounds. Watching from the sidelines, Delphine coldly analyzes the damage, believing the fight is over. But a cold sweat runs down her face as she realizes she completely failed to perceive his initial, lightning-fast attack. Though his head is spinning from the pain, Jan's grip on his sword remains impossibly steady, and a surge of raw power courses through him, making him feel invincible despite his battered state. Suddenly, the legendary fourth year known as the Twin Axe steps forward, vowing to make him pay for harming his partner. But his threat is cut short as his face contorts in pure, unadulterated shock. In a single, imperceptible instant, the duel is already over in a completely one-sided slaughter. With a brutal strike, Jan slams into the fourth-year mercenary, leaving him utterly speechless. He then effortlessly tosses the powerful student aside like a rag doll, as Delphine watches in utter disbelief. Jan stands over his fallen opponent, his sword poised and his expression as cold as ice. He cruelly reminds the mercenary of his empty threat, grinding the blade deeper into his shoulder. Seeing this, the mercenary's partner screams his name in terror, witnessing the one-sided beatdown. Fueled by rage, she charges forward, vowing to make Jan pay for what he's done. She unleashes a barrage of crystalline projectiles, threatening to turn him into a beehive. But Jan simply smirks, effortlessly deflecting every single shard with impossible speed and grace. Her ultimate attack is completely nullified, leaving her frozen in shock as her weapons spin harmlessly. In an instant, her defense is utterly shattered, leaving her wide open for a final, decisive blow. Jan brutally pins her to the ground with his energy axe, forcing her to realize her attack was utterly pointless. She screams in terror as he calmly approaches, the weapon still cruelly embedded in her leg. Cowering on the ground, she begs him to stay away as a malevolent red energy begins to pulse from his body. But he simply looks down with disgust, telling her to stop making such an annoying racket. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts through the tension, as the noble Delphine Yerdina questions the Axe Prince about his impossible technique. She speculates that it must be a secret art far beyond the reach of any ordinary student. Delphine then demands an explanation, but Jan coldly dismisses her, turning his back on the Academy's elite. His eyes then ignite with a crimson glow as he faces her with a single, chilling proposition: to fight. Standing over his defeated opponents, Jeanne formally challenges the powerful noble to a duel right then and there. Delphine, however, sees right through him, accusing the Axe Prince of using a forbidden martial art from the Holy Kingdom. She questions if his impossible power comes from the legendary teachings of the Sword Circle. Suddenly, a forgotten memory surfaces of a mysterious master explaining the core principle of movement in stillness. He recalls questioning if such a concept was even possible, a technique that unifies motion and stillness. The memory continues, with his teacher instructing him to feel the world as one to take the first step. Snapping back to reality, Jan is horrified by these memories he can't place, as Delphine declares his power was stolen. With her patience gone, she ignites a brilliant golden aura, vowing to force the truth out of him. In an instant, she closes the distance, her immense power shaking the very ground beneath him. But the clash is completely one-sided, as he struggles to defend with just one hand against her overwhelming assault. He grits his teeth, his body screaming under the sheer force of her attack. Delphine mocks his futile defense, pressing her advantage against the cornered Axe Prince. Jean is driven back, his feet skidding across the dirt under the immense pressure. He can barely hold his ground as Delphine's assault continues, her power far exceeding his own. She mocks his title, sneering at the so-called Axe Prince who can't even fight back. Seeing through his desperate defense, she creates distance to unleash an even greater attack. Her sword technique mimics the claws of a lion, drawing multiple golden trajectories in the air simultaneously. She unleashes the full might of her golden lion sword, a flurry of attacks meant to end him. With a smug grin, she questions if he ever truly believed he stood a chance against her. But her taunt has the opposite effect, as a familiar red glow begins to form in his hand. His eyes burn with a new light as he silently vows that this humiliation is nothing, and he will absolutely take her down. Delphine is left stunned by his sudden shift in demeanor, wondering what nonsense he's spouting now. Delphine scoffs internally, knowing her golden lion sword is far too complex for a low-level fighter like him to even comprehend. But his eyes burn with a defiant yellow light, his momentum completely unbroken by her flurry of feints and attacks. His calm defiance only infuriates her more, pushing her to unleash her true power just to see him break. She launches a devastating golden slash meant to tear him apart, a furious attack born from pure irritation. The very air is ripped to shreds by her technique, a storm of attacks that should be completely unavoidable. Yet he somehow keeps dodging, forcing her to angrily question how he can perceive the space around him so perfectly. Her taunt about stalling for time suddenly triggers a deep memory within Jan, recalling a lesson from his past. He remembers being taught a profound secret about topological sympathy, a technique to perceive distorted space and find a path where none exists. With a grim determination, he prepares to unleash this hidden art, a forbidden technique known as movement in stillness. In the blink of an eye, he's no longer defending but standing perfectly still inside her guard, leaving her utterly frozen in disbelief. Delphine scoffs at his apparent desperation for throwing away his weapon, but from right behind her, Jean calmly denies it. He reveals that since he lacks the raw talent for a direct clash, he was forced to devise a completely different strategy. Suddenly, she realizes the horrifying truth. She's been caught in an invisible web, a perfect technique that has rendered her completely immobile. Before she can react, he seizes her from behind, and the once untouchable noble is now utterly at his mercy. Delphine is frozen in disbelief, realizing he has completely neutralized her, without even needing a weapon. With his eyes glowing a menacing yellow, he whispers in her ear that this time, the victory is his. Trapped and powerless, she can only grit her teeth and accept the undeniable fact that she is lost. She finally concedes defeat to the one now known as the Axe Prince, acknowledging her perfect record is broken. Clutching a hidden dagger, she can barely believe her first loss came at the hands of a total unknown. But as she swears on her family's honor to leave quietly, she congratulates him one last time before shockingly plunging the blade into her own stomach. With crazed eyes, Delphine declares that their battle isn't over yet, despite her grievous wound. She grits her teeth through the agony, clutching the dagger she plunged into her own stomach. But Jan simply smirks with glowing yellow eyes, coldly asking if this is the law of the jungle she adheres to. He glances at his own blood-soaked arm, admitting he can't even swing a sword in his current state. Thinking him weakened, Delphine calls him dishonorable for pressing a foe who has already surrendered. In a blur of motion, he instantly closes the distance, appearing right beside her before she can react. Now standing behind the wounded noble, he calmly states that there are some things that still need to be settled. His voice turns to ice as he demands she apologize for hurting and harassing his teammate Celine. Even on the verge of collapse, She scoffs at the idea, refusing to apologize for what she did to win. In response, he materializes a menacing red axe, pressing it against her throat with a final, deadly ultimatum. Jan coldly informs the defeated noble that if she doesn't apologize, she will die. Delphine realizes this is no empty threat, as the secluded forest makes it easy to cover up a murder. Acknowledging her complete defeat, she bitterly accepts that she is now in a position where she must beg to survive. Jan confirms this is exactly her situation, forcing Delphine to seethe in silent fury. With his entire team watching, she finally relents, offering a full apology for her actions. But Jan's eyes flare a dangerous red as he presses her to address the matter of his teammate, Celine. As a conflicted Syria looks on, Delphine is forced to confess that the rumors and harassment were entirely her fault. She then asks with a smirk if her decent apology is enough, a spark of her old arrogance returning. Her defiance grows as she challenges him, asking if he's really going to question her sincerity now. However, Jean reveals he never cared about sincerity at all. He just wanted to make one thing perfectly clear. Jean gives his final, chilling warning: if the Yerdina family seeks revenge, he will personally feed Delphine to the magical beasts. A quiet interlude then reveals a heartfelt letter written for a dear brother Ian, praying for his peace and hinting at a completely different past. Days later at the hunting festival's award ceremony, Jan's team arrives to a shocked crowd wondering who could have possibly won with Delphine defeated. The headmaster announces that while many performed well, one team's victory was absolutely undisputed. But his tone turns serious as he reveals a dangerous incident occurred during the festival that could have ended in tragedy. The students murmur in confusion, completely oblivious to the life-threatening danger that was just averted. He gestures to a massive slain beast, explaining that the threat was eliminated by a few heroic students who risked their lives. As the entire academy holds its breath, the headmaster prepares to call the victors to the stage. First up are the fourth-year mage, Elsie Rhaenyra, and the second-year knight, Celine Haster, both basking in their hard-earned glory. And the final member announced is the swordsmanship student Celia Udina, as Syria finally steps into the light. As the final team representative is announced, Syria looks on with worried eyes, remembering her warning not to get hurt again. But to the crowd's astonishment, a battered and bandaged Jan Perius steps forward, having secured his team the legendary dragon's blood as a reward. The audience erupts in confusion, questioning how this ragged team could have won such an impossible prize. Then a second reward is revealed, the monster's corpse, worth a fortune and the one thing Leto needs to save his friend Emma. Seeing his desperation, Jan immediately offers him the prize, claiming Leto's contribution was the greatest of all. Elsie and Syria quickly agree, dismissing the money and telling him to do as he wishes with the offering. Overwhelmed by their kindness, Leto leans on Jan, unable to process that their victory is actually real. With his hope finally restored, Leto's expression hardens with unwavering resolve. He then turns and calls out directly to the Saintess, who stands watching from the balcony with her guardian. Gazing at the immense beast's corpse, is certain an offering of this magnitude will finally be enough to heal Emma. From her balcony, the Saintess looks down upon the crowd, her gaze seemingly acknowledging Leto's desperate public plea. As brilliant fireworks explode across the night sky, the Academy begins its celebration. The Saintess offers a divine blessing for their noble deeds, her expression serene amid the chaos. Jan looks up in surprise, a rare flicker of emotion crossing his face from her unexpected words. And with that, the long and brutal hunting festival finally comes to a close. Later, a relieved Leto thanks Jan, confirming that Emma's treatment will finally begin tomorrow. But the Saintess gravely informs Jan that while his treatment was a success, the damage to his arm will be permanent. He simply clenches his bandaged fist, admitting his reaction speed has dropped but insisting he was prepared for this outcome. He reveals that sacrificing his arm to save Emma was a price he was willing to pay, as the guilt of more deaths would have been a heavier burden. Hearing his selfless reasoning, the Saintess simply states that this unwavering sense of sacrifice is just the kind of person he is. The Saintess places a mysterious red orb into Jan's hand, whispering that this must be their little secret. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts from her palm, leaving Jan completely stunned by the surge of power. He panics, realizing she just casually used an incredibly valuable artifact to heal him. But she simply winks, reminding him it's a secret, forcing him to nervously agree he saw nothing. After urging him to join the victory party, the Saintess turns to leave. She then offers one final, divine blessing for his future journey. Later at the celebration, Elsie rallies the victorious team for another round of drinks. Jan watches them from the side, musing on what an odd group they are while Leto sidles up beside him. Leto insists on celebrating with them, arguing that they won't have time like this again. Reluctantly, Jan agrees to let it slide just this once, knowing they all need a moment of peace. As the celebration winds down, Syria suddenly grabs Jan, insisting they need to talk alone. He cautiously agrees, leading her away from the others to find a quieter place. Under the moonlight, she acknowledges their victory, but gives him full credit for defeating her sister and proving his newfound strength. He vulnerably asks if this means his nightmares will finally stop, revealing a crack in his hardened exterior. Jan looks at her with surprising sincerity, telling her he doesn't want her to live in anxiety anymore. His unexpected concern makes her blush, completely catching her off guard. With a newfound determination in her glowing eyes, she declares there's something important she needs to tell him. Jan braces himself, his own eyes widening in shock, clearly expecting a serious confession. But instead, she bows deeply, shouting a heartfelt thank you, and saying their victory was all thanks to him. He can only sigh, realizing she struggled this much just to show her gratitude for everything they'd accomplished together. Jan reflects on how their bond has deepened in just a month, moving from mere acquaintances to something more. As a token of gratitude, he suddenly places a delicate pendant around the startled Syria's neck. Her eyes widen in shock, a deep blush spreading across her face at the unexpected gesture. He reveals the pendant holds a sepia flower, a permanent reminder of the one her mother cherished. Looking away shyly, Jan admits it's not much but sincerely hopes she will like it. Syria is completely overwhelmed, barely able to utter a single word in response. But then her face breaks into a radiant smile, declaring from the bottom of her heart that she is truly happy. He quietly confesses she's special to him, revealing the flower's hidden meaning. First love. Meanwhile, the rest of their team watches the intimate moment from a distance with mixed reactions. Leto immediately approaches to tease them about finally dating, but Jan quickly shuts him down, denying they had any serious talk at all. Leto relentlessly teases Jan, suggesting even the holy saintess might be falling for him. But a flustered Jan angrily refutes the claim, accusing his friend of being drunk on nonsense. Leto simply warns that at this rate, every girl at the academy is destined to fall for Jan's charms. Completely fed up, Jan shoves his friend off, telling him to just go to sleep. Yet, once he's finally alone, Jan can't hide his blush as he wonders if he and Syria are truly becoming a couple. He collapses onto his bed, lost in a spiral of thoughts about how to even face her now. But far from the academy's trivial matters, a cloaked figure walks through a desolate, war-torn land. In a secret meeting, a grim-faced man reveals himself, stating it has been a long while. He sits before a woman with striking silver hair, demanding an update on the collapsing Eastern Front. Her report is dire, confirming their forces are critically low, while the enemy's numbers swell, pushing them to the breaking point. She reports that the situation is only getting worse, with even the imperial capital struggling to hold on. He learns that it's not just one front collapsing, as the western and northern territories are also in dire condition. The silver-haired woman then points to something crucial on the table, leaving him utterly bewildered. With a tone of utter finality, she reveals the true cause of their doom. The cosmic entity Delphalem is approaching. John can't comprehend this world-ending threat, as the woman declares that their forces can no longer hold the line. Suddenly, Jan jolts awake in his bed, ripped from the horrifying vision of a doomed future. He clutches his head, realizing this isn't the first time he's had this exact nightmare. A chilling premonition that's becoming terrifyingly familiar. Trying to shake it off, he blames the pounding in his head on a hangover and grabs a bottle of water. But as he's about to drink, his eyes catch something on his desk that makes him freeze. There, waiting for him, is a mysterious letter sealed with red wax, an unexpected message that could change everything. Jean reads the cryptic letter, his heart sinking as he realizes this message is another omnipotent warning from his future self. The letter mentions a past fight and a future assignment at an orphanage, chilling him to the bone. But the signature throws him completely off balance, signed by a mysterious woman named Lucia. He curses his future self, enraged by the confusing games and the unknown woman he's apparently involved with. Trying to piece it all together, he realizes the calendar has flipped, confirming his worst fear. He's lost his memory again. He then feels a surge of unknown power, a menacing purple aura erupting from his body, as he deduces he drank the legendary dragon blood. This elixir has more than doubled his mana, a terrifying power-up that's overflowing like a waterfall. Suddenly, a horrifying thought cuts through the confusion about the time that has passed. A glimmer of hope appears as he realizes his injured friend, Emma, might have finally woken up, sending him sprinting towards the holy sanctuary. He knocks urgently on the massive doors, announcing his arrival to the one person who might have answers, the saintess. Jan Parius steps inside, relieved that no one seems to be staring, hoping he didn't cause any trouble during his latest memory lapse. But just as he lets his guard down, a sudden, blinding force slams into him from the side. He barely manages to block the attack, shocked by the blade pressing against his own with immense pressure. The sheer power behind the strike sends him stumbling backward. Completely caught off guard, he whirls around, sword at the ready, demanding to know what's going on. His attacker is none other than Yurin, the guardian of the Saintess, who coldly remarks that Jan has returned to his usual pathetic self. The cryptic insult throws Jan for a loop, confirming his worst fear that something significant and dangerous happened while he was blacked out. He takes in his surroundings, finding himself in a lavish parlor with the Saintess herself, watching him silently from a couch. The tension in the room is suffocating, as both the Saintess and her guardian stare him down, without a single word. Then his eyes fall upon the wreckage, clear evidence of a violent struggle that has just taken place in this very room. The Saint stares at the wreckage, wondering if she was the one responsible for the destruction, and turns to Jan, confirming he truly has no memory of the entire past week. A scornful laugh escapes her lips, finding his convenient excuse utterly unbelievable, before she explodes in anger, refusing to accept his convenient case of amnesia. But Jan swears on the goddess herself that he isn't lying, leaving her to accuse him of simply playing dumb. Fed up, she mockingly agrees to his supposed terms, offering to trade her information if his is so classified. Jan is left completely baffled by her talk of a secret organization as a document materializes before him in a flash of divine light. It's a list of struggling orphanages, a piece of intel so bizarre he can't fathom why his forgotten self would ever ask for it. His mind races, desperately trying to connect the dots between his violent missing week and this mysterious list. Pushing his confusion aside, he takes the document and vows to use it well, leaving the Saintess to silently question his true motives. Jan's stonewalling only fuels the tension as he claims to have no idea what's going on. His blatant refusal to cooperate pushes the Saintess over the edge, who takes his silence as a personal insult. Surrounded by a menacing aura, she declares that her kindness has been wasted and their conversation is over. She then storms out of the grand hall, leaving a trail of cold fury in her wake. Jan is left utterly bewildered, questioning what could have possibly happened to provoke such a reaction. But before he can process it, the Saintess's guardian appears with a terrifying theory. He was possessed. Yurin explains that Jan's memory loss, his unnerving eyes, and his overwhelming power all point to an outside force taking control. The horrifying truth begins to sink in as Jan realizes Yurin must have seen him fight during his blackout. Yurin confirms his worst fears, revealing that the possessed Jan had slashed his shoulder without any memory of the attack. Shaking with desperation, Jan begs for the whole story as Yurin prepares to recount the disastrous events of that forgotten day. Jan arrives for a tense meeting with the Saintess, who claims her position prevents them from speaking privately. But with a cold, unwavering gaze, he cuts right through the pleasantries to get to the point. He immediately pressures her for information on financially failing orphanages, hinting at deep-seated corruption within the holy nation. The Saintess looks away, flustered, and begins to apologize for her inability to help. She tries to refuse by citing protocol, but Jan masterfully pivots, asking about a powerful archbishop. Her composure immediately shatters as she questions why he's suddenly bringing up such a dangerous name. Jan calmly explains that he's heard whispers of a conspiracy to bring the archbishop down. He lays his trap perfectly, deducing that the progressive faction must be behind the attack on their conservative rival. With the Saintess completely cornered, he offers a chilling ultimatum, her secrets for his information. Meanwhile, Leto sweats in the background, realizing with horror that Jan somehow knows the details of a top-secret plot that just began. Leto panics internally, wondering how Jan discovered their secret plot, and realizing that one wrong move could ruin everything. Meanwhile, the Saintess, flanked by her aide, coldly declares they must find the leak and silence them by any means necessary. With his resolve hardening, Leto sets his teacup down, the decision to take action now made. But Jan simply smirks, his golden eyes flaring with power as he calmly welcomes the challenge. In a blur of motion, Leto leaps over the furniture, drawing his sword to permanently silence Jan. The memory of his hand trembling just moments before dropping his cup fuels his desperate lunge. Yet Jan reacts with impossible speed, effortlessly deflecting the attack and forcing Leto onto the back foot. The sheer force of the parry shatters Leto's stance, throwing him completely off balance. He tries to recover as their blades clash, but Jan presses forward with overwhelming power. In a fatal misstep, Leto creates an opening, and Jan instantly manifests his crimson axe for the finishing blow. Leto lunges forward, convinced his faster sword can overwhelm Jan's shorter axe. But from the sidelines, the Saintess suddenly screams out a name in alarm. Jan. however, remains impossibly calm, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he anticipates the blow. His eyes catch the reflection of the holy woman, watching from her throne, her presence fueling the entire conflict. Empowered by her divine buff, Leto unleashes a massive wave of emerald energy, roaring that this attack is unavoidable as he puts all his faith into one final strike. His confident expression instantly shatters into pure, utter disbelief. Jan doesn't just block the attack, he effortlessly shatters it with a single crimson blade that draws blood. As a mysterious letter flashes through his mind, Jan unconsciously utters the name of an impossible technique. He can't believe it himself as he recognizes the legendary sword circle. Leto screams in agony as Jan's blade cuts deep into his shoulder, and he stumbles back, realizing his arm is now completely useless in this fight. But before Jan can press his advantage, a new challenger suddenly steps into the fray. The Saintess herself lunges forward, her hand glowing with a terrifying golden light. She unleashes a blinding holy strike meant to instantly incapacitate her target. Both she and Leto are stunned. However, when they realize Jan isn't even surprised by her sacred jujutsu, with impossible speed, his hand shoots out and clamps down on her wrist mid-strike. He completely neutralizes her divine power, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. Leto can only stare in absolute disbelief as the situation escalates beyond all reason. Jan then uses her own momentum against her, flawlessly executing the Holy Nation's secret moon reversal technique. Leto screams in horror as the Saintess lies completely helpless on the floor after being effortlessly thrown aside. He furiously demands to know how Jan thinks he can get away with assaulting such a revered figure. But Jan simply glares back with otherworldly intensity, his glowing yellow eyes commanding Leto to shut his mouth. From the ground, the defeated Saintess weakly asks just who he is and why he's doing this. Jan pauses, his cold expression unreadable as he looks down upon the holy woman. He takes a slow, deliberate step towards her, his presence utterly suffocating. His shadow falls over the terrified Saintess as he looms above, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. A terrifying vision flashes, revealing Jan on a demonic throne as he declares his name is Jan Perius. But Leto snaps back in frustration, yelling that he wasn't asking for a name but what he has become. His eyes then widen in dawning horror as he realizes Jan just used a secret Holy Nation technique combined with a forbidden sword circle art. Leto's mind shatters, realizing it should be impossible for one person to master two forbidden arts from rival factions. The defeated Saintess tries to regain control, threatening Jan with her political power to execute nobles. But Jan remains silent, calmly conjuring a crimson thread of energy from his fingertip as if her threats mean nothing. Her composure finally breaks as she stares in pure terror, demanding to know what kind of monster he is. The energy then forms a single, terrifying word, and she recognizes the legendary and forbidden dragon blood writing. In a vision of absolute power, Jan sits upon a throne, coldly asking if she is connected to the imperial family. Leto also recognizes the technique, identifying it as a secret imperial magic known only to a select few. He realizes this means Jan is somehow tied to the royal guards or the intelligence division, explaining his impossible knowledge. With this dawning horror, Leto understands the true scale of the imperial family's power and turns back to the captured holy woman. Jan coldly states this could have all been avoided, but the Saintess spits back that he was the one who ambushed her and broke her arm. Jan coldly dismisses her defiance, flexing his fingers as if her words are nothing, before unleashing a terrifying aura, reminding her that he could burn this entire place to the ground in an instant. With glowing eyes, he declares the outcome has already been decided and orders her to stop her useless tantrum. Utterly defeated, the Saintess finally relents, agreeing to cooperate if he ignores the crimes of a certain archbishop. Jan immediately accepts her terms and turns to leave, his mission seemingly accomplished. But as he walks past a stunned Leto, his own ally can only stare in disbelief at the scene. Suddenly, without any warning, Jan lashes out and brutally strikes his friend across the face. Leto collapses to his knees, gasping in pain and shock from the completely unprovoked attack. Jan then turns his cold gaze back to the kneeling holy woman, asking if she finds her current position humiliating. Looming over them both, he delivers his final, chilling command. They are to simply obey and not resist his absolute authority. Jan puzzles over the entity that possessed him, a being with knowledge of both holy secrets and the imperial family's forbidden techniques. He desperately questions why this is happening to him, a supposedly ordinary guy, feeling a sense of disappointing weakness. But his ally Leto simply pats his shoulder, finding this current weak and foolish version of Jan far more interesting. With a casual wave, Leto gives a chilling warning not to get possessed again before turning to leave. Jan tries to call out to ask about Emma, but in a blink, his friend has already vanished into the corridor, left alone with his thoughts and a new set of documents. He decides to forgo the final exam for a special field assignment. This leads him to the Grand Hall housing the Academy's bustling mission board. While every other student scrambles for safe missions with good scores, Jan's objective is something else entirely. He walks through the crowd with unshakable purpose, caring nothing for grades or reputation. His attention is fixed on one specific request, a mission at a struggling orphanage in the East, one receiving support directly from the Holy Nation. He selects a deceptively simple mission to scout monsters near an orphanage, a quest so insignificant that no one else would even consider it. But a cryptic letter from his future self reveals a hidden danger, mentioning a deadly ambush and a nest that must be destroyed. With his objective set, Jan knows he can't go alone, and must now assemble a new team for this covert operation. Unfortunately, his championship-winning squad is out, as Academy rules prevent second years like Celine and Saria from joining field assignments. He even considers another powerful swordsman, but realizes his options are frustratingly limited. With only a week left, he walks through the Academy halls, the pressure mounting as he desperately searches for a worthy ally. Just as he's lost in thought, a powerful hand suddenly grabs his arm, stopping him dead in his tracks. Jan is completely caught off guard by the sudden, forceful grip and lets out a cry of surprise. He looks up to see his ally Leto walking past, but the look on his face is anything but friendly. Without a word, Leto shoulders past with enough force to send him stumbling, leaving Jan utterly bewildered by the strange encounter. Leto stares intently at the bewildered Jan, lost in thought as he tries to piece something terrible together. He suddenly breaks into a grin, giving a thumbs up and declaring that this is the real Ian he knows, much to our hero's confusion. But the friendly demeanor vanishes as Leto reveals a chilling truth. There is another person who looks exactly like him. He connects the dots, pointing out Jan's recent memory loss as clear proof that he must have been possessed once again. A nervous Jan asks why he's being so direct, admitting that another person had already warned him of the same danger. Leto's expression hardens as he confesses that he recently spoke with that very entity himself. He then drops an absolute bombshell, clarifying that he spoke to a version of John from the future who had stolen his appearance. In a terrifying flashback, Jan finds himself cornered in an alley by his own doppelganger, desperately demanding to know who he is. The other Ian scoffs, mocking him for being less composed and admitting he's not the pathetic version of Ian he knows. This mysterious figure then looks to the horizon, cryptically stating that while he came from a faraway place, he is, without a doubt, still Ian. Leto confronts the mysterious man, demanding to know if he is truly Ian Piraeus. To test him, he asks a deeply personal and embarrassing question that only the real Ian would know. The imposter's eyes glow as he answers correctly, but adds a chilling detail that only deepens the mystery. Back in the past, Leto had grilled this strange Ian with a barrage of secret questions about their shared history. But even though this man knew every secret, Leto couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, especially about the impossible letter from the future. He finally looks this entity in his glowing eye and asks if he's really a time traveler. Suddenly, Leto's fist clenches as his suspicion explodes into horrifying certainty. He lunges forward in a rage, grabbing the imposter and demanding to know what he's planning to do with Ian's body. The awful truth is then revealed. This future Ian is a parasite, causing the real Ian's consciousness to vanish during possession, which is the source of his memory loss. Leto completely loses his composure, screaming that he won't let this monster take his friend. Leto holds the imposter tight, screaming for him to release his friend's body. But the man possessing Jan remains utterly stoic, his gaze unwavering in the face of such rage. He calmly states he won't be here long, as he is only doing what must be done. Leto's anger boils over as he questions how many times these necessary actions have nearly gotten the real Jan killed. The entity then delivers a chilling ultimatum. If he doesn't do these things, every single one of them will die. With unnerving gentleness, he removes Leto's hands, breaking his desperate grip. He then turns to leave, offering a final, haunting farewell, saying he was glad they met. But Leto can't let him go, desperately needing to understand the reason behind this horrifying possession. He calls out, begging to know why he had to come back and if there's any way to stop it. Suddenly, the man from the future stops dead in his tracks. He turns back with a look of grim resolve, revealing the one reason he had to return. It was because in his timeline, he failed. A shocking confession that leaves Leto utterly bewildered. But the future Jan, now conversing with the original Jan inside his own mind, dismisses the question, claiming even he doesn't know the details. Instead, he summons a flame to his fingertip, preparing to demonstrate the terrifying paradox they're trapped within. He paints a picture of a doomed timeline, one where a catastrophic fire engulfs the world and kills countless people. By possessing his past self, he can prevent that disaster, creating a brand new, peaceful future for the Jan of this era. But this raises a terrifying question from the original Jan. If the timeline is saved, where does the visitor from the future return to? The horrifying answer is that he's forced to go back to his original, doomed world where the fire still rages on. This act of changing fate splinters their very existence, turning them into two completely separate beings, locked into tragically different destinies. Yet even with this mind-bending explanation, the present Jan feels a cold sweat, realizing a crucial, horrifying piece of the puzzle is still missing. He points out a glaring contradiction. The letter he sent promised a happy future, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic one his future self described. But the visitor from the future calmly states there's a simple explanation for the paradox. He reveals a terrifying truth, that time has already been altered, meaning the Jan who sent the letter and the one possessing him might be from two completely different futures. The horrifying realization dawns on him. If every intervention creates a new timeline, just how many different futures are trying to interfere with his destiny? Back in the real world, Jan turns to Leto, admitting there's one more critical detail he hasn't mentioned about his lost week of memories. Leto explains that during that time, Jan simply vanished into the southern forest, and no one knows what he did there. A cold dread washes over Jan as he realizes his future self might have completed a secret mission he knows nothing about. The mention of the forest suddenly triggers a fragmented memory, and he frantically asks about the fate of a girl named Emma. But before Leto can explain, their urgent conversation is cut short by a sudden knock at the door. The door swings open to reveal the mysterious red-haired student, who seems just as surprised to see Jan as he is to see her. Jan is stunned to see the red-haired girl, asking if she's already been discharged from the hospital. She confirms she has, warmly inviting him inside the alchemist's hall. He tries to apologize for his tardiness, but she shocks him by revealing they already met during his lost week. She recalls his cryptic words from that encounter, telling him he said to thank his future self, not the one before her now. With no memory of this moment, Jan can only hold her hand in confused silence. Emma then tearfully explains that he saved her life, sacrificing a monster kill worth a fortune to do it. He quickly tries to dismiss the debt, insisting that she doesn't need to repay him. But she is overwhelmed by gratitude, desperately wondering how she could ever repay such a favor. He's struck by a wave of guilt, realizing his actions have become a heavy burden on her. So instead of accepting a reward, he makes a simple request that leaves her utterly speechless. Just continue to live. Instead of gold or glory, Jan asks only that Emma live a full and happy life as repayment for saving her. Her serious expression cracks as she tries to suppress a laugh at his earnestness. The laughter then bursts out uncontrollably, leaving a stunned Jan to wonder what he said wrong. Wiping away a tear, she affectionately calls him a dumb softy, warning that his kindness will one day be exploited. But she accepts his strange request, vowing to live a good life to honor the one he saved. With the emotional debt settled, she immediately offers her own knowledge to help him with whatever he needs. Jean seizes the moment, bringing up their old, dangerous discussion about sending a message from the future. He carefully probes her knowledge, mentioning a book that claimed not just letters, but entire souls could travel back in time. The gravity of his question makes her pause, her mind racing to connect the pieces of this impossible puzzle. Then her eyes widen in shock as she realizes that what she once dismissed as fantasy might actually be terrifyingly real. Emma reveals that for a soul to travel through time, there are only two grim explanations. The first is the complete extinction of mankind, while the second is the utter destruction of the cosmic entity, known as Delphalem. She clarifies that if humanity perishes, the divine god loses its power, but if Delphalem is destroyed, that same power becomes free for the taking. The horrifying truth dawns on Jan: his future self didn't just come back from a bad future, he came from a completely ruined world. Sensing his shock, Emma quickly changes the subject, insisting she has something to give him before his training. But her something turns out to be an entire arsenal of potions, far more than any single person should ever need. She ominously tells him he must be prepared just in case, her words carrying a heavy weight. Suddenly, Jan recalls a rumor about Delphine being found near death in the forest on the same day he and Syria were there. He grabs her wrist, demanding to know if something else happened that he's not aware of. Emma then reveals that Delphine is now in complete isolation, with not even her closest aides allowed to see her. Jan's expression darkens as he realizes he's once again left to clean up the mess from a violent incident he can't fully recall. So after receiving a bag of supplies from Emma, he prepares to leave, getting a cryptic warning about the forest. But her cheerful farewell feels strangely out of place, hiding a deeper layer of concern beneath her smile. The very next day, Jean makes his way towards a heavily guarded location, determined to find answers, where he finds the heavily injured Delphine, who reveals his visit was only permitted because of a mysterious letter. Jan immediately recognizes the threatening note on her table, realizing his powerful future self orchestrated this entire confrontation. Delphine seethes with pure rage and humiliation at the sight of the man who utterly broke her, and she demands to know why he's here. But he nonchalantly claims he just came to check on her. Her composure finally shatters as she screams that he is the very person responsible for her current, broken state. Yet as she asks if he came only to mock her downfall, he reaches out a hand, his true intention still a complete mystery. Delphine admits that he has completely shattered her pride, telling him to look at the person he's ruined. But Jan feels a pang of guilt, realizing her state is far worse than he expected, and softly asks if she's in pain. His question triggers an explosion of fury as she screams that of course it hurts, and her anger gives way to raw pain, her body trembling as she admits how much she's suffering. But as she cries, Jan's sympathy vanishes, replaced by cold disdain for her self-pity. He coldly reminds her of how she mercilessly bullied her own sister, weaponizing her deepest traumas against her. Delphine is left completely speechless, unable to justify her cruel past actions. He declares that she has no right to play the victim now, telling her that her hypocrisy makes him sick. With a menacing glare, he decides that she needs a serious attitude adjustment, and she can only tremble in fear, completely powerless before the man standing over her. Delphine begs him to stay away, pleading that he promise not to attack her again. But, with a sharp tug, he rips his sleeve from her desperate grasp. She looks up in utter confusion, expecting a beating that never comes. Instead, she presents her with official document, asking if she's free for the next field assignment. Stunned and trembling, she can barely process his question. He coldly declares his intention to fix her rotten personality through forced volunteer work. With a smirk, he gives her 1 week to prepare before turning to leave her in stunned silence. As he exits, Jan considers this a major victory, even if the mystery of his future self remains unsolved. His thoughts drift to his other preparations, having already persuaded Elsie Ranella to join this assignment at an orphanage. And before he knew it, a week had passed, and it was finally time to depart. Jan arrives at a magnificent warp gate, a piece of technology far too advanced for a mere rural noble to possess. His guide confirms their destination is a remote orphanage, a long journey even after teleporting across the continent. He thinks back on his team, knowing his other powerful companions are busy and will only arrive a day or two later. But he accepts this temporary isolation as the necessary price for the overwhelming strength they all recently gained. With his mind made up, Jan steps into the swirling vortex of light, embracing the journey ahead. Yet the moment he arrives, he's met with pure venom from an arrogant student and the enigmatic saintess, who immediately calls him trash. Unfazed by the insult, John calmly asks the divine woman why she harbors such intense hatred for him. The saintess scoffs, admitting her disgust is not only real, but something she has no intention of hiding. She then mocks his solitude, coldly stating that he is simply reaping what he has sown. Jan explains his allies are on their way, but she dismisses his words entirely, condescendingly calling him Ian the trash. Jan smirks, turning the insult back on the saintess by questioning if her own lack of companions is due to her terrible personality. The saintess scoffs, claiming she's not on a mere field assignment, but doing holy volunteer work, trying to elevate herself above him. Jan calls out her fake act for all to see, but she venomously returns the insult, calling him trash once more. As her green-haired companion announces his departure, the tense confrontation seems to be over. But just as they leave, the student stops Jan, asking where Hez headed, to which Jan casually replies his going to the Guilford orphanage. The student's face lights up with a grin as he reveals they'll be working together, much to the saintess's absolute horror. Jan is furious at this development, but a chilling memory surfaces of his future self demanding he obey without resistance, a phrase he doesn't understand. The saintess mockingly explains the divine teaching, defining it as a willingness to devote oneself to death, if it is the Lord's will. As she walks away into a portal of light, she condescendingly tells him he could never grasp the value of obedience, triggering a memory of his future self saying something similar. Left alone, Jan realizes those words weren't meaningless. There must be a hidden reason his future self chose that specific command. Jan wonders how he got himself into this deadly situation, his mind drifting back to the past. It all started with a letter to Leto, a message he first thought was just some elaborate prank. But from Emma's horrifying ambush to the outcome of the hunting festival, every single prediction came terrifyingly true. He now understands those warnings from the future are the only reason he's managed to survive this long. And though he still questions if the fate of the world is truly at stake, he knows he must act. Igniting his aura, he vows to follow the leads his future self provided and prevent the next catastrophe. Suddenly, his consciousness snaps back to reality, his vision blurred and his mind completely disoriented. He finds himself battered on the ground, desperately reaching for his sword as fragments of a fight return. He remembers he was locked in a life-or-death battle with a terrifying monster radiating immense dark energy. Barely able to stand, he realizes with a shudder that he was just a hair's breadth away from certain death. The horrifying monster lunges forward, its claws crackling with lethal purple energy. But Jan, refusing to die, forces himself up and raises his sword for one last desperate stand. He meets the beast's attack head-on, his red aura exploding against its overwhelming dark power. Vowing to survive at any cost, he manifests his signature axe and slices the creature clean in two. As the dust settles, a chilling realization hits him. This entire battle unfolded exactly as his future self's letter foretold. His mind then flashes back to a few days ago, when he arrived at a quiet, sunlit building for a meeting. There, an orphanage director named Guilford humbly apologized for only being able to offer him simple tea. Jan, however, graciously accepted the drink, putting the old man completely at ease. The director then expressed his shock, mentioning it was an honor for a young lord from the academy to visit them. But the real surprise was his other guest, who had accompanied Jan, the enigmatic and powerful saintess herself. The saintess smugly declares her God's grace is absolute, while Jan inwardly curses that his mission led him to this exact place. He recalls the second letter from his future self, realizing this orphanage was the only one ever mentioned as a clue. The pieces are clicking into place, and even he is surprised by how perfectly the monster subjugation request matches the prophecy. Meanwhile, the saintess mockingly wonders what could have possibly changed the arrogant and violent Jan she once knew. Shaking with barely concealed tension, Jan changes the subject to get to the heart of the matter. He asks the orphanage director if the recent incident was truly just a normal magic beast attack. A heavy silence falls as the old man's expression turns grim and troubled by the question. He begins to recount a story from a few months prior, when he took a restless child out into the garden late at night. His face is cast in shadow as he remembers the terrifying moment it appeared out of nowhere. A flashback reveals the source of his fear, a monstrous ape-like beast crackling with overwhelming purple energy, towering over a defenseless child. The beast's sinister purple energy completely envelops the child, snatching them away in an instant. The director recalls with a haunted look how it vanished into the darkness, leaving him powerless. Even worse, he reveals this wasn't a one-time event. The monster returns like clockwork every month to claim another victim. And, according to the calendar, the next horrifying abduction is just around the corner. The old man trembles with despair, knowing another innocent child is about to be lost forever. But the saintess offers a chillingly calm smile, promising to end the tragedy as she presses for more information. After hearing the whole story, Jan and the saintess step outside, the door slamming shut behind them. She immediately confronts him, asking if he's realized the truth, and he confirms this is no ordinary monster. He recounts the facts with cold precision. Its perfect timing and intelligent targeting prove it's more than just a beast. This creature possesses human-level cognitive ability, a true high-ranking magic beast with terrifying intelligence. Jan worries they can't handle this alone, but the saintess coldly dismisses the idea of asking for help. She explains that a trivial matter like a few missing orphans is far beneath the notice of the powerful Holy Kingdom. Unless they can prove a much larger conspiracy is at play, no one is coming to save them. Jan realizes their only hope lies with a ragtag group of allies, including his fiercest rivals Delphine and Elsie. A dark smile crosses his face as he concludes they might just pull this off, provided his powerful but volatile team doesn't tear itself apart first. But a flashback immediately reveals the problem, as Elsie explodes with rage over being summoned for the mission. Delphine scoffs at the idea, declaring that such a trivial matter is an insult to her noble family's status. Jan shuts them both down by manifesting his blood-red axe, his glowing eyes promising a fate worse than any monster if they refuse their noble duty. Back in the present, he calmly lays out the plan to the now subdued team, organizing a watch schedule to prepare for the beast's attack. He gives one final, chilling warning. With almost no information on their target, they must be prepared for absolutely anything to go wrong. With the plan set, Jan confidently delegates duties, ordering the saintess to handle the children. But his authoritative tone immediately infuriates the holy woman, who seethes with unspoken rage. She finally confronts him, calling his reliance on threats and violence a truly despicable method. Jan internally dismisses her complaints, knowing that in this desperate situation, their only option is to remain vigilant. And so the team settles into their new roles, with some protecting the innocent, while others barely tolerate each other's presence. As night falls, Leto begins his lonely patrol, the first to stand watch against the unseen threat. 3 long days pass in eerie silence, making Jan wonder if this is just the calm before the storm. Suddenly, a cold realization hits him as he notices the fiery mage. Elsie is long overdue from her shift. He bursts in to find not a monster attack, but his own team in chaos as an enraged Elsie throttles her partner. With a terrifyingly calm expression, Jan interrupts the fight, his voice promising a punishment far worse than any beast could deliver. Jan tries to calm the furious mage, telling her to speak gently, but Elsie snaps that they deserved her wrath. He attempts to reason with her, reminding her they were only dealing with immature children. But his words only trigger something deeper as she turns away, coldly asking what he could possibly know about her pain. Dismissing his concern, Elsie declares she'll handle the patrol alone and storms off into the night. Jan desperately holds out his lantern, pleading with her not to wander into the unlit darkness. Suddenly, her defiance is cut short as a monstrous hand with glowing purple eyes seizes her from the shadows. He freezes, a look of pure shock on his face as the nightmare he feared becomes reality. As the beast's overwhelming dark aura consumes Elsie, he screams her name, his mind flashing to the letter that predicted this exact moment. Cursing that she's too far to reach, he breaks into a desperate sprint toward the attack. With no other choice, Jan draws his sword, his eyes glowing with power as he prepares to unleash a strike from a distance. His desperate attack slices through empty air as he realizes with horror he was too late to save her. Elsie's terrified scream echoes as she is dragged into the suffocating darkness by the monstrous hand. A wave of pure fury washes over his eyes, burning with hatred for the creature that took her. Without a moment's hesitation, he explodes forward, launching himself into a desperate pursuit. He leaps through the air to intercept, but the beast and its captive vanish into a vortex of sinister purple energy. He can only watch helplessly as the kidnapper flees with inhuman speed, leaving him far behind. Landing hard on the ground, a curse escapes his lips as the crushing weight of his failure sets in. Staring into the empty woods where they disappeared, he feels a moment of pure despair, believing he's lost her. But then, forcing himself to calm down, he realizes his senses are now sharper than ever before, giving him one last chance. Focusing his newfound power, he sends out a wave of energy, desperately searching for any trace of his missing friend. His senses finally lock onto the kidnapper, who has already fled deep into the forest. But a flicker of confusion crosses Jan's face as the energy signature feels strangely familiar. Suddenly, the target changes direction erratically, leaving him questioning its true destination. Back on the ground, Jan realizes the kidnapper's presence has completely vanished, leaving only his friend behind. Meanwhile, Elsie wakes up alone and disoriented in the heart of the beast-infested woods. The humiliation of being captured fuels a cold rage, awakening terrible memories from her past. Her anger is cut short as she senses the telltale signs of monsters gathering around her. Unafraid, she grips her staff, ready to unleash the power of a genius mage. A horde of grotesque creatures emerges from the shadows, completely surrounding the lone girl. With a defiant roar, she erupts with power, summoning a massive magical shield to block their attack. Elsie struggles to hold her defensive barrier as the creature's claws tear into her magic. Refusing to back down, she gathers an immense amount of crackling blue energy, her eyes glowing with raw power. She channels the storm into her staff, preparing to unleash a devastating lightning spell upon her attackers. With a powerful roar, she unleashes the lightning field, a massive shockwave designed to obliterate everything around her. But her magical shield shatters under the relentless assault, leaving her completely vulnerable. In a desperate last stand, she summons a final, explosive electric spark to push them back. To her horror, the electrocuted beasts begin to rise again, and she realizes she can't win without a swordsman to hold the line. Just as she's lost all hope, a monster lunges straight for her face, its fangs bared for the final blow. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos as Jan appears, his eyes filled with concern. With a glowing sword now standing between her and the horde, Elsie looks up in utter disbelief and relief at her savior's arrival. Instead of fighting, Jan grabs Elsie, and they immediately begin a desperate retreat from the horde. Elsie is furious, demanding to know why they're running when they should be wiping the monsters out. But Jan explains their dire situation. They're outnumbered in the dense forest, and their only priority is escape. He yells that the smaller beasts won't follow them, and, even if they do, the advantage will be theirs outside the woods. With a final push, they burst through the tree line, seemingly having reached safety. Just as they stop to catch their breath, a sinister presence from the treetops makes them freeze in their tracks. It's the alpha monster from before, and this time, it has followed them out of its territory. A terrifying wave of dark purple energy begins to gather around it, preparing to unleash an overwhelming attack. Jean plants his feet firmly, refusing to run any further and preparing to face the blast head-on. He swings his sword to intercept the attack, but the sheer force of the collision proves this is no ordinary monster. Jan grits his teeth, barely blocking the overwhelming energy, and shocked by the creature's impossible speed. As the vampiric alpha monster roars, unleashing a torrent of dark power that threatens to shatter his defense completely. Elsie desperately offers her magic as support, but Jan yells for her to signal for reinforcements instead. It's their only hope for survival. With his strength failing, he realizes he can't hold out for even another second against the relentless assault. The monster's attack finally shatters his guard, its claws descending for the final, lethal blow. But, suddenly, the strike is deflected and the beast is sent reeling back, leaving Jan completely stunned. He stares at his blade, realizing with horror that this creature isn't just a mindless beast, it's using aura. In response, Jan unleashes his own signature technique, manifesting a colossal red energy axe to meet the threat head-on. While Elsie finally prepares to fire the signal, the monster snarls, preparing its next devastating move. But in an instant, it vanishes and reappears directly behind the defenseless Elsie, forcing Jan to scream out a desperate warning. Just as the monster is about to strike, a colossal bolt of blue lightning crashes down from the heavens. But Elsie stares in utter confusion, realizing the immense power wasn't hers to command. Suddenly, the beast is on Jan, sinking its teeth deep into his shoulder as he cries out in agony. Yet even as his blood flows, he gives a chilling smirk, warning the creature that it's already too late to run. The monster only growls in response, its glowing purple eyes filled with nothing but murderous intent. In the next instant, its claws tear through Jan's chest in a brutal, blood-soaked strike. The sheer force of the impact sends him hurtling through the air, completely overwhelmed. But as he struggles to his feet, his first thought isn't for himself but for Elsie's safety. She can only stare in horror, stammering that he's in no condition to be worrying about anyone else. A dark, unsettling grin spreads across his face as he notes her well-being, a chilling sign that the Jan she knows is fading away. Elsie desperately reaches out as Jan's body goes limp and collapses mid-air. He hits the ground with a thud, his eyes now glowing with an inhuman white light as a mysterious letter from the future appears. But then the scene shifts, showing the Saintess calmly pouring a dark red drink, far from the brutal battlefield. She clinks glasses with a somber Jan, a silent toast between two people carrying the weight of the world. The Saintess takes a drink, her expression unreadable as she watches the broken hero. She remarks on his new habit, but he coldly confesses he can no longer face reality while sober. Jan then provokes her by mentioning another woman's name, earning a sharp and icy rebuke. Unfazed, he silently refills his glass, the tension between them growing heavy. They toast once more, sealing a grim pact or perhaps just drowning their shared sorrows. This triggers a memory for the Saintess, who reflects on a time when she once took pride in her power to save people. The Saintess sinks into despair, admitting that her once great power now feels utterly useless. Jan tries to comfort her with the horrifying truth that the Holy Kingdom itself is preparing to abandon the Holy City. She grimly concludes this can only mean one thing: the previous saint has already passed away. Her thoughts spiral into regret, dwelling on a past failure at an orphanage that may have doomed them all. But she clenches her fist, resigning herself to the fact that they must obey their orders without question. This grim conversation suddenly triggers a vision in Jan, who wonders if he just witnessed a memory of the future. The scene then flashes back to that very memory, with the Saintess calmly watching over him. She greets him as he finally awakens inside a humble room at the orphanage. She explains it was that she was just putting the children to bed for the night. He looks relieved, telling her he rushed over immediately after hearing Delphine's call for backup from the nearby forest. The Saintess sternly reminds Jan that he was lucky to survive, as his wound was only a fraction away from being fatal. He learns that the orphanage director's quick thinking saved them precious time, making him feel even more guilty for the trouble he caused. Despite his gratitude, she informs him that he's not fully healed and still needs to be purified of demonic energy. She quickly dismisses his flattery, demanding he recount every detail of the situation back in the forest. Jan's expression darkens as he begins his report, revealing the first disturbing fact: the smaller monkey beasts were moving in an organized pack. He explains the giant boss monster strangely abandoned the kidnapped child, leaving its true intentions a complete mystery. But as he grips his shirt, he admits the most baffling part of the encounter is yet to come. He reveals the impossible truth he witnessed. The boss monster was using a powerful, sinister aura. The Saintess is left speechless, as a magic beast capable of wielding aura is something completely unheard of. Sitting together in the quiet room, they both realize the list of things they need to investigate is only growing longer. Jan concludes his report with a chilling certainty and intelligent. aura-wielding beast means a much darker secret is lurking in the forest. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Elsie Ranella quietly sweeps the floors, her mind clearly elsewhere. She pauses her work, a heavy guilt weighing on her as she stares into the distance. The memory of Jan's suffering haunts her, convinced that his near-fatal injuries are all her fault. Suddenly, her brooding is interrupted by a small girl who playfully calls out to her. The child then excitedly announces that the man they've been waiting for is finally awake. Elsie freezes in disbelief as the girl confirms that the hero who saved her has woken up. In an instant, she abandons her chores and bolts from the room, without a second thought. She sprints through the halls with tears of relief in her eyes, overjoyed that he actually survived the ordeal. Finally reaching his door, she hesitates, her hand trembling on the handle as she prepares to face him again. Racked with guilt, Elsie wonders how she can possibly face the man who almost died because of her. Standing before his door, she can't comprehend why he would go to such impossible lengths just to save someone like her. After all, she spent her entire life using ruthless power to protect herself, convinced no one could ever care for her. It's a harsh truth she accepted long ago, believing herself completely unworthy of kindness. But his sacrifice challenges everything she thought she knew, leaving one question burning in her mind. Suddenly, the door latch clicks open, shattering the tense silence and her spiraling thoughts. Jan stands there, his eyes widening in surprise as he sees her waiting for him. Flustered, she can only stammer that she heard he had finally woken up. But instead of blame, he smiles with genuine relief and asks if she's hurt anywhere. This selfless concern completely shatters her defenses, leaving her utterly speechless and stunned. Elsie furiously demands to know how he's in any position to be worrying about others. She screams that he was the one who almost died, questioning if he actually expected a meek thank you for his sacrifice. But beneath her anger, she despairs, realizing this harsh questioning is the only way she knows how to talk. Jan just smiles, thoughtfully considering her outburst, before giving his simple reason for risking everything. He tells her he just felt he had to save her, and that nothing else even crossed his mind. His pure, selfless answer leaves her completely speechless under the brim of her hat. But a sly, relieved smile creeps across her face as she accepts his idiotic reasoning. Suddenly, she bolts out of the room, shouting about magic beasts to cover her embarrassment. The saintess sighs at her rudeness, but Jan simply chuckles, content as long as she's safe. With the interruption over, he turns back to the saintess, asking if they're truly alone in this fight. The saintess admits that with their current fighting strength, they're powerless to act. But Jan's strange reaction makes her wonder if someone else was scheduled to arrive. She confirms she informed his friends of his injuries and, with a slight smirk, realizes they've already come. Suddenly, frantic shouting erupts from outside as someone demands to be let into the room immediately. The door bursts open to reveal his entire team: Leto, Celine, and Serial screaming his name in a panic. Jan can only stare in shock, completely caught off guard by their sudden appearance. His friends swarm his bedside, scolding his recklessness and revealing they rushed here the moment they heard he was hurt. Seeing the heartfelt reunion, the saintess puts on an innocent act and excuses herself to give them space. In a quiet moment of solidarity, Leto firmly grasps his friend's hand in a silent promise of support. Syria then confesses her own terror, admitting she was worried sick when she heard he'd gotten so badly injured. Jan, with a grateful smile, admits he was just thinking he'd need their help. So he lays out his grand strategy, explaining their combined force is now on par with an entire graduate knight order. With cold determination, he declares they will hunt down the magic users lurking in the deep forest and end them for good. But his proposal is immediately met with furious rejection, as Celine and Syria both scream their disapproval. Jan is left completely baffled by their sudden and unified opposition. Syria angrily questions his sanity, scolding him for planning a dangerous mission while he's still supposed to be recovering. Celine backs her up, revealing the saintess herself gave strict orders for him to rest. Even the usually supportive Leto steps in, urging his friend to seek proper treatment before rushing into another fight. Faced with their united front of frustration and concern, Jan finally realizes they all rushed here out of pure fear for his safety. A wave of regret washes over him as he understands just how impatient and selfish he was to ignore their terror. Despite their desperate pleas, Jan apologizes but refuses to back down, his resolve hardening even in his sickbed. He insists they must trust his decision, his gaze intense, as he tries to make them understand the gravity of the situation. With a grim look, he warns them that failure to act now will unleash a future far more horrific than anything they've ever faced. His friends exchange a look of weary resignation, already knowing his stubborn determination was impossible to break. Leto even cracks a smile, admitting he never expected to stop Jan anyway, leaving the prince momentarily stunned by their perception of him. With their fears now replaced by resolve, the entire team stands united and asks him what their first move will be. A warm smile of pure gratitude spreads across Jan's face, moved by their unwavering loyalty. Without wasting a second, he lays out the plan, an immediate search of the forest, to uncover what happened while he was unconscious. And so their mission begins under the setting sun, with the team deployed to carry out his urgent orders. But after a long and fruitless search, Leto can only look on in frustration, as their hunt has yielded absolutely nothing. Days have passed since Jan's team began their search, but the eerie silence of the forest is starting to feel deeply unnatural. Even venturing deeper yields nothing, as if every monster in the region has simply vanished without a trace. Leto tries to offer a simple explanation, wondering if their enemies fled, but Sealine's worried expression shows she doesn't believe it for a second. Jan, however, immediately shuts down the theory, knowing that true monsters are far too persistent to be scared off so easily. His teammates fall silent, questioning why their hidden foes would wait so long if they were ever going to attack. A chilling thought then crosses Jan's mind as he turns to face them with a new, terrifying possibility. He realizes this isn't random silence, it's a calculated trap, and the bait they're waiting for is him. Meanwhile, Leto is seen walking alongside the manipulative noble Delphine Yerdina, who has her own agenda. She questions if he should be moving around while still recovering, but he brushes it off with a smile, admitting Hez ignoring the Saintess's orders. Yet, he reveals a darker truth. The Saintess warned him that a dangerous demonic energy still needs to be purged from his system. Delphine questions Leto's recklessness, pointing out that he still hasn't recovered from his last battle. She coldly analyzes the situation, noting their enemy failed its ambush, but its current silence makes it dangerously unpredictable. But Leto smirks, declaring he'll have to throw out some bait to force the creature to reveal its plans. Delphine brutally suggests using the infamous Elsie Ranella, a thought Leto dismisses as a bit too cruel even for him. He then turns serious, revealing the true reason he's here is to confirm something with his own eyes. Staring directly at his former rival, he admits he came with her because he feels he can trust her to have his back. The manipulative noble is stunned into silence, her mind reeling from his completely unexpected declaration. She can't understand him at all. He was utterly crushed before, yet now has putting his faith in her of all people. Suddenly, Leto's sharp gaze darts to the side, his instincts telling him something is off. He immediately discovers a faint trail on the ground, the first solid clue to tracking their monstrous foe. Leto confirms his suspicion, realizing the worn grass is a definite path leading deep into the woods. But as he tries to alert Delphine, she raises a hand, her instincts screaming that something is wrong. Suddenly, a storm of dark purple energy explodes around them, revealing the perfectly laid ambush. Delphine's gaze hardens as she commands him to get ready for the fight of their lives. Leto's eyes flare with grim understanding as he realizes they've walked right into a monster nest. Menacing tendrils of dark aura lash out from all directions, revealing they are facing an entire horde. In an instant, they are completely surrounded, the trap sprung by enemies who were waiting for them all along. As he prepares for battle, Leto scans the swarm, noticing with alarm that the boss is nowhere in sight. His sharp senses suddenly detect a hidden movement, a predator about to strike from the shadows. With a furious cry, he spins and intercepts a ghoulish creature lunging from below, refusing to be caught off guard. Leto feels an unprecedented surge of power from the dragon's blood essence, his senses now on an entirely different level. As a demonic creature lunges forward, he calmly prepares to meet the attack head-on. But he's left in disbelief as the monster impossibly catches his blade with its bare hands. The creature's raw strength shoves him backward, completely overwhelming his initial strike. In a blur of motion, its claws tear into his arm, drawing first blood in this deadly ambush. Just as another beast closes in, Delphine intercepts it with a brilliant flash of golden light. She screams a warning at him, reminding the great Lord Hand-Axe to never let his guard down. Trusting his former rival to handle her side, Leto refocuses on the enemies swarming before him. He knows he isn't fully healed, but his only choice is to stay calm and trust his instincts. And where his body once would have frozen, it now moves with lethal grace, effortlessly carving a path through the monsters that once terrified him. Leto unleashes a powerful downward slash, determined to end this fight. He cleaves through one beast, but another lunges from the shadows with impossible speed. Realizing he can't block in time, he screams a desperate warning to his ally on the left. But then he catches the creature's arm mid-strike, a move that should have been impossible. A crimson explosion erupts from his body, utterly incinerating the monster that dared to touch him. His eyes blaze with a golden light as he spins, his hand axe now glowing with pure destructive energy. He smashes his fist into the ground, releasing a shockwave that disintegrates the remaining creatures into dust. Catching his breath, the overwhelming power recedes, leaving him splattered with the remnants of his foes. He stands victorious over a field of vanquished monsters, believing the ambush is finally over. But Delphine's voice cuts through the silence, her gaze revealing she saw everything and is far from convinced Hez all right. Jan coldly states his plan to use the monster corpses for research and to fund an orphanage, but Delphine couldn't care less. As he turns to leave the gruesome scene, she grudgingly agrees to follow, clearly wanting to be anywhere else. But suddenly, a sword plunges down into one of the supposedly dead monsters. The sound catches Jan completely off guard, forcing him to whip around in confusion. He watches in shock as one of the slain creatures begins to rise, its body crackling with dark energy. The reanimated monster then completely ignores them, bolting away with unnatural speed. Jan realizes this isn't random. The creature is heading towards a specific, unknown objective. With his eyes glowing with resolve, he prepares to give chase and uncover the truth behind its strange behavior. A short time later, he arrives at a large orphanage, his good deed already being praised. A green-haired student confirms the corpses are worth a fortune, questioning if Jan is truly donating every last coin. Jan explains that because of the monster rumors, all donations to the orphanage have completely stopped. His green-haired companion watches him leave, admitting that, while he doesn't know Jan's true intentions, his actions are truly admirable. He then cheerfully agrees to watch over the Saintess before waving a final goodbye. But instead of walking, he rides off on a bizarre cart pulled by two chained monsters. Now, alone, Jan and the Saintess wave back, officially beginning their strange new partnership. The Saintess, however, immediately senses something is wrong, demanding to know what he's hiding from her. Her concern instantly turns to rage as she learns he's planning to fight again, causing Jan to suddenly clutch his stomach in pain. She furiously strikes him in the gut, scolding him for treating her like some kind of holy healing pack. Unseen by them, a broomstick violently snaps under the foot of a silent observer. It's Celine Haster, her eyes glowing with cold fury as she glares at them, remarking on how close they seem. The Saintess calmly explains she's just guiding the reckless Jan, but Syria's voice retorts that this is his true nature. Suddenly, a furious Celine Haster grabs a stunned Leto by the collar, her eyes glowing with cold blue light as she drags him away. Meanwhile, after reviewing the evidence from their mission, Leto tells her he's reached a grim conclusion. He turns to Jan and the Saintess, his voice heavy with dread as he expresses a desperate hope that his theory is wrong. With a grave expression, he reveals the shocking truth. This entire incident seems to involve a demon. The scene then shifts to a lavish room, where an old man sincerely thanks a young master for his help. It's Director Guilford of the orphanage, who gratefully pats Jan's head for the massive donation he's just made. But Jan quickly interrupts, revealing he has a more important question for the old man. He asks about the director's past, stating he heard the old man was once a magic beast hunter before he retired. The director looks away, his hand trembling slightly as he dismisses his old life, claiming he's now just a frail old man. Jan explains that this isn't a simple magic beast problem, pleading for the director's experienced wisdom. But the word demon hangs in the air, causing the old man to flinch in shock. Jan continues, detailing the unnatural behavior of the beasts and a boss monster that abducted children. After analyzing all the data, the only logical conclusion is that a powerful demon is controlling the magic beasts from the shadows. The director's face darkens as he reluctantly agrees, his own grim experiences in the Great Forest confirming their darkest fears. Suddenly, the Saintess connects his story to an ancient legend of a 1,000-year-old demon, a fearsome vampire. The old man's composure shatters as is thrown back into a vivid memory he can never forget. He describes a hellish path through a forest corrupted by poison and magic, where every step was a struggle for survival. But their journey ended in an unavoidable disaster, a one-sided slaughter as his comrades were torn apart by an overwhelming dark power. And in that moment, he was forced to confront the terrifying reality of how truly powerless humans are against such an ancient evil. The old director confesses that after his entire mercenary group was destroyed, he was the only one to shamefully survive. Jan, Leto, and the Saintess listen with grim expressions, the crushing weight of his trauma filling the room. Haunted by the memory, the director desperately pleads with Jan to stop the investigation before it's too late. He warns that if a demon is truly involved, this has already escalated far beyond a simple magic beast hunt. But Jan, his eyes burning with conviction, immediately declares that they cannot turn back now. He reminds them how close they've already come to disaster, with Elsie nearly being kidnapped and his own life on the line. More importantly, if they retreat, The innocent children of the orphanage will be left to live in constant fear. With unwavering resolve, Jan insists they must continue the investigation to find proof and call for backup. Moved by his determination, the old man finally seems to consider their plea. Just then, the Saintess makes a chilling deduction, stating that the giant boss monster they've been hunting is likely the demon itself. Jan lays out the mission. They must first understand why this creature is kidnapping innocent children. With the objective clear, he immediately decides they must split into search teams to accelerate the investigation. He assigns himself, the injured, and the Saintess to remain at the facility, while the others brave the treacherous forest. Once they secure proof of the demon's involvement, he will immediately request reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom's knights. But the Saintess delivers a grim reality check, revealing the knights will take a full 2 weeks to arrive. 2 weeks is an eternity, and Jan explodes with frustration, declaring they must hunt it down themselves before more lives are lost. The Saintess, however, calmly calls his plan reckless, her gaze cutting through his emotional outburst. She grabs his arm, reminding him that even he was nearly killed, and that sheer numbers mean nothing against this kind of enemy. The old director backs her up, his voice heavy with experience, as he explains a demon is on a completely different level of existence. Cornered by logic and grim warnings, Jan falls into a tense silence, his determination clashing with their caution. Jan reluctantly agrees to their cautious plan, but warns they can't possibly prepare for a real emergency. But just as they're about to start their strategy meeting, the door suddenly slams open. The old director turns in confusion, caught completely off guard by the abrupt interruption. A small child peeks into the room, announcing that her big sister has dinner ready for them. The little girl even starts pulling the director away, insisting that the fearsome Elsie senpai will get angry if they don't hurry. As the director apologizes for the chaos, the Saintess calmly reassures him that their important discussion was mostly finished anyway. With the high-stakes meeting paused, the group agrees to continue their dangerous conversation after the meal. Later that night, Jan wanders the grounds alone with a lantern, the chilling word demon echoing in his mind. His eyes narrow with grim determination as the weight of their impossible situation settles upon him. Staring out into the darkness, he can only pray that nothing goes wrong before the holy knights finally arrive. As Jan patrols the grounds alone, he's suddenly gripped by a terrible premonition. In an instant, a terrifying demonic presence erupts from the shadows, its glowing purple eyes locking onto him. Without a moment's hesitation, he explodes into action, unleashing a deadly attack on the creature lurking in the night. But his blade isn't aimed at a monster, it's heading straight for the unsuspecting orphanage director, Guilford. In a stunning display of power, the old man parries the lethal strike with a swirling vortex of dark purple energy that shouldn't exist. Guilford effortlessly seizes Jan by the collar, stopping the Academy's strongest fighter dead in his tracks. The old director pleads with Jan to calm down, his face a mask of desperation and fear. Jan stares in utter disbelief, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend the demonic aura and impossible speed he just witnessed. Overwhelmed with confusion, he immediately bows and apologizes for mistaking the director for a demon. The director simply sighs, calmly noting Jan's tension while leaving the terrifying source of his power a complete mystery. Jan explains his late-night walk almost got him killed, still reeling from the near-fatal misunderstanding, while the old director listens with a knowing, shadowed gaze, hinting at the depths of his true power. Guilford then reveals that Jan's fierce spirit reminds him of his own younger days, catching the boy completely off guard. A sudden flashback shows a much younger Guilford as a hot-blooded mercenary, full of life and camaraderie. He recalls his past as a warrior, once believing that with his sword and comrades, he was utterly invincible. But back in the present, he dismisses those memories as nothing more than a distant past. His back turned to Jan. He suddenly pivots with a disarming smile, joking that his near-death experience is making him ramble and leaving Jan completely flustered. Yet, his demeanor turns deathly serious once more as he makes a shocking offer to teach Jan the ultimate technique for fighting demons. Jan is stunned by the proposition, eagerly accepting while also voicing concern for the old man's condition. But Guilford simply gestures to his own crippled legs, reminding Jan that he just witnessed firsthand how little they hinder his impossible power. Jan processes the impossible movement he just witnessed, but Guilford decides it's too late to continue their talk. The old man simply instructs him to return in the morning before turning to leave for the night. As Guilford departs, Jan is left standing alone, a strange feeling lingering in the air. He can't shake the memory of that disgusting presence, wondering if the overwhelming power he sensed was real. The next day, their training begins with Jan unleashing a blindingly fast strike, knowing one slip-up means instant defeat. But the crippled old man meets his blade with an overwhelming surge of raw, dark energy. In a single, shocking instant, the fight is over. With Guilford's wooden sword pressed against Jan's throat, the former hunter calmly asks for the boy's thoughts on this impossible technique. Instead of shock, Jan beams with admiration, admitting his complete and utter defeat. Guilford then compliments the boy's own formidable power, asking for the name of his sword art. Guilford calmly reveals the name of his ultimate technique, Kaizetsu, a single-strike art of absolute commitment. But Jan, far from being discouraged, grins with sheer determination, vowing he will master this power and demanding another spar. Suddenly, a piercing scream to stop shatters the air, halting their training in an instant. The Saintess rushes onto the scene, her face a mask of horror as she demands to know what on earth they're doing. Her eyes fall upon a dark, bleeding wound on Jan's chest, proof that he pushed himself far beyond his limits. Enraged that he ignored her strict orders to rest, she grabs the boy by his shirt, questioning his blatant disregard for his own safety. She then begins forcefully dragging the stunned swordsman away, deciding his training session is officially over. Left alone, Guilford simply muses to himself that the boy probably has a good grasp of the basics now. But his solitude is broken as a mysterious figure in a black hat approaches from behind, greeting the old hunter by name. Guilford's calm expression instantly shatters into one of pure shock and disbelief as he recognizes this impossible visitor. The door slams shut, trapping Jan alone in a room with the furious Saintess. As her divine power flows into his wound, she questions his sanity for pushing his body to the absolute breaking point. Jan tries to justify his recklessness, claiming he's just worried about protecting the children from a potential demon attack. But the Saintess sees right through his act, silently branding him a complete hypocrite. She coldly points out that the fate of some orphans with no family would mean absolutely nothing to a man like him. Stunned by her harsh words, Jan retorts that such a statement is completely unfitting for a holy woman. She ignores his jab and cuts straight to the core, demanding to know if his supposed concern is even genuine. His left stammering and speechless, so she cuts him off, telling him he doesn't need to push himself for a false cause. With the treatment finished, she coldly dismisses him from the room, her patience completely gone. Now alone, Jan can only wonder why she was so cruel. Just when he thought they were finally starting to understand each other, Jan's brooding is suddenly interrupted by a small voice calling him Big Brother. A little girl named Rin approaches him, innocently asking if his dark expression means he's angry. He quickly forces a smile, lying that his wounds are just bothering him to hide his inner turmoil. But the Saintess's sharp words continue to haunt him, making him question if his concern for the children is even genuine. The girl then makes a simple request to prove he's not mad, a task he's completely unprepared to handle. Offering to find someone better suited for the job, he leads her away, sharing a brief moment of calm. However, that peace is shattered when he spots Director Guilford speaking with a mysterious, cloaked figure. The man in the large black hat dismisses the director, his face and intentions completely shrouded in shadow. As the director turns, he's startled to find Jan standing right there, having witnessed the secret meeting. He quickly explains the visitor was a powerful benefactor named Mitram, but the encounter only deepens the mystery surrounding the orphanage's true purpose. Jan watches the director, sensing his unease from the white-knuckled grip on his cane. He questions the old man's health, but the director deflects, claiming he's just nervous. The director quickly makes an excuse to leave, unable to face Jan's scrutiny, but Jan's sharp gaze follows him, a storm of suspicion brewing behind his eyes. The memory of that shadowy benefactor, Mitram, surfaces, sparking a disturbing sense of familiarity he can't quite place. A few days later, with his body fully healed, Jan finds himself overwhelmed by his new duties at the orphanage. He learns a harsh lesson from his new companion Yurin, that even simple kindness can spark conflict in a place like this. Meanwhile, Leto completes his part of the plan, pinpointing several suspicious locations linked to the growing conspiracy. Acting on his intelligence, an elite team of 4 powerful women, including Syria and Delphine, begins their covert search deep within the forest. Their hunt quickly bears fruit as a single blade pierces the earth, marking the hidden location they've been searching for. Leto reveals their intelligence has pinpointed a central cave as the enemy's most likely base of operations. Delphine confirms his suspicions, adding that dozens of small magic beasts are already gathering in that area. With the evidence mounting, Jean makes a decision, announcing that he will personally join this final search. He commands them to prepare carefully for a dawn departure, determined to secure hard evidence for the Holy Knights. But just as the plan is finalized, a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupts, crying out that a monster has appeared. Jan and the Saintess immediately bolt towards the commotion, demanding to know what has just happened. The terrified children can only point outside, stammering that a horrifying monkey-like creature has appeared from nowhere. Their worst fears are confirmed when the children cry out that the beast has taken one of their own, a girl named Rin. Pure rage floods Jan's system as he realizes the enemy broke their pattern, attacking in broad daylight when everyone's guard was down. With no time to waste, he turns to Delphine, his voice ice cold as he demands she take them to the cave right now. Delphine and Celine immediately try to stop Jan's reckless charge, urging him to calm down and give them time to prepare. But Jan is consumed by fear for the kidnapped child, his panic only being met by the Saintess's plea for a calm decision. She lays out the cold, hard stakes, warning him that sacrificing academy students for one orphan carries a responsibility he can't handle alone. Leto chimes in, empathizing with Jan's rage but reinforcing the brutal logic that a rash attack will only lead to more casualties. Forced to listen, Jean can only grit his teeth in frustration, his power simmering just beneath the surface as he weighs his options. Finally, Leto sets the terms. They can scout until sunset, but a full-on rescue mission is off the table, a tactical decision that puts Jan in an impossible position. With no other choice, Jan reluctantly agrees, his entire being radiating a dangerous intensity as he accepts the mission's strict limitations. With the plan set, he begins to gather his supplies, packing a bag full of alchemical potions for the dangerous road ahead. He takes a moment to mentally check his inventory, confirming he has the medicine from Emma, when Leto suddenly calls out to him. Leto then hands him a powerful fire spell scroll, a last resort weapon for a critical moment, knowing that most magic beasts have a crippling weakness to flames. Accepting the scroll, Jan receives a chilling ultimatum from Leto to protect Celine with his life. But just as they are about to depart, a familiar voice calls out, stopping him in his tracks. It's Director Guilford, whose face is etched with worry as he begs Jean to return safely from the dangerous mission. His plea, however, shifts into a cold calculation, suggesting that the orphan Rin is an acceptable loss if things get too risky. Jan immediately cuts him off, refusing to even entertain the thought of abandoning a child in need. He turns his back and makes an unbreakable vow to bring her home, no matter the cost. This declaration seems to shatter around the director's composure, dredging up a dark and haunted memory. The old man trembles and turns away, leaving Jan unsettled by his strange and fearful reaction. As the sun sets, Jan refocuses on the primary objective, collect evidence against the demon in the cave. Only then, he admits to himself, can he even consider the secondary, near-impossible goal of rescuing Rin. Jan addresses his elite team, giving them one final, solemn command: prioritize their own lives above all else. With a single, resolute command, he declares the mission has begun. Immediately, he unleashes a strange, forbidden power, his aura crackling with dark energy as he takes the lead. A magical device confirms their fears, the trail of the missing orphan. Rin leads directly to the forest entrance. But something is wrong. The magic beasts are swarming the outer perimeter, a desperate and unusual tactic suggesting an unknown urgency. Ignoring the mystery behind their behavior, Jan's resolve hardens into pure rage as he vows to slaughter every single creature in his path. His team immediately follows his lead, with Celine Haster unleashing a devastating wave of blue aura that tears through the monstrous horde. Meanwhile, Leto guards the Saintess as she channels her divine power, their combined might cutting a swath through the enemy ranks. The infamous Elsie Ranella joins the fray, with crackling lightning, while Syria Yurdina, the aura prodigy, moves like a phantom through the chaos. But as they breach the cave entrance, Jan freezes with a horrifying realization. The beasts weren't just attacking, they were luring them into a perfectly prepared ambush. Despite slaughtering over 50 monsters, the team finds no trace of Rin or the demon responsible. With his patience worn thin, Jan's expression hardens into cold resolve. He makes the call, leading his team straight into the foreboding darkness of the cave. Inside, even the arrogant Delphine senses the unnatural danger, warning them to proceed with caution. The path is eerily simple, lacking traps or depth, a sign of a hasty and sinister construction. Yet as he presses forward, the atmosphere shifts, hinting at an extremely eerie discovery just ahead. They stop dead, their eyes widening in horror at the sight that suddenly illuminates the chamber. What hangs before them is a grotesque, tree-like abomination of flesh, suspended by sinister, pulsing strings. Up close, a grotesque cocoon of raw flesh pulsates violently, appearing to tear itself open from the inside. And it's not alone, as the entire cavern is filled with these horrific pods, all crackling with forbidden energy. Jan's voice cuts through the silence, recognizing this grotesque form from ancient texts about the divine demon war. He explains that they are facing the nest of flesh, a mythical monster born from a cosmic being's severed thumb, an entity that even divine armies feared. The divine demon war is just a myth, yet this abomination is real, forcing Jan to make the grim decision to retreat. The Saintess agrees, her solemn expression confirming the stakes. Her word alone is enough to summon an entire army to this cursed place. But she delivers a devastating blow, declaring that the child they came to save has no chance of being alive in a place like this. Jan is struck with a crushing sense of powerlessness, having come so far only to be stopped by a threat beyond his comprehension. Steeling his resolve, he orders a silent withdrawal, placing himself and another to cover their escape. Syria, the proud prodigy, immediately agrees, recognizing the wisdom in his command. But just as they prepare to move, a horrifying tremor runs through the cavern as the grotesque flesh begins to stir. Suddenly, the entire nest lurches towards them with terrifying speed, forcing the team to scatter and run for their lives. Elsie realizes their fatal mistake too late. Their retreat has sprung a deadly trap designed to punish cowards. While she's frozen in disbelief, Jan screams at her to forget complaining and cast support magic now. Snapping back to reality, her eyes glow as she unleashes a haste spell to quicken their escape. But just as they gain momentum, a horrifying fleshy appendage erupts from the shadows, aimed straight for Jan's back. He reacts in an instant, unleashing a powerful counterstrike to block the monstrous limb. Jan then roars for the others to run, vowing that he can hold this one off by himself. Suddenly, the creature's flesh ruptures, spraying a viscous green fluid directly at him. He recoils in agony as the substance melts through his clothes, realizing it's a terrifyingly potent acidic poison. His teammates look back in absolute horror, their screams echoing through the cavern. Yet even as the acid eats away at his arm, Jean forces himself forward, commanding them to escape without him. Jean watches his friends retreat, grimly accepting his role as the rear guard. But another glob of corrosive acid comes flying right at his face. With inhuman reflexes, he twists and dodges through the deadly barrage. He lunges forward, completely unimpressed by this so-called mythical monster's attacks. A flash of red energy erupts from his sword as he tears straight through the creature's flesh. The beast collapses into a bubbling puddle, seemingly defeated by his overwhelming power. But as he stands there, a chilling realization dawns upon his face. He reflects that this fight was far too easy for a place even God-blessed armies avoided. Suddenly, he turns in shock as the dissolving remains behind him begin to stir. To his absolute horror, the monster regenerates, now with his own face trapped inside its grotesque body. The creature wearing his face stares back with empty eyes, its voice a broken plea for death. That plea then twists into the memory of a little girl, begging her big brother to end her unimaginable pain. As the monster dissolves into nothing, a single hand reaches out in a final, desperate gesture. He solemnly picks up the small, familiar trinket that falls from its grasp. With his face shrouded in shadow, he whispers a final, grief-stricken farewell to the girl named Rin. But then, a searing pain rips through his head as fragmented memories he shouldn't possess begin to surface. He flashes back to a time he can't remember, desperately telling someone he'd found a cure for the monsters. In this vision, however, a cold voice dismisses his discovery, questioning when he became so heartless. The figure, revealed to be the Saintess, simply turns away from him to prepare for battle. Her chilling final words echo in his mind, acknowledging the impossible mission that lay ahead. A voice from his past echoes, begging him to come back alive. But he can only offer a gentle smile, calling her kind for worrying. As the memory shifts to a blooming tree under a blood-red sky, he stands alone, lost in a vision of a past battlefield, where he looks down at the fallen Saintess, whose sacrifice had only delayed their destruction by a tiny bit. He couldn't understand why she was smiling, even in the face of utter ruin. But she was simply happy to turn their corrupted comrades back into human corpses. A grim victory in a field of death born from his own blind obedience. With cold resolve, he immediately gives the order to send an envoy to the imperial capital, because her noble sacrifice had created a miracle, allowing their forces to successfully retreat. And for that very reason, he swears a dark oath to slaughter every last magic beast, demon, and monster with his own 2 hands. Jan remains frozen before a crumbling wall, still trapped in the echoes of his past vow. But, outside, his teammates grow impatient, wondering why their leader refuses to emerge from the building. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approach as a lone figure finally steps out from the shadows. Elsie's expression of relief instantly twists into one of shocked confusion at what she sees. It's not Jan, but Leto, carrying the limp and corrupted body of a small child in his arms. He gravely declares that this is the horrific fate awaiting all the other children left behind. The Saintess and Elsie can only stare in absolute horror, paralyzed by the tragic sight. A cold, murderous rage builds in Leto's eyes as he looks down at his fallen friend, shaking herself from the shock. The Saintess immediately vows to mobilize every temple and royal guard under her command. But before she can act, a horrified screech rips through the silence, announcing that the true nightmare has just begun. A grotesque seed of flesh writhes on the ground, pulsing with a vile green energy. As Leto watches the disgusting creature, the source of the children's corruption, with cold disgust, his eyes suddenly blaze with golden light, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. With a firm grip, he draws his sword, preparing to deliver a swift end to this nightmare. He then unleashes a devastating scarlet arc of power, slicing through the abomination without a moment's hesitation. The sheer force of his attack leaves both Delphine and Celine utterly speechless, questioning the incredible power on display. Ignoring their shock, he gives the Saintess a grave order to mobilize all her forces immediately. The Saintess is completely caught off guard by his sudden, commanding tone. But Leto makes his intentions clear. He will end the children's suffering himself, and he will do it now, without waiting for a reply. He turns and begins his grim march toward the source of the tragedy. As the chaos unfolds, Syria finally understands that the immense power on display is a terrifying echo from the future. But Jan immediately shatters any hope of a simple defense, declaring their only option is to run for their lives. Delphine voices the grim reality of their situation, questioning if an escape is even possible against such overwhelming odds. The Saintess, however, devises a desperate two-stage plan to evacuate the children to a nearby village first. She then orders her subordinate Urine to prepare for immediate departure, while she delivers the grim news herself. Even the infamous Elsie Ranella agrees, her usual arrogance replaced by the desperate need to save the children. Jan takes full command, rapidly coordinating the team and sending the Saintess on a separate mission to secure their final destination. With the plan set, the scene shifts to the now doomed orphanage where this tragedy began. Inside, a lone metal sits on a desk, a silent testament to past heroics now overshadowed by present horror. Finally, Jan confronts the director, explaining the impossible choice they face: abandon their home now or watch everyone die. Director Guilford questions if Leto has been warned, and the Saintess calmly assures him that Jan is handling it. But the director's face darkens with grim certainty, declaring that it is already far too late for any of that. Meanwhile, Jan bursts through a door, frantically calling out his friend's name into the empty halls. He finds the room completely deserted, with no sign of Leto anywhere. A knot of dread forms in his stomach, knowing his friend would never vanish without a single word. As he desperately calls out again, a faint, almost inaudible voice seems to whisper his name from nearby. Jan tries to brush it off, shouting that they're out of time and must evacuate immediately. His eyes then lock onto something on the floor, freezing him in place with pure shock. He finds Leto collapsed and brutally beaten, barely conscious but clutching a mysterious book. With his last ounce of strength, Leto shoves the book forward, desperately urging Jan to see the horrifying truth he's uncovered. Jan frantically reads the ledger, his blood running cold at the orphanage's impossible financial deficit, until the pages reveal a single mysterious benefactor. Mitram was secretly funding the entire operation. But with his last breath, Leto reveals the horrifying truth. The one who did this to him was someone they trusted. He names the director, Guilford, who suddenly appears before them, declaring it's already too late. The old man's hand tightens on his sword, his voice cold and final as he confirms their worst fears. Bathed in a sinister purple aura, Guilford pronounces their fate sealed. With no hope of saving Leto or escaping the facility, the Saintess looks on in confusion, unable to comprehend how Leto is even alive with such grievous wounds. Her thoughts are shattered by a piercing scream as she realizes magic beasts are swarming the building. Guilford smirks as the silhouettes of monsters fill the windows, revealing the hunt has already begun. From outside, the true horror is revealed. The orphanage is completely besieged, turning their sanctuary into a steel-caged tomb. Urine screams for the children to be taken to safety as demonic beasts pour into the orphanage. While Elsie directs the evacuation, Delphine is suddenly ambushed and brutally slashed by one of the creatures. But the proud noble simply scoffs, coldly telling her would-be rescuer to get out of her way. Elsie smirks, retorting that it's only natural for a swordsman to protect a mage, revealing their tense alliance. As chaos erupts, Syria and Celine split up, one vowing to support the fighters while the other evacuates the children. The remaining defenders brace themselves, struggling to hold back a tidal wave of pure dark energy. A horrifying realization dawns on the Saintess as she stares at the mastermind, whispering that he was the true demon all along. Director Guilford steps forward from the shadows, his face a cold mask as he calmly offers to tell a story. His eyes begin to glow with a sinister purple power as he reveals that he, too, was raised in an orphanage. The Saintess confronts him in disbelief, questioning how the man who dreamed of saving children could orchestrate their slaughter. Guilford confesses that with his meager funds, he could only watch helplessly as the children fought each other for scraps. But then, a shadowy benefactor with glowing eyes approached him, claiming they had an old connection. The saintess realizes in horror he's talking about the dark cult, who offered him a terrible deal, one child a month for immense wealth. Remembering a suffering child, she screams at him, questioning how he could knowingly sell innocent lives to a terrible fate. Guilford coldly justifies his actions, claiming that sacrificing one to save dozens is a reality that nobles could never grasp. To prove his conviction, he drives a sword straight into his own chest, declaring this is the harsh world they live in. As his blood drips to the floor, he offers the saintess a single chance, because he knows she truly loves the children. Suddenly, a sinister red magic circle ignites at his feet, trapping the horrified saintess within its unholy light. He reveals it's a life-binding contract from the dark cult, offering her freedom in exchange for her absolute silence. All she has to do is add a single drop of her blood to the circle, sealing a pact with the very evil she fights. The saintess realizes with certainty that despite everything, his soul's color hasn't changed at all, though a chilling memory of a possessed John makes her wonder just how much he truly knew about this darkness. With renewed resolve, she tells Guilford to go to hell, utterly rejecting his twisted proposal, and the director's eyes widen in pure rage at her unexpected defiance. He explodes with violent purple energy, brutally striking the saintess down as she screams in agony, then stands over her broken form, raising his sword while telling her to hate him for what must be done. Pinned to the floor and bleeding, she desperately begs for someone to please help her, and as she screams Jan's name, a glowing red axe materializes from nowhere, perfectly blocking the killing blow. Guilford freezes in utter disbelief, his attack completely halted by an impossible intervention, before he suddenly clutches his head in agony as the unseen power begins to overwhelm his mind. The director's sword shatters into pieces, utterly destroyed by the overwhelming force of the surprise attack. A hand grips the glowing red axe, its wielder calmly addressing the stunned old man. Leto Ainstern stands revealed, demanding Guilford get away from their saintess, with a casual confidence that defies the situation. The saintess stares in disbelief, shocked by his cheeky tone in this life-or-death moment. But relief washes over her as she realizes this unexpected ally has just saved her from certain death. Leto turns to her with cold seriousness, ordering her to escape to the 4th floor while he holds the line. She hesitates, terrified at the thought of him facing this monster all by himself. With a final look of determination, she puts her complete faith in him and prepares to run for her life. But the director's voice cuts through the tension, his glowing purple eye promising that no one is leaving. In a terrifying flash of speed, Guilford blocks her escape, forcing Leto into an explosive clash of red and purple energy. The saintess screams in terror, desperately pleading for Jan to survive the coming battle. Asura arrives in a panic, warning that Leto has been gravely wounded in the fight. But with cold resolve, Jan looks back and makes a simple promise to save him no matter what. Meanwhile, the director is completely subdued, forced to hold an axe to his own throat, while begging Jan to let him go save the children. But Jan tightens his grip, coldly questioning how a monster like him could dare speak of saving anyone now. His patience finally gone, Jan shoves the director back, declaring that the time for talk is over, and as his eyes glow with immense power, he manifests his own crimson axe to end this fight once and for all. Guilford can only watch in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend Jan's impossible speed. Yet as their powers collide in a massive shockwave, the director scoffs at such an obvious attack, and in a flash of purple energy, he effortlessly parries the blow with a materialized sword, proving he is far from finished. Jan brings his crimson axe crashing down, but the director masterfully evades the heavy blow with a swift sidestep. With a blinding flash of purple energy, Guilford's sword intercepts the attack, effortlessly deflecting the massive weapon. The sheer force of the parry sends Jan stumbling backward, his powerful assault completely neutralized, but he recovers in an instant, twisting his body to swing the glowing red axe in another furious arc. Guilford merely scoffs, mocking his impressive axe handling, as far too simple and predictable to ever land a hit. A cold smirk appears on Jan's face, as he tells the director he's too slow to understand the real trap. Suddenly, the head of the axe shatters, revealing a gleaming sword blade, lunging straight for Guilford's throat. The old man's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes Jan's true weapon was a sword all along. With the deception complete, Jan drives the now unleashed blade forward with unstoppable momentum to end the fight. The sword finally connects, tearing through the director's guard and landing a devastating slash across his chest. Director Guilford reels back from the devastating blow, his eyes glowing with an unholy white light as dark energy erupts from his wound. Jan screams in triumph, declaring that this is the end for the monstrous old man. But as a single drop of blood hits the ground, the triumphant silence is shattered by an unnatural power. Instead of falling, Guilford's body begins to twist and morph into a horrifying demonic beast right before Jan's eyes. The transformed director now looms over him, growling that the real fight is only just beginning. Meanwhile, in another location, the Saintess desperately tries to wake a fallen Leto, her own divine strength completely drained. Realizing the situation is critical, she reaches for a glowing red jewel embedded in her chest. With a brilliant flash of light, she activates the artifact as her final, desperate gamble. Leto's eyes slowly flutter open, dazed and confused as he finally regains consciousness. The Saintess holds him close, revealing they were moments from disaster and that she used an incredibly precious power just to save him. The Saintess reassures a dazed Leto, vowing she promised to save him no matter the cost. But, elsewhere, Jan's defensive barrier is completely shattered by an unimaginable power, yet the young hero stands his ground, taking a single defiant step forward. He now faces a true demon, a being who draws strength from a pact with an evil god. This monster, a vanguard of a cosmic invasion, begins to tell a tale of how he met a vampire on the brink of death. Jan demands to know what he could have possibly offered to gain such an unholy power. The director then confesses the horrifying price he paid, his own comrades. He even relishes the memory, admitting that consuming them to satisfy his hunger felt surprisingly refreshing. Now, that same corrupt energy surges through the monster's clawed hand, and he unleashes a devastating wave of dark aura that completely overwhelms Jan. Despite his best efforts, Jan is slashed across the chest, realizing the monster's claws are attacking from impossible angles. The director then reveals the terrifying truth: his aura is pure illusion, a power Jan was warned about but failed to see. Refusing to give in, Jan surges forward with his axe, channeling all his strength into one last charge. He unleashes a furious, glowing arc of energy, a swing meant to cleave the demon in two. But the attack is stopped dead as blood splatters through the air. In a display of absolute dominance, the monster has caught the axe with its bare hand and impaled Jan's shoulder. The young hero can only watch in horror, as his ultimate weapon is treated like a mere toy. Even worse, the shallow cut on the monster's chest heals in an instant, its recovery speed defying all logic. With a single push, the demon effortlessly shoved Jan back, shattering his stance completely. Now the monster stands over him, its dark power coalescing into a massive energy sword for the killing blow. Defeated and bleeding on the ground, Jan can only stare up as the monster prepares the final blow. But instead of finishing him, the demon mockingly discards its own weapon. The monster tosses Jan's sword back to him, ordering the boy to stand and fight. With a pained groan, Jan forces his battered body to move, gripping his weapon with renewed determination. He rises to his feet, declaring that the real fight is only just beginning. In response, Director Guilford unleashes a terrifying torrent of dark energy and illusions. Jan desperately weaves through the impossible attack patterns, his speed pushed to its absolute limit. Suddenly, the monster appears right before him, sneering that he's far too slow to even be a threat. Before he can react, a demonic claw pierces straight through his chest in a devastating counter. The brutal impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield as his life begins to fade. Jan lies broken and bleeding on the ground, completely defeated after the fatal blow. The monstrous director looms over him, mocking his foolishness for trusting illusions over his own senses. With his ribs piercing his lungs, Jan can barely even draw a breath, let alone fight back. Suddenly, a mysterious vision of the Saintess appears, her voice urging him to simply give up and obey. But his hand clenches in defiance as he refuses to accept that this is the end. The director watches in genuine confusion, unable to comprehend how the boy is even conscious. Against all odds, Jan staggers back to his feet, a green healing aura closing his fatal wounds. Guilford scoffs, realizing it's just a potion that's barely keeping him alive, leaving no real strength to fight. But his taunts are met with a simple, furious command to shut his mouth. Gritting his teeth, Jan raises his sword one last time, challenging the monster to bring it on. The monstrous director lunges with a maelstrom of dark purple energy, aiming to finally crush the defiant boy. But with his eyes glowing fiercely, Jan channels a surge of red power into his sword for one last desperate gamble. In that split second, a vision flashes a memory of a small, innocent child, a hint of the man the monster used to be. As the director's attack closes in, Jan sees his opening and screams for the perfect moment to strike. He unleashes a forbidden technique, moving so fast he seems to slip between the moments of time itself. The monster's eyes widen in disbelief as Jan's counter isn't just a defense, but a perfect trap. Jan unleashes the ultimate swordsmanship art, Kaizetsu, A single slash slices through the unholy power, panting over the monster's grievous wound. He challenges the beast to even try regenerating from this. Yet Guilford simply smiles, praising the perfect attack, and accepting that his miserable life has finally reached its end. But John is left confused and horrified, demanding to know why. In that final instant, the monster hesitated. Jan admits that his own hesitation was the only thing holding him back from ending this. But he stands defiant, warning the director that his death will unleash a far greater catastrophe. With a face of pure grit, he screams that he will absolutely never give up. The dying director can only look up, bleeding from his lips as he acknowledges the boy's incredible strength. With a chilling smile, he promises that he'll be waiting for Jan in the depths of hell. Jan coldly retorts that if he's going to hell, he'll be going there completely alone. At that exact moment, miles away, a rampaging beast suddenly stops, its mind reeling in confusion. The entire horde of demonic creatures freezes mid-battle, their connection to their master completely severed. Celine Haster can only watch in shock as the unstoppable tide of monsters suddenly turns and flees in terror. Leto realizes the truth with a grin. The power controlling the beasts is gone, meaning Jan somehow defeated the demon. Syria and Elsie are in utter disbelief, questioning how a mere academy student could possibly defeat a demon alone, while Delphine stands amidst the carnage, tentatively asking if the crisis is finally over. But Syria's instincts scream that the danger hasn't passed, her face filled with a dreadful premonition. Leto suddenly turns grim, warning everyone to prepare themselves for what's coming next. Just then, a battered and exhausted Jan appears, prompting a worried Celine to call out his name. She questions the warning, pointing out that the magic beasts have already fled in terror. Jan ignores her, raising a hand to point towards the forest, with a terrifyingly calm declaration that it's coming. Back in the woods, a sinister purple energy begins to gather, as an ominous presence makes itself known. The ground itself starts to tremble and crack apart, giving way to something monstrous rising from below. A grotesque, corrupted hand erupts from the earth, a horrifying reminder that as long as this thing exists, their fight is far from over. A new swarm of grotesque, purple creatures begins to rise from the corrupted ground, and Elsie despairs, admitting they're already too worn out to face another wave of horrors. Even the calculating Delphine urges John to be rational, pointing out that they still have a chance to escape. But Jan, bloodied and battered, refuses to retreat, knowing the children will be sacrificed if they run. The Saintess confronts him in disbelief, screaming that he's in no condition to fight, barely able to stand on his own. Celine agrees, insisting that everyone is at their limit and they can't possibly do anymore. Jan's answer is a cold, simple no, his resolve unshaken, as he declares they must eliminate this threat completely. He locks eyes with them, his expression grim, warning that fleeing now will only guarantee a far worse future for them all. The Saintess pushes back one last time, asking if he's truly willing to throw his life away for this. With a look of absolute conviction, Yanti declares that he is prepared. The Saintess clenches her fist, her patience completely worn thin by his suicidal conviction. She erupts in pure frustration, grabbing her hood and screaming, demanding to know what kind of man he truly is. She can't reconcile the cold-blooded killer she once knew with the man now willing to die for children in a fight he can't win. But Jan simply stares back, his battered body holding an unbreakable resolve. She presses him, demanding he reveal his true self and his real motives for this impossible stand. Jan's answer is unwavering, declaring that her doubts mean nothing, because he will protect the children. Finally, seeing the depth of his determination, she lets out a defeated sigh, realizing there's no stopping him. Instead, she turns to the exhausted group, telling them to gather around her for one last miracle. A brilliant red aura of divine power begins to swirl between her hands. Then, the healing light explodes outwards, enveloping the entire party in its restorative warmth. The students are in awe, realizing have vanished, as if they were never there at all. Even the prideful Delphine has to admit this power is on another level, not just healing but even granting buffs. Leto is stunned, realizing the Saintess has just performed a miracle that defies all logic. But she quickly silences him with a finger to her lips. Leaning in close, she whispers that the true extent of her power must remain a secret between them. She then grabs Jan's hand, her voice filled with desperation as she makes him promise to come back alive. Her associate Urin interrupts, urging her to leave immediately so they can bring back reinforcements.
With a final glance,
The Saintess departs, telling the others to escape through the back. While they still can, Jan is left staring at a shrunken red pill in his hand, wondering about her cryptic words. Suddenly, the red-haired strategist approaches him with an impossible request: to take the fight outside the facility. The red-haired strategist lays out the plan. He'll evacuate the children while Jan buys them time, a responsibility Jan grimly accepts. But just as he's about to move, Celine suddenly grabs his arm, stopping him in his tracks. With a worried expression, she calls out his name, forcing him to face her. He bluntly asks if she's scared, ready to dismiss her and head into battle alone. His piercing gaze hardens as he gives her an out, a chance to retreat from the hell that's about to unfold. He delivers a chilling ultimatum. Fighting alongside him means embracing a world of constant slaughter with no escape. His eyes, devoid of any warmth, silently challenge her resolve, demanding an answer. After she declares her readiness, Jan wastes no time, immediately commanding the entire group to assemble outside for the coming war. He rapidly issues commands, splitting them into a defensive vanguard and a powerful rear guard for maximum devastation. And with their battle plan set, the entire team erupts in a cataclysmic display of power, ready to face the impossible odds head-on. With the weight of the world on his shoulders, Jean Piraeus gives himself a single, brutal command: survive. Suddenly, the red-haired student springs into action, knowing there's no time to waste. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing the monsters have already breached their defenses. Without a moment's hesitation, he orders the terrified orphans to follow him outside into the chaos. But the children freeze in absolute terror, screaming about the horde awaiting them just beyond the doors. One young girl's innocent question cuts through the panic as she asks where their beloved director has gone. Thinking fast, the student lies to protect their fragile morale, claiming the director is a hero fighting on the front lines. He gently reassures the child that they must move quickly, her final thoughts a desperate plea for Jan's safety. Meanwhile, on the hellish battlefield, Jan single-handedly deflects a torrent of corrosive energy from the swarm. Behind him, his entire team erupts in a cataclysmic storm of light and power, unleashing a devastating volley to annihilate their enemies. Jan watches in shock as his team's coordinated assault connects with the enemy horde, resulting in a blinding explosion of pure blue energy that vaporizes everything in its path, leaving the battlefield scorched and littered with the dissolving remains of their foes. But from the lingering miasma, a new and far more sinister wave of monsters begins to coalesce from the shadows, as a specialized unit of grotesque creatures suddenly breaks through their lines, ignoring everyone else. Jean realizes their true objective with dawning horror, screaming a desperate warning that they're targeting Elsie in the rear. Celine throws herself in their path, but cries out that she's being overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, and her defenses begin to buckle as the monsters slip past her guard, zeroing in on the vulnerable mage. Cornered and helpless, Elsie can only scream for Jan as the claws of death close in, but in a flash of purple light, a figure moves faster than the eye can see to intercept the fatal blow. A blast of corrosive acid erupts from the shadows, narrowly missing its intended victim. Elsie stares in horror as the venomous attack splashes just inches from her face. But before another attack can land, Leto surges forward, placing himself between her and the oncoming danger. He takes the full force of the corrosive blast head-on, shielding his defenseless ally. Elsie can only watch in disbelief, asking if he's unharmed after withstanding such a direct hit. Ignoring the danger, Leo glares forward and roars for them to keep fighting without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jan tightens his grip on his axe, frustrated that their relentless attacks are barely making a dent in the enemy's numbers. He finally sees the source, a grotesque, pulsating mass that endlessly spawns new horrors from its corrupted flesh. A chilling realization dawns on him as he counts the horde. This thing hasn't just been creating monsters, it's been eating people. With no time to waste, he commands Celine and Syria to focus all their efforts on defending Elsie at any cost. Jan gives Elsie a critical new command, telling her to land a direct hit on the creature's core. Immediately, a figure lunges forward, stomping the ground with incredible force. Leto desperately screams for Delphine to attack the monster's main body without hesitation. Delphine stares down the squelching abomination, questioning the reckless order. But suddenly, the grotesque creature lets out a piercing shriek as if struck by an invisible blow. The monster's corrupted form begins to violently implode under immense pressure. Seizing the sudden opening, Delphine unleashes a devastating slash right through the chaos. Her glowing blade cleaves the writhing mass in two, with a single decisive strike. Yet even as its body burns away, corrupted fragments continue to pulse with sinister energy. Jan and Delphine grimly accept that their enemy has no intention of dying easily. Leto desperately warns his ally about the monster's poison, while Delphine scolds him to focus on his own fight. But the grotesque creature mockingly whispers to Leto that victory is completely impossible. Leto freezes in shock as a corrupted hand suddenly reaches out from the shadows to grab him. Disgusted that this monster can even speak, Delphine ignites her blade, preparing to silence it for good. However, the abomination retaliates with a blindingly fast blast of raw, purple energy. The attack slams directly into Delphine, shattering her guard and drawing blood in an instant. Leto can only scream her name in horror, his own rage rising at his powerlessness. Meanwhile, the monstrous mass writhes and reforms before his very eyes, seemingly unkillable. Yet despite her grievous injury, Delphine shouts for everyone to press the attack, realizing a critical weakness has been exposed. With grim determination, she ignores her wound, ready to face whatever comes next head-on. As Delphine reels from the attack, Elsie Ranella unleashes a torrent of crackling blue lightning. With a smug grin, she orders the injured Delphine to get out of her way, earning a glare of pure contempt. Meanwhile, Leto surges forward, desperately trying to pull the grotesque nest of flesh off his senior. He unleashes a furious strike, horrified to discover the creature is reinforced with solid bone. But the monster retaliates with a vicious slash of dark purple energy. Suddenly, Jan's signature red axe materializes, intercepting the deadly blow aimed at Leto. To his shock, the axe that can cleave through anything is effortlessly deflected by the creature's power. The abomination's horrifying face emerges from the mass, whispering that victory is impossible. The sheer force of the blow sends Jan flying, disarming him in a single, brutal exchange. Before he can even recover, dark tendrils ensnare his sword, completely neutralizing his last line of defense. The abomination lunges with impossible speed, vowing that no one will escape its grasp. Leto desperately tries to block with his axe, but the creature's bony leg stops the blade cold. Suddenly, a flash of golden energy intercepts the attack, as the prideful Delphine Yurdina steps in to save him. She glares at Jan, yelling at the axe's young master to get his head in the game. Spurred into action, Jan gathers his remaining power and unleashes his ultimate technique, Kaizetsu. He desperately drives his blade into the monster's bone armor, putting all his strength behind the thrust. But to his horror, he realizes that even his most powerful sword technique can't break through its defenses. The creature easily swats him away, sending him spiraling through the air with overwhelming force. Battered and bleeding on the ground, Jean can only curse his pathetic state, realizing neither axe nor sword can harm it. Towering over the defeated boy, the mythical monster whispers that it cannot be defeated, solidifying the sheer hopelessness of their situation. As John desperately searches for a way to stop the creature, he notices its strange, bone-like tendrils spreading across the battlefield, and he suddenly understands their true purpose, realizing with horror that these aren't just attacks, but horrifying seeds of corruption. The monster mutters about needing to create more, confirming its goal is to multiply its own power by consuming others. With a burst of adrenaline, Jean screams for his allies to protect the children, understanding they are the creature's real targets. Hearing the desperate warning, Leto Einstern throws himself in the path of a massive attack, intercepting the tendrils with his axe. The sheer hopelessness of the moment shocks Celine, Delphine, and Elsie, who can only watch as the front line begins to crumble. Elsie realizes with a curse that the smaller creatures are completely ignoring them, swarming past her defenses with a single-minded purpose. In a frantic attempt to stop their advance, she unleashes her powerful lightning whip, trying to hold them back. But her magic is not enough, and as she screams for support, the prideful Delphine Yurdina dashes forward to take her place. Meanwhile, the red-haired student is already with the children, but finds his evacuation route suddenly cut off by the relentless seeds. Leto reels in shock as the overwhelming presence of the monster bears down on him. Suddenly, Saria screams for him to retreat, vowing she will be the one to hold the line. But with a grim smile, he gives a final thumbs up, telling her to pass on his last words to Jan. Her heart stops as she realizes the terrifying meaning behind his chilling farewell. She turns to see him standing alone against the monstrous Director Guilford, facing impossible odds. He shouts that the children are safe, his only concern now the survival of his comrades. Leto then commands everyone else to run, preparing to unleash everything he has left in one final stand. Staring down the abomination, he declares that he alone will be the one to finish this. Igniting his aura, he reveals a secret, guaranteed method to win this unwinnable fight. A cataclysmic explosion of red energy engulfs the battlefield, its outcome completely unknown. Battered and reaching his absolute limit, Leto grits his teeth, knowing his physical attacks are useless against the Director's monstrous form. But his eyes lock onto a critical weakness, realizing the only way to win is to burn the strange seeds hidden within the creature. The monster shrieks in a frenzy, its shadowy tendrils violently demanding he hand over the very thing he needs to destroy. Its grotesque core is exposed for a moment, a writhing mass of flesh and bone driven by an insatiable hunger. Ignoring the beast itself, Leto unleashes a desperate, crimson slash towards an unseen target. The attack is easily parried by the monster's dark energy, seemingly a complete and utter failure. but the slash was a feint, perfectly slicing open a small sack he was carrying all along. With a final burst of strength, he hurls the now open bag into the air as a last-ditch decoy. Instantly, the monster abandons its assault on him, its tendrils swarming the sack with terrifying speed. As the creature rips the bag apart, it finally finds the prize it was searching for, revealing its vulnerable core for a split second. The monster's attack connects with brutal force, a flash of purple and red energy exploding on impact. Leto is sent flying, his body ragdolling through the air from the sheer power of the blow. As he crashes, the contents of the decoy bag scatter across the ground too small, unassuming bottles, lying broken. He can only watch as the creature's core writhes above him, the pain almost unbearable. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerges from the monster's flesh, mocking him with the certainty that he can never be defeated. But a defiant smirk crosses Leto's face as he realizes his opponent has a critical weakness to fire. He clenches his fist, knowing the decoy alone wasn't enough firepower for what he had planned. Getting to his feet, he asks the monster if it's ever heard of a dust explosion, revealing the true nature of his trap. With a crazed grin, he ignites his own life force, vowing to take the bastard down with him in a final, desperate blaze. In an instant, the entire area is consumed by a catastrophic fiery explosion, sealing both their fates. The aftermath of the explosion leaves Leto and Syria staring in utter disbelief at the devastation. Even the proud Delphine Yardina cries out in despair, fearing the worst for the one they called the Axe young master. But Sealine's eyes widen in horror as she realizes it wasn't Leto at the center of the blast, but Ian. Pushing through the searing flames, she frantically calls his name, desperately searching the smoldering wreckage. Suddenly, she spots a lone figure lying motionless amidst the inferno, his body shrouded in smoke and embers. It's Jan, barely clinging to life, weakly telling her to find the medicine hidden in his inner pocket. With his last ounce of strength, he confirms that he successfully destroyed the monster's nest in the blaze. Celine desperately begs him to stay conscious, her voice cracking with panic as he begins to slip away. But his body is given out completely, unable to move as he wonders if this is finally the end. Just then, a quiet memory flashes through his mind, a peaceful moment from the past where he awkwardly tied her hair for the first time. He remembers apologizing for his clumsy attempt to tie her hair, but a young Celine beams, thanking her big brother Ian for the effort. And then, back in the present, Yan's eyes flutter open. He awakens completely disoriented, questioning where he is and finding himself in a temple. Leto rushes to his side, explaining the Saintess has already healed his fatal injuries. Jan's last memory is of tearing a scroll and being consumed by a massive explosion. Looking down at his own hands, he can't comprehend how he's even alive. Leto grimly confirms he would be dead, if not for the Saintess's miraculous intervention. A shadow falls over Jan's face as he fears she sacrificed a priceless blood crystal to save him again. Changing the subject, Leto reveals that while he was unconscious, a massive investigation into Guilford's orphanage has begun, shaking two nations. With his life hanging by a thread moments ago, Jan's first question is about the fate of the orphanage children. But Leto can't believe it, telling him to relax, because they are perfectly safe. He explains that the Saintess herself personally evacuated them to another temple, handling the entire situation. However, there's another consequence to his actions. As Leto reveals that because of the incident, Jan has become unbelievably famous. He shoves a flyer in Jan's face, a crude drawing hailing the Axe Knights for defeating a demon serving an evil god. The paper paints him as a legendary leader, the first hero of his caliber in decades, with his entire team glorified behind him. Jan's only reaction to his new title is a deadpan thought that Axe Knights sounds incredibly lame. Leto brushes it off, listing Jan's impossible achievements from winning the hunting festival to defeating the Yardina sisters, and even taming the tyrant Elsie. Hearing it all laid out, even Leto admits it sounds insane before revealing the most shocking news yet. The Imperial Knights are watching him. Jan is left speechless, wondering why the Imperial family would ever be interested in him when even prodigies with special traits can't get their attention. Leto speculates that based on his future self's memories, Jan joining the Imperial family might not be so impossible after all. But he quickly changes the subject, announcing that their newly famous Axe Knights are getting extra rewards, much to Jan's annoyance. The mood darkens as he asks about the nest of flesh, revealing the entire incident is being investigated in secret. He warns Jan that the authorities will surely order his silence to prevent mass panic over a creature straight out of myth. Then, lowering his voice, Leto reveals a critical piece of intel he overheard. The investigators have already identified the mastermind behind the attack. With a grim certainty in his eyes, he tells Jan that he probably already knows who is responsible. The name drops like a bomb as the image of a man named Mitram flashes through Jan's mind. Leto confirms it's the same bastard from the ledger, finally connecting the dots of the conspiracy. The horrifying truth is then revealed. This man is a high-ranking priest of a sinister dark cult. Hearing this, Jan's hand clenches in pure rage as his thoughts turn to the innocent children who were sacrificed for their twisted goals. Leto looks at his friend with grim concern, asking what hell do now, that they're tangled with forces they should never have crossed. Jan can only admit his powerlessness for the moment, hoping this dark conspiracy doesn't drag them any deeper into the abyss. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber far away, a powerful woman reviews a report detailing the impossible deeds of a certain Viscount's son. The document names Jan Perkis, the Axe Knight who single-handedly defeated a demon, and she turns to an Imperial Knight for his professional opinion. The silver-haired knight, Lord Eileen, scoffs at the news, believing the praise for this boy is wildly excessive. He dismisses Jan's incredible feats as nothing more than an exaggerated heroic tale spun from public rumors. But the woman just smirks with a predatory glint in her eye, musing that they'll discover the truth once they meet him in person. With a decisive slap on Jan's picture, she commands her subordinate to inform him as soon as their target finally awakens. The Empire's fifth princess, Cian, has made her move, declaring she will be meeting the boy wonder very soon. And as her decision echoes in the silent room, a new path is set, with footprints marking the beginning of a fateful journey through the snow. A vision of the future begins with two hands clasped together, their fated path marked by footprints in a golden haze, where a mysterious woman with covered eyes speaks of a horrifying sight she alone is witnessing. It's revealed she stands before a colossal, world-ending beast bound in chains, a monster she believes her own power has summoned. Beside her, a grim-faced Leto Ainstern questions how long they could possibly contain such a creature if it were ever unleashed. The blindfolded woman falls silent, contemplating the terrifying impossibility of their situation, before she confirms their utter hopelessness, telling Jan directly that there is no time left and he must make a choice. The final warning hits as Jan's eyes fly open in terror. The cosmic entity known as Delphirim is approaching. Jan then jolts awake in his bed, realizing with a cold sweat that this premonition was terrifyingly different from all the others. But there's no time to process the nightmare, as his eyes fall upon a sealed letter on his desk, and he pleads for just a moment of peace. He can only curse in frustration, knowing the formal summons with its imperial seal means his troubles are only just beginning. Still reeling from the apocalyptic vision, John clutches his head as a splitting headache threatens to tear him apart. He desperately reviews the intel he's gathered, realizing the scale of this new threat is far greater than anything has ever faced. One cryptic message stands out, a chilling warning about an artifact that corrupts the hearts of its wielders. Overwhelmed and completely lost, he tries to steady his nerves, admitting he has no idea how to even begin fighting this. But just as he catches his breath, he spots a small, folded note that has been slipped under his door. He picks it up with a sigh of frustration, assuming it's yet another infuriating summons he can't ignore. After a moment of contemplation, he decides he's had enough of being ordered around. In a sudden act of defiance, he channels his power and incinerates the note with a smirk. But the paper erupts in a violent magical explosion that throws him across the room. Stunned and confused, he can only stare back at the fiery blast, realizing this was no ordinary message. The fiery message leaves Jan reeling with the horrifying realization that his future self is to blame for this disaster. An imperial decree of punishment echoes through his mind for a crime he can't even remember committing against the royal family. As he stands frozen in the hallway, the sound of approaching footsteps breaks the stunned silence. He's immediately met with a wall of scorn from his fellow students, with even his ally Leto seething at what his future self has done. Desperate for answers, he flashes back to the day he was discharged, remembering how he met up with a concerned Celine and Saria. His fragmented memories continue, recalling an awkward encounter with an overly friendly upperclassman in the crowded halls. But after that, everything blurs into a hazy memory of him drinking himself into a stupor, all alone in his room. Back in the present, the whispers turn to open mockery, as students label him an axe-wielding bastard who is completely finished. Their contempt is clear as they sneer that his arrogance finally caught up to him for whatever he did to the princess. Suddenly, a rival gets right in his face, mockingly wishing him well before his execution and asking if his family is still safe. Leto and his cronies block Jan's path, noting that the princess is still nearby. With a malicious grin, Leto tells Jan he's the perfect person he wanted to see. But before he can finish, Jan explodes into motion, smashing one of the students in the face with the blunt end of his axe. With the entire group instantly taken down, Jan stands over the fallen students, coldly stating he'll ask his questions nicely just once. He demands to know everything about the princess and the dark threat made against his family. The rival he just struck staggers up, calling Jan a crazy bastard for his sudden brutality. He retaliates with a furious swing, his own axe glowing with a powerful red aura. But the attack is stopped cold as Jan grabs him by the hair, his strength completely overwhelming. With his own glowing axe at the ready, Jan's eyes blaze with desperate intensity, demanding to know what really happened. Meanwhile, in a quiet moment away from the chaos, Leto is seen alone, contemplating a mysterious potion. A sharp-eyed girl suddenly confronts the Academy's living legend, confirming his identity as Ian Senpai. She introduces herself as Shen, a first year from the magic department, flanked by a powerful-looking entourage. The crowd immediately erupts in jealous whispers, shocked that the princess herself is seeking out the rumored prodigy. Jan stands his ground, his decorated uniform a testament to his recent, brutal victories. He offers a formal greeting to Her Highness, but she casually dismisses the titles, insisting she's just a student. Cutting through the facade, his intense gaze demands to know what business royalty could possibly have with him. Impressed by his directness and his incredible achievements, she makes her move, asking him to join her. She then makes an unbelievable offer, promising to grant any desire he can imagine in exchange for his loyalty. Her knight confirms the weight of her words, explaining that even a spot in the legendary Imperial Knights is possible. But the princess cuts in with a sly smile, revealing she knows his greatest secret, his true identity as the second son of Viscount Purkis. The princess sweetens the deal, offering to make him the rightful heir to his family's territory and title. But John merely considers the position, a role he never wanted but knows he could easily take. In return for this immense power, she demands only one thing, that he kneel and swear his absolute loyalty. He pauses for a moment, a thoughtful look on his face as he weighs her ultimatum. But instead of answering, he pulls out a small bottle, saying something else has just occurred to him. Eagerly, the princess leans in, promising to grant whatever it is he's thinking of. Suddenly, with a shocking splash, he acts, leaving both the princess and her knight completely stunned. Water drips from her hair and uniform, a blatant act of disrespect toward royalty. He then pours the rest of the water on her head, coldly asking if she's cooled down now. With a chillingly calm smile, he realizes that even this shocking insult wasn't enough to break her composure. In response to the insult, the princess's royal guard lunges forward with a blade humming with raw power. But Jan casually catches the attack with his bare hand, mocking the knight's pathetic skill level. With a flash of crimson energy, he declares the guard too slow, before slamming him into the ground in a humiliating, one-sided defeat. The princess and her other guards can only stare in absolute shock, their faces frozen in disbelief. Jan turns away from the fallen knight, coldly dismissing them all as a pack of useless fools. He then explains that if what he'd thrown was poison, her guard's incompetence would have already cost the princess her life. As the princess watches with a chillingly calm expression, Jan unsheaths his own sword, escalating the confrontation. The remaining guards flinch back in terror as the razor-sharp tip of his blade appears inches from their faces. He smirks, taunting them for being too paralyzed by fear to even draw their own weapons to defend their master. Their terrified expressions say it all as they stand completely frozen, utterly broken by his overwhelming presence. With her royal guard utterly broken at his feet, Jan stands over them with cold contempt. He turns to the princess, mocking her guards as pathetic amateurs who need to be retrained from scratch. But instead of crumbling, she sheds a single tear and offers him one final, chilling chance to submit. She demands he kneel and swear loyalty, promising to forget his transgressions if he bows to her authority now. Jan, however, meets her gaze with a tired defiance, simply asking what happens if he refuses her royal command. The princess's composure finally shatters as she questions if he truly thinks he can anger the imperial family and walk away alive. Her eyes begin to glow with a terrifying power as she vows to crush him completely, claiming she can see all his desires and fears. But Jan only smirks, calling her all-seeing eyes useless, for they can't perceive his one true wish, and flatly refuses her offer. He calmly explains that her temptations and threats are meaningless now, because they hold no weight in the future he's fighting for. Stunned into a cold fury, the princess declares that by the power of her family, she will destroy his friends, his family, and everything he has ever loved. Jan's mind drifts back to a crucial question he asked not long ago, wondering how long a certain task would take. With a confident smirk, he decided that for something that small, 3 months would be more than enough. His ally Leto Ainstern had heard this timeline, his expression hardening with grim understanding. But, back in the present, the princess's royal composure is shattered by a sudden, violent blur of motion. Before she can even react, her imperial knight screams as he's viciously struck down in a spray of blood. The attacker is revealed to be Leto himself, wielding a bloody axe with a chillingly calm demeanor. The wounded knight can only seethe in disbelief, enraged at this sudden, one-sided assault. Without hesitation, Leto grabs the terrified princess, informing her that the plan has drastically changed. 3 months is now too long. He gives her a new, non-negotiable deadline of just 1 month. He then raises his blood-soaked weapon, roaring that it's time for her to take responsibility for her actions. The Empire's princess explodes with fury, demanding Ian take full responsibility for his actions. But Jean Perius only offers a cold smirk, stating that he won't be the one paying the price anyway. Amidst the chaos, Leto grabs a struggling Delphine, realizing with horror that his ally is completely insane. He brutally silences her, warning that her defiance will drag everyone she loves down into hell with her. Walking away from the downed knight, Leto wonders what Jan was thinking by provoking the royal family so recklessly. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, and he turns to see the very bastard who started this mess. Jan's eyes widen for a moment, surprised by the disheveled state his friend is in. Leto confronts him demanding answers, but Jan simply brushes it off, suggesting they get coffee to talk. Now public enemies, they're met with venomous whispers from every direction, labeling them as trash who threw their lives away. As Leto's rage finally boils over, Jan calmly stops him, warning that falling for the provocation is exactly what their enemies want. Leto seethes with fury, struggling to comprehend Jan's reckless disrespect towards the princess. But he reflects on his own growing aggression, realizing Jan's influence is pushing him to his absolute limits. Jean calmly reassures him that these painful actions are all part of a necessary plan to stop the world's end. The conversation turns to the real mystery, the bizarre and seemingly random actions of Jan's future self. Using a flash of blue energy, Jan insists that every single move was a calculated piece of a grander puzzle. He connects the dots, remembering how meeting Syria led to the festival, and the Saintess's intel led to the orphanage. Leto finally grasps that even splashing water on royalty must have a far deeper, hidden purpose. John confirms his suspicion, declaring their new mission is to follow the trail his future self has laid out for them. The first clue materializes in shimmering text his future self sought out the Saintess. With a target now clear, Leto leaps to his feet ready for action, only for Jan to quickly stop him. Jan halts Leto's impulsive plan, handing him an urgent letter from his younger sister instead. Leto reads in shock as Jan reveals his future self had a plan, warning that they need to move quickly. The letter confirms their worst fears, detailing a collapsing merchant group, and a grave warning that the princess has already made her move. Meanwhile, inside the hallowed halls of the church, the Saintess is completely lost in prayer. She pleads for salvation, her heart completely troubled by thoughts of a rough and arrogant man she just can't shake. But as she tries to rationalize Jan's hidden kindness, she's startled by a voice from the shadows. The Saintess whips around in utter shock, crying out Jan's name as he stands there completely unannounced. He calmly reassures her that he didn't break in with an axe, as a green-haired boy simply opened the door. Still flustered, she regains her composure and demands to know the reason for his sudden intrusion. Jan's expression turns deadly serious as he reminds her that this isn't the first time he's come for her help. The Saintess' eyes narrow as she reveals she's heard the rumors about his latest exploits. She explodes with fury, demanding to know why he fought the Imperial Guard Knights right after being discharged from the hospital. Jan awkwardly tries to explain, claiming a mysterious entity had possessed his body. But she cuts him off, reminding him how his entire body was burned and his organs were ruined back at the orphanage. She reveals that without her medicine and a precious blood crystal, he would have died instantly, scolding him for always pushing himself to the brink of death. Hearing this, Jan looks at his hand in stunned silence, realizing the full extent of her sacrifice to save him. She insists he should have simply retreated and left the monsters to the knights, but he calmly cuts her tirade short. With a determined gaze, he explains that sometimes one must follow the path they believe is right, calling it obedience to fate. His profound words leave her completely speechless, unable to process his strange philosophy. Seizing the moment, he asks her to tell him exactly what happened the last time he visited, seeking answers to the gaps in his memory. Jean claims he was possessed again and has no memory, an excuse the Saintess reluctantly accepts just to move on. She reveals his other self simply appeared, asked for one specific item, and then vanished without another word. Jan's eyes widen as he realizes this is the key, desperately asking what his future self could have possibly taken. The Saintess explains he requested a powerful item to purify curses and dark magic, so she gave him a bottle of holy water. The name of the legendary item echoes in Jan's mind as he scrambles to connect the pieces of this fractured puzzle. She then adds with utter disbelief that he poured the priceless, sacred liquid into a common canteen. But his next clueless question about what holy water even does sends her into a rage over his ignorance. She explains its true purpose isn't just healing wounds, but the absolute purification of the most powerful curses and evil magic. Jan presses for more information, confirming that in an emergency, it must be poured directly onto the target's body. And suddenly, everything clicks. The liquid his future self poured on the princess was holy water, raising an even darker question of what curse she was hiding that required such desperate secrecy. Leto admits he's completely lost on what the princess is trying to accomplish. But the saintess interrupts, questioning why a royal would dare mess with him, the owner of the legendary dragon blood script. This is a power so rare and sacred it can only be granted by the emperor himself. The script makes its wielder an untouchable representative of the emperor, a status even royalty cannot defy. But the only catch is that its power is unknown unless revealed, and the saintess realizes with dawning horror that Leto never showed it to the princess. She explodes in fury, reminding him he was ready to unleash its full power on her, but held back at the most critical moment. Leto tries to explain the situation is complicated, admitting only Jan's future self truly knows how to wield it. She scoffs at his excuse, questioning if it's really so difficult to activate it for even a second to prove his authority. Her patience finally snaps as she screams at him to stop playing the fool. She then flashes back to the moment Jan activated the script with a mere glance, accusing Leto of feigning ignorance about a power he's already witnessed firsthand. The saintess's fury finally erupts as Leto turns to leave, accusing him of coming only to mock her. She tearfully continues her tirade, claiming he only ever seeks her out for his own needs, leaving a stunned Leto completely speechless. But in her rage, she suddenly realizes she's revealed far too much about her true feelings for him. Overcome with embarrassment, she screams for him to leave and slams the heavy door shut with a resounding crash. Leto is left alone in the corridor, utterly baffled by her sudden and intense emotional outburst. He forces himself to organize his thoughts, realizing that future Jan deliberately concealed his use of both the holy water and the dragon blood script. As he walks, the pieces click into place. There must be a critical reason why these incredible powers had to be kept an absolute secret. Frustration gnaws at him, knowing he possesses a tool that could change everything, but is forbidden from using it, for reasons he can't comprehend. For a fleeting moment his mind wanders from the conspiracy, fixating on the strange thought that for all her rage, the saintess is undeniably beautiful. His attention is then drawn to the sight of Emma being helped down the hall, which brings back the dark rumor that Jan, the Academy's psycho, bought her for 10 gold. His thoughts drift to a past encounter where Emma fiercely defends Jan's honor, demanding to be let go. But back then, a far more arrogant Leto was only amused by her defiance, tightening his grip. He brutally slapped her across the face, reminding the commoner to know her place. Alongside his smirking friend, Leto coldly threatened that he could make her entire family disappear. Stunned and terrified, Emma could only stammer for him to wait as he loomed over her. Suddenly, a hand violently wrenches Leto's head aside in an explosion of blood and fury. A battered but terrifyingly calm Jan appeared from nowhere, his expression colder than ice. With glowing eyes and a shadow obscuring his face, he demanded to know what they were doing. In the next instant, a sickening crack echoes as Leto's arm is grotesquely shattered. Leto could only stare in horror, finally understanding the true, monstrous power of the Academy's psycho. Leto's friend screams in fury, unable to believe Jan would cripple a noble for a mere commoner. He sneers, certain that a low-ranking nobody like Jan can't possibly get away with such an insane act. But Jan gets right in his face, his expression twisting with cold rage, as he reminds the fool he's the psycho who even laid hands on the princess. A crimson axe materializes in his hand, a clear and deadly promise of what comes next if he doesn't back down. He looms over the now terrified noble, vowing to teach him what happens to anyone who dares to touch his comrades. Suddenly, the tense standoff is interrupted by the arrival of the powerful Delphine Yerdina, who takes in the scene with shock. She surveys the two broken bodies on the ground, casually remarking that Jan has caused an even bigger mess this time. With his eye glowing ominously, Jan asks if she can handle the political fallout from crushing two high-ranking nobles. Delphine smirks with absolute confidence, reminding the Axe's young master that for her, cleaning up this minor incident is easy. Trusting her power completely, Jan asks her to protect Emma, and Delphine agrees without hesitation, stating she owes the girl a debt. Delphine reveals the dire situation. The furious imperial family has ordered all great houses to crush Jan's territory. Staring at a letter, Jan understands the full weight of the threat and asks what her powerful family plans to do. She explains that while they cannot disobey the emperor, her family will take charge of the operation, buying him 3 to 4 precious weeks. With cold resolve, Jean declares that will be more than enough time for him to finish everything. Intrigued by his unwavering confidence, Delphine questions what his plan could possibly be. He calmly states his first move is to visit the Academy's newspaper club. Unfurling the latest issue, he reveals the propaganda framing him as a murderer and vows to dismantle this information war against him. To his surprise, Delphine agrees that his strange plan makes perfect sense. She then leans in close, telling him to listen carefully as a worried Emma watches from afar. Finally, she begins to whisper a top-secret revelation about the true, hidden nature of the newspaper club. With the new information, Jean finally understands why his enemies are acting so aggressively. So he leaves the cleanup to Delphine, who warns him to move quickly against these nasty people. Jean immediately finds Emma, informing her that their powerful new ally is on their side. But she gently stops him, her hand clutching his cape with a heavy heart. Overwhelmed with guilt, Emma apologizes, feeling responsible for all the danger he's in. Jean simply smiles, reassuring her that the potions she provided have saved him many times. In a quiet, heartfelt moment, she can only manage to whisper her thanks to him. Later, Jan arrives at a grand building only to be stopped by a frantic guard. He calmly ignores the protests, noting the immense privilege of the newspaper club having its own building. And as he walks forward, he realizes this strange privilege is the key to the entire conspiracy. Inside, a guard feigns ignorance as Leto reveals he knows this place is a front for Imperial intelligence. But Leto sees right through the act, coldly stating that his acting training isn't nearly enough. In a blur of motion, he unleashes a powerful attack, his red aura flaring with lethal intent. A strange, fork-like weapon hurtles through the air with terrifying speed and precision. The guard's facade instantly shatters, his face contorting in pure shock at the sudden assault. Leto's demeanor hardens as he demands they drop the boring act and get to the real point. He declares he has no business with this weak persona, ordering the guard to bring out his other self at once. Then, with a blinding flash of energy, he strikes the agent down before he can even react. The man collapses to the floor, utterly defeated in a completely one-sided confrontation. Leto then warns his allies not to drop their guard, revealing this man was strong enough to single-handedly defeat Imperial Royal Guards. A dark memory flashes through Leto's mind of a woman sacrificed in a terrifying ritual of fire, and this vision fuels an unrelenting rage as his grip tightens on his blood-soaked weapon. But his enemies, blind to his fury, foolishly charge forward in a coordinated assault. Leto scoffs at their tactics, knowing that in such a tight space their numbers mean nothing. He effortlessly deflects their synchronized attacks, his crimson aura completely shredding their formation. The lead attacker can only watch in utter disbelief, as his best effort is completely nullified. In that moment, Leto's own power surges, coalescing into a destructive force around his very hand. With eyes glowing gold, he unleashes his full might, questioning if this is truly the best the intelligence division has to offer. A wave of pure, violent energy erupts from his arm, overwhelming everything in its path. He leaves his opponents broken and scattered on the floor, promising that not a single one will escape without pain. Leto drives his dagger forward with blinding speed, pinning one of the elite guards to the ground. The agent chokes in pain, the blade plunged deep into his shoulder as Leto holds him in place. Gritting his teeth in agony, the guard questions how Leto could attack them, when he knows their true identity. The cold, chilling gaze. Leto calmly asks if he really wants to know the reason for his brutality. The two lock eyes in a tense standoff, one filled with righteous fury and the other with defiant disbelief. Suddenly, Leto seizes the man's arm, twisting it with bone-crushing force. He then slams him face-first into the unforgiving ground, declaring that they are the ones who started this absurd conflict. The defeated agent can only scream in rage from the floor, utterly powerless against this overwhelming force. But Leto shows no mercy, his glowing eyes promising nothing but more pain for his enemies. As he begins to turn away, the guard foolishly tries to rise, screaming at him for his arrogance. Leto smirks, declaring the resilient guard has helped him realize he must be finished off for good. The agent's defiance instantly shatters into terror, his face paling as he begs for his life. But his plea is met with cold silence as Leto walks past his defeated body, a small axe now in hand. As he moves through the building, strange, creeping sensation suddenly spreads through his hand. He realizes he's been struck with a paralytic poison, forcing him to end this confrontation immediately. Taking a steadying breath, he stares down the hallway, preparing to face the true mastermind behind the door. He then bursts through with explosive force, demanding to know if his target is inside. A woman theatrically poses atop a desk, revealing herself as the infamous Queen of the Ball. She welcomes the Axe Prince with a condescending smile, feigning ignorance about the chaos he caused downstairs. Leto, however, cuts straight to the point, issuing a final, chilling warning to never again touch the people he protects. Leto, battered but resolute, points his axe forward with chilling intent, but his threat is met with a burst of mocking laughter from Neris, who finds his defiance utterly amusing. Frustrated and fighting the poison in his veins, he turns the axe on himself, trying to focus his mind for one last attack. Her amusement suddenly vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze that signals the end of the charade. With a final surge of resolve, Leto declares he's done holding back, ready to unleash his full power. But a storm of purple daggers materializes from nothing, surrounding him in a completely unexpected ambush. The sheer force of the invisible assault sends him stumbling backward, unable to brace for the impact. He's violently thrown across the room as the spectral blades pierce his defenses in a completely one-sided attack. Lying defeated, he realizes with horror he couldn't sense the daggers at all, a power unlike anything has ever encountered. Neris looms over him with a condescending smirk, asking if he was truly scared by her little trick. Leto, out of options, hurls a heavy table with all his remaining strength, but his makeshift projectile is instantly shattered by a web of menacing purple energy. Neris condescendingly reminds him that the poison coursing through his veins should have already crippled him completely. Overwhelmed by her incredible speed, Leto is caught in a flurry of purple strikes, unable to keep up. Yet, even as his body fails, he steadies himself for one final, desperate gamble. He suddenly lunges forward, catching his overwhelmingly powerful opponent completely by surprise. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating downward slash, a final all-or-nothing attack meant to end it all. He gasps for breath, believing he landed a decisive blow just before the poison fully paralyzed him. However, a chilling laugh echoes through the room as Neris emerges from the dust, not only alive but exhilarated. She smirks, completely unfazed by his ultimate move, and prepares to end this one-sided fight once and for all. Leto is completely stunned, realizing his opponent is casually using a space expansion bag, worth millions, just to sheath her dagger. But she simply smirks, revealing her immense power is a privilege granted only to the imperial family. Suddenly, her dagger materializes from thin air, completely bypassing his senses as it reappears for another strike. He barely dodges as the blade slams into the ground with impossible speed, a fraction of a second from ending him. He curses his failing body as the paralysis slows his reactions, leaving him completely vulnerable to her glowing, predatory gaze. She mockingly tells him it's time for a nap, moving in to end the hopelessly one-sided fight. A moment later, the intense battle gives way to an eerie silence in the ornate room. Leto lies defeated and impaled by her blades, yet somehow still conscious, which even she admits is impressive. Even in his broken state, he glares up with defiance, questioning her over-reliance on such a cowardly tactic as poison. But she just smiles sweetly, revealing her twisted joy in crushing arrogant nobles, a deep-seated hatred born from her past as a commoner scouted by the intelligence division. Leto glares up from the floor, beaten but unbroken, as his opponent mockingly demands to know his secrets. His eyes burn with pure defiance, cursing his own powerlessness in the face of such a humiliating defeat. But as one battle ends, another rages on elsewhere, where a powerful voice echoes through a grand throne room, summoning a figure it calls its faithful servant. Jean Perius kneels obediently, answering the call of the highest authority in the land. The aged emperor's eye opens, carrying the crushing weight of a kingdom on the brink of collapse. Frail and weary, the monarch sits upon his throne, a ruler who made a dark pact just to survive. Jan looks up at his king, preparing to deliver a report that will shatter any remaining hope. The emperor demands to know the exact status of the battle, his voice trembling with desperation. Jean begins his grim tale, explaining that the empire's 6 mightiest warriors, all of whom had reached the realm of Master, were dispatched to the front. But now, they have all been completely annihilated as the monstrous forces of Delphalem lay siege to the Great Wall. Jan swears that as long as he draws breath, the enemy will not pass. But the weary emperor reminds him that such a vow is only as long as his life. With the history of humanity itself crumbling at his feet, the monarch makes a desperate choice, and names Jan the world's final master, humanity's last hope against the apocalypse. Then he makes an unprecedented offer, the legendary dragon blood runes. But Jan is stunned, knowing this sacred power is meant only for the imperial heir. The emperor simply states that, in the face of extinction, traditions are meaningless. And with the weight of a dying kingdom, he issues one final, world-altering command. Suddenly, Jan sees a vision of his own bloody demise as he's ordered to save the world. The impossible burden of this mission crashes down, leaving him to process the sheer weight of his destiny. Leto's eyes suddenly snap open, his focus absolute despite the deadly poison coursing through his veins. Neris turns, completely baffled as to how he could have possibly tracked her down. She watches him, sensing something has fundamentally changed about the boy she just defeated. Her mind races as she realizes her poison dagger melted, questioning how he's even using aura. But Leto calmly explains he's figured out her trick, revealing her daggers were just a clever illusion. He stares her down with chilling confidence, asking if he's pieced her little secret together correctly. Then he drops a bombshell, calling her not Neris, but by the long-forgotten name Findleston. She completely panics, demanding to know how he accessed a name that was completely erased from history. A terrifying pressure crushes her as Leto's eyes flare with an otherworldly, golden power. With a single, decisive gesture, he signals that this fight is already over. Leto, battered but resolute, commands silence with a single gesture, and Neris stammers in disbelief, sensing an impossible power radiating from him. He holds up a single glowing finger, revealing he now wields the absolute authority of the Emperor's proxy. Then without warning, he unleashes a cataclysmic blast of raw, fiery energy. The force slams into Neris, blowing her away before she can even react, as she's sent tumbling helplessly through the air, her own power completely negated in a completely one-sided fight. Crashing to the ground, she can only stare up in utter shock at the boy standing over her, and injured and bewildered, she weakly questions where this monstrous power could have possibly come from. Leto coldly informs her that he has no obligation to explain himself. Terrifying command with glowing eyes, she is to never question him again. In a secluded forest clearing, a secret meeting is underway, where a report is being reviewed that paints Jan as a ruthless monster who repays violence with overwhelming brutality. Jan angrily confronts the writer, questioning if this threatening propaganda is truly meant to be a correction article. The terrified student explains she aimed to build a wall of fear around him to protect his allies from any future threats. While he hates the monstrous title, Jan is forced to admit that her extreme method was undeniably effective. 4 days after his faction's victory, this was the result of his first order: make his friends completely untouchable. With his allies now safe behind his fearsome reputation, he turns his attention to a far more dangerous matter. He demands to know what she discovered about the cryptic keywords from a secret letter: procession, cave, and dragon's eye. The girl nervously admits their investigation yielded almost nothing, but Jan coldly pushes her to reveal what little she found. Trembling, she gives him the only lead she has. The only procession on the horizon is the upcoming Homecoming Festival. Jean realizes the procession is the massive Homecoming Festival, a public event involving the entire city, which means the Dark Order is planning a suicidal, large-scale attack, and he needs answers about the cave now. But his subordinate reports a dead end, having found nothing but tiny, insignificant holes on the city's outskirts. Terrified of failing him, she bows and desperately begs for just a little more time to track down the lead. Jan grants her request but gives a chilling new order: find every single hidden place large enough for a person. She nervously agrees just as he moves on to the final, most mysterious keyword, the dragon's eye. But before he can continue, her eyes snap wide with alarm as she senses an approaching presence. Jan feels it too, confirming they are no longer alone in the secluded forest clearing. The unexpected visitors are revealed to be none other than the Empire's 5th princess and her royal escort knight. The princess glares with an intense, almost predatory focus, uttering the name of the very man she came to find. The 5th princess fumes over the constant mockery from her siblings after being humiliated by Jan Perius. She defends her knight, insisting he isn't weak, but that Jan's power is just on an entirely different level. The princess speculates that one of her own royal siblings must be behind Jan's takeover of the intelligence division. But her knight nervously suggests that Jean may have seized control through his own unique and terrifying methods. She recoils at the thought, questioning if he believes Jean simply annihilated the entire organization. Her knight urges her to regain her composure, doubting that brute force could topple such a powerful group. Suddenly, a piercing scream cuts through the forest, startling them both from their conversation. The scene shifts to reveal the intelligence agent Neris on her knees, desperately begging for her life. She trembles in utter terror, pleading for forgiveness from the figure looming over her. But Jan simply holds his massive energy axe, coldly reminding the defeated agent that his warning was clear. With his axe in hand, Jan coldly reminds Neris that he does not repeat his warnings. But his new ally, Delphine, nervously suggests they should leave before things escalate further. Jan internally dismisses her plea, knowing Neris's loyalty now belongs to him, due to his absolute authority over the dragon blood runes. He knows showing the runes to the cunning Princess Cian would unravel his entire plan far too quickly. Deciding his course of action, he turns away, declaring that their chance to retreat has already passed. He then gives the terrified agent a chillingly simple command: to scream for her life. A moment later, a piercing shriek echoes through the forest, a sound of pure, staged terror. Jan turns back to his own companions, his voice laced with menace as he demands their absolute obedience. His threat is perfectly timed as Princess Cian and her knight arrive, drawn by the sound of the scream. Looking down at the convincingly terrified Neris, Jan acknowledges that her brilliant acting makes her a perfect pawn in his grand scheme. With his stage set, Jean gives his new pawn a final, chilling order to follow his plan exactly. The terrified agent bows deeply and makes a hasty retreat, her mission now clear. Jan watches her go, marveling at the strange and useful power of her aura that allows her to vanish without a trace. But his attention is immediately drawn elsewhere as his senses flare, warning him of an approaching presence. Just as expected, the Empire's fifth princess arrives with her knight in tow, demanding to know what business he could possibly have here. She presses him further, asking what he was discussing with the girl who just fled, but Jan coolly dismisses it as a small favor. Cian questions his unwavering confidence, accusing him of having another royal power backing his every move. She then scoffs, reminding him that despite outsmarting her once, he is still nothing more than a low-ranking noble playing a dangerous game. Her words about the 5 great families hit a nerve, and Jan's expression darkens as he realizes the depth of her political maneuvering. The princess then lands a final, personal blow, questioning if his composure comes from relying on his beautiful sister. The princess lands the ultimate insult, suggesting that even if his family falls, he can always sell his sister to survive. But instead of breaking, Jan simply sighs and takes a deliberate step forward, his patience finally gone. In a flash, he's suddenly right in her face, shattering all royal protocol by daring to call her by her given name. Her knight explodes with rage, drawing her sword and screaming at him for his insolence. Jan completely ignores the guard, manifesting a terrifying red energy axe to bring down upon the princess herself. The massive blade stops just inches from her face, its raw power radiating with pure killing intent. Cian can only tremble, frozen by the overwhelming pressure she so foolishly provoked. Jan then calmly mocks her confidence, surprised she never considered the possibility of losing her life right here. He gestures to her escort, who is utterly paralyzed by fear and can only apologize for her failure. With a firm hand on her shoulder, he promises not to bury the axe in her at least, not yet. In a tense flashback, Jan grips the Saintess's wrist, revealing he only uses his terrifying power when absolutely forced to. This entire conflict seems to stem from a simple question, asked long ago about his plans after the festival. Now in the present, the Saintess offers him a peaceful holiday retreat in the Holy Kingdom, far from his enemies. But Jan cuts straight through the pleasantries, demanding to know if this is about a vacation or a new clue for their secret investigation. She dodges the question, instead warning him that a disciplinary committee is being formed over some noble children he recently thrashed. He smirks, explaining that not only was the situation handled, but the Empire's 5th princess personally visited the victims. The smile fades as he realizes the horrifying implications with royalty involved. The punishment could be nothing short of expulsion. The Saintess suddenly grows frustrated, complaining that the infirmary is overflowing, with students getting hospitalized non-stop. Jan is baffled, claiming that ever since his name was cleared, no one has been foolish enough to pick a fight with him. The conversation takes a dark turn as she points at him, asking if he's not the culprit. Then who is this mysterious new threat? A student screams in agony as he's violently struck down for his insolence. It's Syria, her eyes cold as steel, declaring she will abandon her sanity to protect Jan's honor. Standing over the bleeding student, she delivers a final, chilling warning about ever messing with Jan's belongings again. She confidently explains that reporting her is useless, as she's already constructed the perfect self-defense alibi. Her only witness, Celine, nervously plays along, confirming she saw absolutely nothing. But instead of leaving, Celine takes a deliberate step forward. She closes the distance, quietly asking Saria if they aren't both quite similar after all. Celine admits they're both alone, without social friends, forging an unexpected bond in their isolation. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out their names, breaking the heavy silence between them. Leto appears with a calm smile, greeting his 2 friends as if he hadn't just missed a brutal beatdown. Leto apologizes to the girls, admitting he knows they've been suffering because of him. While they both insist they're okay, a flashback reveals Celine's sleepless nights, fueled by a vow to never forgive anyone who lays a hand on Jan. But Leto sees through their facade, once again apologizing for dragging them into his dangerous world. Celine, however, reaffirms her trust, understanding he has his reasons, while Syria vows to support him no matter what. Moved by their loyalty, Leto clenches his fist, determined not to let their sacrifices be in vain. He thanks them for their unwavering belief and makes a solemn promise to end this conflict soon. To do that, he needs more information, but a new voice cuts in as Neris, the former enemy, appears with intelligence of her own. Her sudden arrival immediately sparks a fierce rivalry with Syria, who is furious that Neris is interrupting her time with Jan. Neris twists the knife, smugly revealing she's been meeting Jan for secret errands, a claim that sends Syria into a rage. But Jan cuts through the bickering, his focus absolute as he demands the critical information Delphine uncovered about the mysterious cave. Delphine reveals she's found a hidden passage leading directly from the academy to outside the city walls. This secret route is connected to the Iberlotta Palace, a private dormitory used exclusively by the royal family. The shocking truth is that this cave is an ancient, magically concealed evacuation route, a final failsafe for the Empire's rulers. Leto confirms this is exactly the lead he needed, but Delphine's smug comment about her own competence clearly infuriates Syria. Furious at being sidelined, Syria loudly declares that she has critical information to share as well. With all eyes suddenly on her, Leto asks what she has managed to uncover on her own. She reveals the official investigation into the high-ranking magic beast from the hunting festival has been suspiciously and completely shut down. The mere mention of magic beasts triggers a chilling realization, and Leto's eyes begin to glow with sudden dread. He suddenly recalls a dire warning he had overlooked, that multiple teleportation circles, not just one, have been secretly activating all over the city.